Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36-8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 28 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Committees. The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Review of the Conflict of Interest Act. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to the report. And Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I want to thank all of our witnesses, the analysts, the clerk, technicians, and translation staff for their work on this report. It is a fairly comprehensive report and provides significant recommendations to changes to the Conflict of Interest Act. Thank you.
Well done.
The Honourable Member for St. John, St. Croix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Le 10e rapport intitulé
The 10th report, which is called Commercial Corridors, Transport Canada Trade Corridors Fund, and a report of the Main Estimates 2026-2027, Vote 1 under Office of the Auditor General.
Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these two reports. I also have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts in relation to a motion adopted on Monday, April 20th, 2026, regarding Section 13 of the Auditor General Act. Everyone agrees that the Auditor General and her team should have access to the information they need to do their job. However, certain federal entities under the scope of her audits are withholding information due to access to information disputes. While her office ultimately obtained the requested information, this process consumes significant time and resources that could be better spent delivering audits to Parliament and services to Canada. The committee is therefore reporting to the House on the need to modernize Section 13 of the Auditor General Act and be writing to the Treasury Board Secretariat requesting a written response within 90 days about this matter. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motion.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Cochrane Airdrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a table of petition today that discusses the Bill C-260, the Care Not Coercion Act. This is in the wake of many veterans in this country who have experienced, when they've reached out to Veterans Affairs seeking help to live their lives, have instead been pushed towards the idea of taking medical assistance in dying. The petitioners are concerned with these kinds of instances and are calling on the government to support Bill C-260, the Care Not Coercion Act.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also pleased to table a petition in support of Bill C-260, the Care Not Coercion Act. Petitioners highlight many reports of veterans as well as people with disabilities, seniors and others who have been seeking unrelated health services or other kinds of services from the government and have, instead of being offered the assistance they are looking for, had those officials out of the blue promote to them that they seek facilitated death instead. CEO of Inclusion Canada, Krista Carr, has recently testified that she hears weekly complaints from people with disabilities in particular, highlighting these situations where somebody who is seeking unrelated public services is having death promoted to them as a way out instead. This is not the approach that Canadians expect, especially from government employees who are not even involved in the provision of these things. So with this in mind, petitioners ask the government to support Bill C-260, the Care Not Coercion Act, and to support additional action to combat the growing problem of maid coercion. I understand that this bill is scheduled to have its first hour of debate next Wednesday, April 29th. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-11, Military Justice System Modernization Act.
There are 15 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-11. La motion numéro 15 ne sera pas...
Motion number 15 will not be selected by the Speaker as it will be presented in committee.
They are satisfied that they meet the guidelines expressed in the note to Standing Order 76.15 regarding the selection of motions in amendment at the report stage. Motions numbered 1 to 14 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 14 to the House.
Mr. Bazan, seconded by Ms. Wagenthal, move that Bill C-11 be amended by deleting the short title. That was motion number 1. Motion number 2, Mr. Bazan, seconded by Ms. Wagenthal, moves that Bill C-11 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Mr. Sidhu, for Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Fuhrer, moves that Bill C-11 in Clause 7 be amended by A, replacing lines 7 to 12 on page 3 with the following. 7, Section 70 of the Act is amended by striking B, deleting lines 1 to 8 on page 5, and that was motion number 3. Motion number 4, Mr. Bazan, seconded by Madame Wagenthal, moves that Bill C-11 be amended by deleting Clause 8. Motion number 5, Mr. Sidhu, for Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Fuhrer, moves that Bill C-11 in Clause 8 be amended by replacing line 11 on page 5 to line 34 on page 7 with the following. 70.1. Despite any other provision of this Act and any other law, an officer or non-commissioned member does not have the authority to investigate for the purposes of laying of a charge under paragraph 131A or an information under the Criminal Code in relation to an offence referred to in any subparagraphs 70D to H that was or is alleged to have been committed in Canada. 70.21, nothing in 70.1 prevents an officer or non-commissioned member from exercising their powers or performing their duties and functions before the arrival of the civilian authority having jurisdiction in the matter to the extent necessary to prevent the commission, continuation, or repetition of an offence referred to any of the paragraphs 70D to H that, as the case may be, is being, was, or is alleged to have been committed in Canada, including A, making an arrest in relation to the offence in accordance with Division 3 of Part 3 of this Act or Section 494 or 495 of the Criminal Code, or B, if an arrest is made under paragraph A, conducting a search incident to arrest. 2, nothing in section 70.1 prevents an officer or non-commissioned member from securing or preserving any evidence of or relating to the offence referred to in subsection 1 before the arrival of the civilian authority having jurisdiction in the matter. 3, nothing in section 70.1 prevents an officer or non-commissioned member from securing or preserving, to the extent that their powers, duties, and functions under this Act, other than under subsection 1 or 2, or any other law authorize them to do so, evidence of or relating to an offence referred to in any of paragraph 70D to H that was or alleged to have been committed in Canada. 4, an officer or non-commissioned member shall, as soon as feasible, transfer a person arrested under paragraph 1A to the custody of the civilian authority having jurisdiction in the matter and transfer to them any evidence secured or preserved under any of subsections 1 to 3. 70.3. Nothing in section 70.1 prevents an officer or non-commissioned member from initiating or conducting a private prosecution in relation to any of the offences referred to in any of the paragraphs 70D to H. Monsieur Sidhu, motion numéro 6.
Motion number 6, Mr. Sidhu for Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Fuhrer, moves that Bill C-11 in Clause 9 be amended by deleting lines 6 to 13 on page 8.
Set, Monsieur Sidhu.
Motion number 7, Mr. Sidhu for Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Fuhrer, moves that Bill C-11 in Clause 15 be amended by A, replacing lines 25 to 27 on page 9 with the following: years, but may be subject to remedial or disciplinary measures in accordance with Section 165-101B, replacing lines 30 to 32 on page 9 with the following:
4. On receipt of a request referred to in subsection 165-101 sub 1, the Governor and Council may, if the Governor and Council is of the opinion that there are exceptional circumstances that justify it, suspend the Director of Military Prosecutions from office until the Governor and Council decides whether to impose any remedial or disciplinary measures. 5. For the purposes of subsection 4, exceptional circumstances include circumstances in which there are allegations of serious misconduct or allegations related to a risk to occupational health and safety or to a risk of injury to international relations, national defense, or national security. 165.101 sub 1, the Minister may request of the Governor and Council that an inquiry be made to determine whether Director... Did I hear dispense? No? Dispense? Motion number 8, Mr. Sidhu for Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Fuhr, moves that. Shall I dispense? Motion number 9, Mr. Bazan, seconded by Ms. Wagenthal. Motion number 9. Shall I dispense? No? The Bill C-11 in Clause 18 be amended by A, by replacing line 24 on page 10 with the following: officer or non-commissioned member or former officer or non-commissioned member who is a barrister. B, by replacing in the English version line 26 on page 10 with the following: province and who has been or was a member of the Canadian. Motion number 10, Mr. Sidhu for Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Fuhr, moves that Bill C-11 in Clause 40 be amended by A, replacing lines 17 to 19 on page 29 with the following. Shall I dispense? Motion number 11, Mr. Sidhu for Mr. Ginty, seconded by Mr. Fuhr, moves that Bill C-11 be amended by deleting Clause 40.1. Motion numero 12.
Motion number 12, Mr. Sidhu for Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Fuhr, moves that C-11 be added by withdrawing 30.2. Motion number 13, Mr. Sidhu for Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Fuhr, moves that Bill C-11 in Clause 60 be amended by replacing 9.9 on page 40 with the following: graphs 70D to H of the National Defense.
Motion numero 14, Mr. Sidhu.
Motion number 14, Mr. Sidhu for Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Fuhr, moves that Bill C-11 in Clause 61 be amended by replacing line 18 on page 40 with the following: fence referred to in any of paragraph 70D2.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise with a heavy heart today. Bill C-11, when it was studied by the National Defense Committee, had a great collaboration between Conservatives, Bloc, and NDP members. I believe that the members from the Liberals on committee were listening intently to what we heard from those that came forward. We had witnesses who were victims of military sexual trauma. They are survivors that came forward bravely to provide testimony on Bill C-11, expressed their concerns about the way the bill was made, and really wanted to show that they wanted to have their rights as members of the Canadian Armed Forces, as veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces, that their rights respected, and that they would be empowered to decide which justice system they would have military sexual assault and military sexual misconduct tried in, whether it was within the military justice system or the civilian justice system. They raised numerous red flags, Mr. Speaker, over what would happen if Bill C-11 was left in its original form. And late last night, the Minister of National Defense tabled a bunch of amendments to Bill C-11 at report stage, which had incorporated numerous amendments that the Bloc, NDP, and us as Conservatives had worked collaboratively on, across party lines, to bring choice in choosing what system was best suited for the victims of military sexual misconduct. It provided greater independence to the primary players within the justice system of the military, and took in consideration testimony coming from outside legal experts and civilian police organizations across the country. And so when the Minister of National Defense tabled all those amendments, Mr. Speaker, that you just read into the record, essentially what he's doing is disrespecting the work of committee, undoing the hard work that members put in, ignoring the advice that came from specifically from victims, but also from the Canadian Armed Forces itself, that were at that provide testimony at committee, as well as all those military justice experts that appeared and provided written briefs as well. I'm angry about it because it's a complete betrayal to those victims who took the time to share their experiences, who took the time to put the work into studying the legislation on Bill C-11, and previously that was Bill C-66. And, it is so heartbreaking to know that everything that they did in stepping up to defend the rights of all victims of military sexual assault and military sexual misconduct, that is now getting swept to the side. By dismissing all of that testimony that we heard, over weeks of study on Bill C-11 at the Standing Committee on National Defense, could easily be characterized that the Minister of National Defense doesn't care. He doesn't care about the survivors. He doesn't care about the military leaders who appeared and the advice they gave for greater independence, such as the Provost Marshal General, such as the Director of Military Prosecutions and the Director of Defense Counsel Services. He doesn't care about those veterans who used to hold those positions that appeared and provided similar advice, or those that work as judicial experts within the Canadian Armed Forces and outside of it, and does not care about the testimony we heard from civilian police departments across this country, whether at the provincial or municipal levels. When you see, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc, the NDP, and us as Conservatives working together, we wanted to improve this bill. And what we brought back at report stage here to be considered today is an improvement that would provide the balance that victims are looking for, would recognize the hard work that's already taken place in the Canadian Armed Forces to improve their processes to properly investigate, charge, and prosecute military sexual misconduct within the system, but yet it's all been swept away. And when the Minister of National Defense appeared on Bill C-11 at committee, he admitted that he picked up Bill C-66, never consulted with anyone else, and then tabled the bill here without talking to victims. And by looking at what he brought back as amendments to Bill C-11 at report stage, just proves that he never took the time to review the testimony of those brave witnesses who stepped up. Mr. Speaker, we heard from so many of these victims that I just want to put some of them on the record here again. And just yesterday, we're doing a study on experiences of Francophone and Indigenous members of the Canadian Armed Forces. And Helene Lacellaire, who is a veteran, who also appeared on Bill C-11 because she is also a survivor of military sexual misconduct, she said yesterday why they need to have choice and where they get to choose, whether in the military system or out in the civilian system. And by forcing all sexual misconduct cases into the civilian system, her as a francophone, if this assault would have happened, say, in Alberta at CFB Wainwright, she may not get the services she requires in French. And she said in response to a question yesterday, I totally agree that we should have the choice because, as I said before, when we're talking with real specific and when it's related to trauma and when it's related to sensitive issues, I don't think I'd be doing it in my second language. Because when you're vulnerable, you don't have access to all the vocabulary that normally you do. So I'd rather have the choice to choose the military way to make sure that I'm going to have services in French instead of, for example, with the example you provide, to stay in Alberta and have my case dealt with in Alberta when I'm from Quebec. You know, when you look at those types of stories and what we expect of those who serve and how we are supposed to make sure that we stand up for them, we want to drive home, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals are completely ignoring what victims said at committee. Donna Van Leeusten said, for many years, survivors in the Canadian Forces had limited or flawed options, but they still had options. Under this bill, for criminal code sexual offenses committed in Canada, survivors are given none. So again, we have the government ramming this through because they want to pass the buck. They want political expediency here so they don't have to deal with military sexual misconduct, Mr. Speaker, in the armed forces anymore and shuffle it off to an already overburdened system across this country in the civilian justice system. We know that when you have a system that is lagging behind in prosecuting cases and hearing cases at the bench, that then the Jordan framework kicks in. And if things aren't dealt with within 24 months, they're thrown out. We know that cases that have little success within the civilian system will be thrown out. And we know that justice for the victims will actually be reduced rather than providing victims with the choice of keeping it in the military system, where at least under court-martial and or administrative measures, they will have the ability to have justice and that those perpetrators would be held to account. Tanya Couch wrote, removing the CAS authority to investigate sexual offenses would do a disservice to serving members. A more balanced approach is to establish concurrent jurisdiction between the military and civilian system for reports of sexual assault. Jessica Miller said, jurisdictional transfer risks reducing accountability, weakening discipline, lowering conviction rates, and failing to deliver justice to survivors while removing responsibility from the CAF chain of command. Mr. Speaker, my final seconds here, I just want to say to the members across the aisle in the Liberal Party, especially to the member from Nunavut, who was the NDP defense critic when we worked on Bill C-11, who own amendments who were incorporated with Conservative amendments, are now being thrown out by the motions brought forward by the Minister of National Defense. I ask them to do what's right for those that are currently serving. Do what's right for the military justice system, who says that they now have the capacity and capability to properly try these cases, and to ensure that we give the freedom to choose which military system best suits the victims of military sexual assault.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Député de...
Honourable Member for Les Pays d'en Haut.
And thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech. I too sit on the Defence Committee, and I'd like to know what the member across thinks about all the victims that were heard by Madam Justice Louise Arbour, the hundreds of victims that were interviewed and said that they didn't want their sexual assault to be investigated by their boss. They wanted a separate system, and what he says to them.
Good question. Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question, but I would love to know exactly what Justice Madam Arbour thought. We invited her to committee, and she didn't even bother showing up to defend her report. Mr. Speaker, we know from the victims that we heard of today, and let's put this in perspective. Her study and report was written years ago, and things have changed. The Director of Military Prosecutions had said that on a short-term basis they needed to adjust and pivot and move all cases under the ministerial directive that we saw from one of the former ministers of national defense, Mr. Speaker. And because of that, they are prepared to deal with the cases today, and what Madam Arbour had said before is now irrelevant.
Un commentaire, là, on a
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate, obviously, my colleague's speech, and my question is rather simple. If there was one possible amendment that could be made to this bill, one that would really be a priority that my colleague would like to see right away for this bill, what would it be?
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
The key pieces of the bill that we have to maintain is clauses 7 and 8 as it came back from committee in report stage. Those instilled and enshrined the rights of choice for those victims of military sexual misconduct and military sexual assault. Those choices, especially as it falls under the definition of sexual assault in the criminal code, Mr. Speaker, would need to be dealt with in both systems. But what Section 7 or clauses 7 and 8 do now with the amendments brought forward by the Minister of National Defense, he is now taking away all authority and all investigative powers and prosecutional powers from the military and giving it solely to civilian courts and civilian police forces. That is a travesty, and that ignores the rights of those victims.
Questions, comments, Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Selkirk Interlake Eastman for the incredible work that he's done in committee, respecting our victims of military sexual trauma and the work he's doing to rectify the problems there. We heard in testimony, and I was wondering if you'd comment, we heard in testimony from civilian police forces that had significantly limited capacity, sometimes enough to do 2 to 3 cases of major sexual assault, and whereas in their areas they have data saying there's been 17, 15, 20 cases per year. I was wondering if you could speak to the capacity of civilian police forces to deal with these cases and what will happen with those cases that they have no capability to deal with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from Cowichan, Malahat Langford, for his hard work on this file as well. And as a veteran, he has always been there to champion those who have experienced military sexual misconduct. Mr. Speaker, we know that we heard from the Victoria Police Department that they don't have the resources, the number of investigators needed, and that they already are dealing with a backlog and have been offered no support and no resources from the federal government. We also received a written brief from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, and they strongly recommend maintaining concurrent jurisdiction. The proposed provisions of Bill C-11 would significantly hinder collaboration between civilian police agencies and the Canadian Armed Forces Military Police. Instead of having the ability to collaborate with our military police and National Investigative Service, they are now having to go on base and take over all of those investigations without the resources provided by the government.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to be here today for the debate at third reading, report stage of Bill C-11 Act to modernize the military justice system.
To the Minister of National Defence, I have the privilege and the responsibility of supporting the women and men who serve Canada in uniform, and I believe that responsibility is shared by all of us in this House. And as the mother and mother-in-law of 3 serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces, I know firsthand that members of the Canadian Armed Forces are among the very best of our country. Skilled, dedicated, professional, and deeply committed to something greater than themselves. I've had the privilege of meeting many of them, and each time I am reminded of a simple truth. We ask a great deal of them. We ask them to serve in uncertainty, to operate in high-risk environments, to put service before self every single day. And in return, we have a responsibility,
a collective responsibility,
to ensure they have everything they need to succeed. That includes the right equipment, the right training, and critically, the right environment. Un environnement sûr.
A safe, respectful, and dignified environment. A healthy environment where everyone feels protected and able to serve. Because serving one's country should never come at the expense of one's dignity.
Eliminating unacceptable behaviors, including sexual misconduct, is central to that responsibility. These behaviors cause real harm. They erode trust, they damage morale, they impact recruitment and retention, and ultimately, they weaken operational effectiveness. There is no place for this in our military. There is no place for this in Canada. That is why today's debate is so important. L'évolution et le
Cultural evolution and change within the Canadian Armed Forces are simply too important to be exploited for political or partisan ends. Our service members deserve better, their families deserve better, and Canadians deserve better.
Bill C-11, we are proposing important amendments to the National Defence Act to modernize the military justice system. This legislation is about ensuring the system remains fair, effective, and worthy of the trust Canadians place in it. At its core, it strengthens accountability, reinforces independence, and ensures alignment with the values Canadians expect. As introduced, Bill C-11 would remove CAF jurisdiction over criminal code sexual offences committed in Canada. These offences would instead fall under civilian authorities for investigation and prosecution. This reflects the practice already in place since 2021, following the interim recommendation of former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour. And this legislation formalizes that approach. I'd like to note that the interim directive has been an effective measure while we wait the passage of Bill C-11. The interim directive to implement Recommendation 5 has been in place since December 2021, and since then, all new charges of sexual offences under the Criminal Code have been brought in the civilian justice system. Bill C-11 proposes to solidify this interim directive and make it permanent, as Justice Arbour recommended. Any attempts to undermine or undercut the progress made in the past 5 years under the interim directive is a disservice to victims and survivors. I note that Bill C-11 also advances key recommendations from former Supreme Court Justice Maurice Fish to strengthen the system's effectiveness and credibility. These include strengthening and modernizing appointment processes for senior military justice roles, broadening eligibility for military judges, reinforcing the independence of military justice authorities, and expanding mechanisms for interference complaints. These are not technical adjustments. They are foundational reforms. They go directly to the integrity of the system. Le projet de loi.
The bill also strengthens support for victims by expanding access to victim liaison officers, including for those acting on behalf of victims. Furthermore, it aligns provisions relating to the military justice system with recent amendments to the Criminal Code concerning offenders and publication orders. The military justice system aims to maintain discipline, efficiency, and morale within the Canadian Armed Forces. Its modernization is essential to sustainable institutional reform.
Our objective, Mr. Speaker, is clear: to strengthen trust and confidence among defence team members and all Canadians.
Because at the heart of any justice system, there must be trust.
And Mr. Speaker, trust must be earned through action. The changes in Bill C-11 are part of a much broader transformation. We are undertaking meaningful reforms across recruitment, training, leadership, and oversight. In fact, this week, the Canadian Armed Forces reached their highest recruitment in 30 years.
This is excellent news for Canada, but we must not lose sight of the important work we're doing to ensure that the next generation of the Canadian Armed Forces has a safe and supportive working environment. Rest assured that we are fully committed to implementing the recommendations of Justices Fish and Arbour. These recommendations provide a roadmap for tangible and measurable change. We have strengthened our recruitment and assessment processes, and a probationary period is now in place to ensure that recruits meet security requirements, medical standards, and, above all, the values expected of those who serve their country, values of respect, dignity, and integrity.
We have clarified how sexual misconduct is defined and addressed, breaking it into clearer categories so that each form can be dealt with appropriately. We have aligned our approach to harassment and violence with the Canadian Labour Code, creating a single, consistent framework across the defence team. We have enabled direct access to the Canadian Human Rights Commission in certain cases, because transparency and accountability are essential to cultural change. And we continue to track progress publicly through our comprehensive implementation plan, a detailed roadmap that Canadians can see and follow. As noted by the external monitor, Jocelyn Terrien, there has been significant effort and meaningful progress. But she also reminded us of something important. This work is never finished.
Creating a respectful and inclusive workplace is an ongoing commitment.
Our sustained leadership, accountability, and commitment. Mr. Speaker, the measures in Bill C-11 represent an important step forward. But more than that, they represent progress. Progress toward a military justice system that reflects our values. Progress toward a workplace where every member can serve with dignity. Progress toward rebuilding and reinforcing trust. A step to better protect those who serve. A step to build a safer, more respectful environment.
And a step towards building confidence in our military justice system.
We owe this to the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces. We owe this to all Canadians. So let us continue this work together. Let's get this done. For them, merci. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from across the aisle for her intervention. Mr. Speaker, I've sat in the Veterans Affairs Committee and I've heard during the women's study the traumas that many have endured, and they want justice. And when I hear what's being proposed by the Liberals, all I hear is downloading, sending victims to overloaded courts. And I'm asking my colleague from across the aisle, why are you doing this? Why can you not come up with something that's sound and reasonable for the victims and for those that serve in the military?
I'll just remember members to please address their questions through the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for the question. In fact, he mentioned the Veteran Affairs Committee, and in fact, the Veteran Affairs Committee submitted a report to this House in June 2024 entitled Invisible No More, The Experience of Canadian Women Veterans. And in that report was recommendation 40, Mr. Speaker, and I will quote, that the Department of National Defence, in accordance with the many recommendations made in the wake of Deschamps, Fish, and Arbor reports, establish a reporting mechanism outside of the military chain of command, provide victims of military sexual trauma with safe and confidential legal resources, and transfer the jurisdiction to investigate sexual misconduct and prosecute its perpetrators to civilian authorities. That was passed unanimously with the support of the Conservatives.
Questions, comments? Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know how my colleague, who I appreciate greatly, well, my question has nothing to do with that, but I'd like to know how she can justify that for weeks we did work at committee, and now, even though the majority of these members of this committee adopted amendments, that the government is doing everything to undo everything that was done. Is this not undermining democracy? Should it not be the majority that decides? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but also for the work we do together at committee. My priority is the women in uniform, and the fact that there were conversations with more than 14,000 members of the CAF and victims who said very clearly that we have to transfer this jurisdiction to the civil system.
Some comments from Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate the words that the member has spoken. And through the debate already this morning, one of the greatest concerns I have is the Conservative Party seems to be saying that the Justice Arbour and her recommendations are limited and have timed out, in essence, that there is no obligation for us to respond to that report. Justice Arbour did an incredible job for members of CAF, recognizing the importance of the issue, and came with a specific recommendation. My understanding is that this is the primary recommendation from a justice who canvassed many members of CAF, if she could provide her concern in regards to the Conservative Party just throwing that report.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, I think this is actually very appropriate to read into the record the preface for Justice Arbour's report that she tabled, because it still rings true. Thousands of Canadians have served and continue to serve with honour in one of the country's most prestigious organizations, the Canadian Armed Forces. Many, however, were denied that chance. Members of the LGBTQ2+ community were purged. Members of Indigenous and Black communities and other visible and minorities and equity-seeking groups have been largely absent, clearly not welcome. For years, women were simply shut out. When finally allowed to serve, women were made to feel they do not belong. They were denied opportunities to compete fairly and to thrive. They were harassed, Mr. Speaker, humiliated, abused and assaulted, and appallingly, many continue to be targeted today. Mr. Speaker, things have changed in the Canadian Armed Forces for the better. We cannot go back. For the victims that never came forward, out of fear of retribution, out of fear for their lives, today is for them. We heard you, we listened, we're there. Merci.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bagot-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of stories within this sad story, stories that lead to misconduct, victims that are still suffering from what's happened to them, an eternal impunity when there were certain protections, a story of constant delays, and there's also the issue of democracy. First of all, let us talk about the victims, their stories. Victims of misconduct, stories that we've heard many times. General Vance that was protected by minister after minister, irrespective of their political stripe. This general who lived in impunity and who boasted that because he controlled the military justice system, he was going to be eternally protected, that he would be invulnerable at all times. We remember that we waited a long time before this story broke, that the story was told. A lot of people said that there should be silence, this eternal silence that means that victims must always be without a voice. There's also the story of a number of inquiries, Arbour, Fish, inquiries that led to conclusions. With thousands of witnesses, thousands of people who were heard in the context of this tragic situation. And then after that, a file that stretched over 15 years to end in a bill in the previous parliament, and now in this parliament with this bill. The issue of democracy has to be kept in mind as a parliamentarian. We are being harmed and democracy is being harmed. There's a government that triggered elections last year. That led it to a minority situation. That means that they went to voters and said, here are your options, this is what I want to do, here are my ideas. And the democracy decides that yes, this idea is a majority decision, giving a lot of seats to the current government, but with enough people saying we don't want that. And so that government had a minority. Now they have a majority, but not an absolute majority. In April 2025, the message was sent to the Liberals. Work with other parties. Other parties are a majority. In the history of our institutions, no, they're not perfect. I'm not a fan of Canadian parliamentarism, but that's how it works. And that's the result. So, the government then tabled C11. The opposition parties voted for the principle of the bill. We said that we have to act. People have suffered, and people are suffering, and people will continue to suffer if nothing changes. After adopting the principle with the goodwill support of other parties, we now enter the story of a committee conducting its patient work over weeks with witnesses, with reports, briefs that they receive, including the Bar of Quebec saying, we like the idea, but there are some things to change. It's also the story of a number of victims and victims associations who appeared before us to make recommendations, to say, for example, this is an amendment that was deemed admissible. It's our amendment that said, for example, that when cases are transferred, there still needs to be a certain openness to the military system, because even if the transfer towards civilian courts is a good thing, we still have to keep a military justice system for some cases. It shouldn't just be a double-locked door. The Conservative amendment was deemed inadmissible because it had been the one about the free choice. We're not talking about free choice. We're just saying if there is a recommendation from the civilian courts saying keep it in the military courts, it might be best for certain victims or desirable for certain victims. That worked, but that is just one recommendation from the Bar du Québec, the Quebec Bar, that stated that Bill C11, as it was imperfect. Even if it came from good intentions, there were a whole slew of recommendations that were adopted through amendment, often by majority, by the two oppositions. Most of the time, the government accepted some, so that we had unanimous approval. But most of the time, it was the opposition parties that together could pull the sheets to their side. That's how democracy works. Democracy says opposition is a majority, as we were back then. So we patiently heard from victims, experts, the Quebec Bar, and others came to say this is what should be done for the bill. There are even recommendations in the Fish report that were deemed inadmissible, which is fairly wild because it's almost like a Bible in the domain. But some of the recommendations were rejected. But now we have a majority government. By getting opposition members to switch sides, they've become a majority, and hand on heart, they'll say that their approach will be collaborative. And in the next days, one of the first things they say is that they will unilaterally revisit community makeups. That is apparently their definition of a collaboration, cooperation. Well, so we have a government that tries to cancel all the work that the committee did over weeks and try to overthrow the decisions of parliamentarians who voted at the committee. Committee chair who deemed ideas inadmissible when we had informed their decision at committee as an opposition majority. And then a Speaker of the House who, after a call from myself and a call from the Conservative critic on national defence, well, we said we listen to victims. Let's not mock them. There are recommendations that should be deemed admissible. We've got, on the procedural side of things, we proposed that an office could be created. These weren't extra resources that would have been required. It doesn't go against the intent of the bill. The bill says that it wants to reform military justice so that the situation can be easier to endure for victims and so that we can have a system that better manages cases of misconduct. When one has a good idea, then a good idea, if it goes in the same direction as the bill, should be accepted. Procedurally speaking, creating an office isn't thinking of an office isn't creating the office. We're just talking about the consideration of the creation of a new office. We're asking the government to study the matter, so no new expenditures. However, the chair decided that these amendments would be completely rejected. But there's still amendments that survived. There are still some that survived and that were still able to survive. And it's yesterday evening that we learned that the government, as a final attempt, and the majority seems to have gone straight to their heads, they want to erase and destroy and dismantle everything that was done by members at committee. It's an insult to victims, to experts, and to democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if I can get the members' perspective on the recommendation that was actually brought forward by Justice Arbour. And it was to do that complete transfer. And to acknowledge that there would have been a great deal of effort in coming up with that recommendation. Is it the Bloc Party's position, as it is the Conservatives, that they should just disregard that recommendation?
The Honourable Member for Setien Bagot Acton. I always find it fascinating when my colleague across the way doesn't listen to the speech and then he asks a question that I already mentioned in my speech. We're used to it. In the case in front of us, it's not free choice. This was the BQ2 amendment. What we asked is that not all cases must necessarily be sent to civilian courts. It starts on the basis of sending them to a civilian court, but if the civilian system says perhaps it should be kept in the military court, then we allow it to be done. I'd like to finish by saying that Justice Arbour should have appeared when we asked her to appear.
Question et commentaire. L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a Prime Minister who says that he wants to manage public finances in a healthy and more rigorous way. A House of Commons committee spent hours on a very important report with experts, with victims who came to appear. Staff was there. The committee staff was always present. That is public money that was spent on democracy and on parliamentary democracy. But the government seems to not care about this. They don't even seem to take this into consideration. I would like my colleague to let us know about the frustration that exists. What does this government think about our parliamentary democracy? The Honourable Member. It means that they understand how it works, but that they don't really care. They know exactly what means they can use to flout our rights and to insult victims who came to be heard at the committee.
Question et commentaire. L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member from Le Bidon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague who sits at the National Defence Committee with me. I believe that today we're talking about victims. The question of victims' trust in a justice system. I'd like to hear what he has to say about the 14,000 victims who bore witness before Justice Arbour to say that they did not trust the military system. Since 2022, Mr. Speaker, all sexual abuse cases under the Criminal Code are already being judged under a civilian court, and it works. Why could this not continue to work in this way? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Beckett Acton. I'd like to respond by a question. I'll do like them. It's like in QP, I'll answer a question by a question. And then we'll ask them questions when it's our turn to ask questions. So, a question for a question. What does he say to victims and to victims associations and to Quebec bars and to experts who appeared before us to say, yes, we should transfer cases to civilian courts, but not all of them. There should be a choice. Free choice is perhaps not the best option because not everyone has the option and not everyone has all the information. We agree on that. But our amendment, BQ2, that was adopted by the majority of parliamentarians at the committee, was to have nuance on expert recommendation. Civilian court recommendations could say, well, this should actually be kept in the hands of the military justice. So what does he say to the victims who came to appear before us?
For Selkirk Interlake Eastman, about 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague and friend from St. Hyacinthe, Beckett Acton, for his hard work on Bill C-11 at committee, bringing in witnesses and listening to them. And we worked across party lines to get the best possible amendments to this bill that listen to victims. And so he talked about how the Liberals have now stolen their majority in very much a sneaky way by getting floor crossers. Can he talk to the fact that now the Liberals get to ignore what the victims actually said at committee? And why would they do that when this is actually in the best interest of the Canadian Armed Forces and those survivors?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Beckett Acton, 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, I would first of all like to thank my colleague. We worked very well together at the committee on the matter. It just shows us that them being in a majority is going right to their heads. We're going to get 3 years of pure arrogance. People will judge. People will judge them based on their record, but they don't really care about the work we did for weeks upon weeks upon weeks when we heard victims and victims associations. But I'm looking forward. Some recommendations were made by a New Democrat MP who appeared before the committee. Now she's a Liberal. I'd like to hear her point of view.
Reprise débat, the Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure actually to rise and express some thoughts on this, on the amendments and the tactics that we see the unholy alliance between the Bloc and the Conservatives take on this issue. It's really unfortunate in terms of the degree in which they try to give a false impression, as if the government is not listening to members of CAF, Mr. Speaker, as if the government isn't sensitive to the issue that's before the House today. Nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it is the government that is the only political entity, I should say, out of the big three parties in the House that is actually giving attention and credit to the amazing amount of work that Justice Arbour performed on behalf of our CAF members, Mr. Speaker. We're not talking hundreds. Through this whole process, literally thousands of members of CAF were engaged in one way or another, Mr. Speaker. Not to mention the dozens, if not hundreds, of women that Justice Arbour would have directly or indirectly been in communication with. And what do we hear today, whether it's the Bloc or it's the Conservative Party? They're taking the position that it doesn't matter what Justice Arbour had to say.
Cry me a river. Wow.
Well, the member says, cry me a river, Mr. Speaker. Shame on the Conservative member who would say something of that nature when we actually take a look at how important the issue is. And I will stand up for every woman in the Canadian Force.
Order. The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
For the record, the member that said that, made that statement, was actually from the Bloc Québécois. So just for a correction purpose.
Not a point of order, a matter of debate, but the Honourable Parliament. Order.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bacton, rising on a point of order. Well, if he wants to be a demagogue about victims, they haven't done anything, so he should not do so. He's pretending to be upset, but it's meaningless.
Order.
Order. Order.
Hey, order. 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 Okay.
Order.
Order. Il y a beaucoup d'émotions avec.
This topic brings up a lot of emotion. We must be careful about what we say in this House. We can't use some words or some expressions. I'll ask all members to be careful in what they're saying here today. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Bloc should be ashamed of the positioning that they're taking on this legislation. And I am not going to apologize for standing up for what I believe to be true. We have a justice who has done a phenomenal job in reflecting the need to change. I served in the Canadian Forces. I had the opportunity to serve in a very proud way, Mr. Speaker, and worked with many members of CAF over the years. I have a deep amount of respect for the work that has been done to date by military, non-military, the government, in order to deal with the cultural changes that are required within our forces. And we have made significant progress. And I had thought, even when we had second reading, listen to the debates during second reading. I had thought that there was a universal acceptance that we needed to get the transfer into the civil process, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's the investigations, the court process, and where we can to provide that additional support. We have a government that has recognized that. That's why we have a C-11. As opposed to trying to marginalize Justice Arbour, who did the work, why not read what it is that she actually said, Mr. Speaker? And allow me to quote the Justice. Recommendation number 5. Criminal Code sexual offenses should be removed from the jurisdiction of the CAF. They should be prosecuted exclusively in civilian criminal courts in all cases. Where the offenses take place in Canada, it should be investigated by civilian police forces at the earliest opportunity. Where the offense takes place outside of Canada, the MP may act in the first instance to safeguard evidence and commence an investigation, but should liaise with the civilian law enforcement at the earliest possible opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Those are the points in which I amplified when I first spoke to this legislation. And then you have the Conservative critic stand up in a response, marginalizing what is an absolute critical and important issue, an issue in which I honestly thought the Conservative Party was actually on side with. It wasn't until the other day when they made the decision to bring forward all these amendments. And it's not to discredit, Mr. Speaker, the committee process. Whether it's a majority or a minority, I believe we have seen a government that responds very positively to the work that standing committees do. It doesn't matter if it's a majority or a minority. But quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, there is a responsibility for all of us to be thorough in terms of those recommendations that have been presented. I have not heard an argument that has been brought forward that really counters what it is that Justice Arbour would have taken into consideration. And I have more confidence in her holistic approach at dealing with the issue in the report that she's brought forward. 48 recommendations. Dozens of them have already been implemented, Mr. Speaker. I don't know the exact number, but I can assure you're well on the way in terms of the full implementation of that report. And that's what this legislation does. It takes the essence, the most significant aspect of that report, from what I understand, Mr. Speaker, and it puts it into law. And now, based on the debate that we're hearing from the Bloc and the Conservative, the unholy alliance, now we have them saying, Mr. Speaker, well, no, throw out that recommendation. On what grounds? Yes, there was a committee, standing committee heard. Contrast the discussions that taken place there to what it is that the Justice Arbour would have had, both meetings in confidence, no doubt, with many members of CAF, along with some that would have been done in a public forum, Mr. Speaker. I always thought, as politicians, what we're supposed to do is take a look at ideas and thoughts and make base decisions on people that really have that comprehensive understanding, that have done the homework. And I would suggest to you that Justice Arbour did the homework on this issue. It's interesting, we've already put into place, shortly after the recommendation was made, an interim measure that would actually see the transfer of these files into the civil process. Given the opposition to it today, I would ask the question, how many members of the Bloc or the Conservative Party have stood in their place in the past year and a half, plus, actually last few years, and actually asked the question about it? I can't recall any. I've been here for a lot of question periods. I don't recall any Conservatives standing up saying, well, we don't believe in Justice Arbour's position, and we need to keep them into the military justice system. Please, when you stand up and you speak, correct me if I'm wrong. I say to the members opposite, Mr. Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, we are trying to reinforce the strength that our CAF members, that Canadians as a whole, in confidence in building a Canada-strong Canadian forces, Mr. Speaker. In less than a year, we've got a Prime Minister that has raised to 2% of the GDP, and we're going beyond that. We just had a record number of recruitment of candidates to join the Canadian forces, Mr. Speaker. A record number. We're talking well over, I believe, 30 years. The numbers are going up. We are recognizing that we need to increase the pay. We've recognized that we need to build on the infrastructure, our military industrial infrastructure, to support a CAF. Today we have legislation to protect the interest of CAF members, Mr. Speaker. This is legislation, I would suggest to you, that we should be talking about how it is that CAF membership contributes in so many ways to who we are as a nation, and we should get behind them, and support the legislation as has been suggested through the government. Thank you, Mr.
Comments. Question parlementaire. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, you know, we always have this feigned indignation coming from the Minister of Winnipeg, or from the member from Winnipeg North. And he wants to talk about marginalization. He's marginalizing victims because he's not paying attention to what was actually said at the National Defence Committee by them in testimony. They bravely stood in front of testimony and shared their experiences and demanded to have more freedom in which justice system that they actually were able to get prosecuted under and move forward with their charges. You know, Mr. Speaker, he talks about Madame Deschamps, and you know we do, or Madame Arbour, we do thank her for her report, 48 recommendations. However, this government for 11 years sat on the report from Madame Justice Deschamps, without touching it, without lifting it, never even dusted it off as it sat on the corner of the defense minister, going back to Minister Sagen back in the day. You know, if they had acted upon that, we may not be in this situation now, and we know that the Director of Military Prosecution said that if it wasn't for the directive coming from the government, he would have rescinded the orders and gone back to a concurrent system.
Parliament Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only would I suggest that the member has an obligation to listen in terms of what it is that was being said in the Standing Committee as the Standing Committee deals with the legislation, but I can tell you there's also an obligation to look at what has been taking place over the last few years based on a recommendation by Justice Arbour in regards to this very issue, because I can assure the member that she, as a justice, had access and referenced far more members of the Canadian forces than that member himself did, Mr. Speaker. And I, quite frankly, have more confidence in her recommendation than his suggestion.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, Acton. I thank my colleague. How does he feel about the fact that beyond these amendments, okay, let's forget the principle of the amendments. One thing we've really heard a lot, and you know, in his last answer, he said something interesting. He said he should hear what was said at the Standing Committee. Well, I was here. He wasn't. He was in the House, as he always is. That said, something we heard a lot in committee is about Quebec's model of a specialized tribunal to deal with cases of misconduct. I brought a motion unrelated to the bill calling for us to, at some point, study that possibility. And you know what happened? The Liberals filibustered for the entire meeting. Is that how they feel? The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
The nice thing about standing committees is that everything is actually recorded. There is a answer. So let me give a quote from a standing committee. You don't have to physically be there. Quote, Charlotte Deval-Latoine. I want to underline what Madam Arbour said about recommendation number 5, that is the fact that giving the choice to victims to choose the jurisdiction in which they would find themselves puts them in an untenable position. In an untenable position. I repeated that twice there, Mr. Speaker. If the case doesn't go their way, then they find themselves re-traumatized with the possible question, did I make the wrong choice here?
Un appel au règlement?
Point of order. That wasn't my question.
C'est une question de débat.
That is a point of debate, not a point of order.
On a point of order?
A point of order.
I hope it's a real point of order. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, when a member stands up and interrupts a member from speaking on a point of order, at the end of the day, I want to be able to finish my quote. I know you're going to another speaker. I'd like to be able to finish the quote.
Is the member of Selkirk Eastman rising on a point of order as well, or is?
No, I was going to ask a question.
Okay. An appel au règlement? Okay. Okay. The honourable member has about 6 seconds to finish his quotation.
Well, yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to have enough time to finish the whole quotation. But I would say to my member, he asked about going to committee. You don't have to be at the committee in order to appreciate what.
Okay, we have time for one brief question. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. About 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. And the reality is the reason why Justice Arbour made that recommendation is members of the Canadian Armed Forces who were sexually assaulted in the military were not coming forward for fear of retribution. They did not want their cases to be investigated and tried by their own employer. Can the member elaborate on that?
Parliamentary Secretary, about half a minute.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe she's done an excellent job in doing just that, making a statement that's very simple, easy to understand. And at the end of the day, I'll go back to the Justice Arbour ultimately arguing that the efforts and work that the Canadian forces, along with the Justice Arbour did, I believe is something that should be respected within the chamber, and we should actually be getting behind it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by saying that I was in the Canadian Armed Forces for 22 years. I saw military justice in many cases. And when I became a major, I was trained to be a judge, a summary judge, and I administered military justice. We had some situations and there were cases of sexual misconduct. And that's why we conservatives are very aware of the issues. We're not rising to talk for the sake of talking. We have experts among us. Our defense spokesperson has been following the situation for years. So we're not just talking. We want to bring about real change. As for C11, we do believe that we need to take action against sexual misconduct. Yet, once again, this Liberal government are missing out on an opportunity to do things properly. We want a thorough approach, but this approach is very rigid and doesn't meet needs on the ground. It doesn't match reality. In fact, this legislation ignores witness testimony and could even make worse the problems that it tries to solve. I rise today to speak to C11, but I want to be very clear. This is not just about technical adjustments. This is a fundamental matter that all Canadians can understand. When a victim comes forward, do we listen to them or do we impose a solution on them? Mr. Speaker, that's a very important question. In committee, we heard powerful testimony. Witnesses very bravely spoke out. They shared their experiences, their realities, and their concerns. Experts on the military justice system also testified. Those experts know the system's strengths and its weaknesses. Despite hearing those different perspectives, one message kept coming up. They want a choice. They want to choose the system. They want to choose the process. They want to choose what works best for them. They don't want a decision imposed from above. They don't want a rigid mechanism decided without them. The Conservatives, we have done our job. We listened, and then we took action with the Bloc Québécois. I thank my Bloc colleagues who worked with us. We did excellent parliamentary work, us two parties, at the Defence Committee. Former lieutenant colonels and other experts worked very well in committee. We understand the military justice system. We understand the issues. And when it comes to victims, well, as I said at the beginning of my speech, I worked directly with them, leading hearings. I've seen this situation with my own eyes. So there are experts among us, Mr. Speaker. And we sought to improve the weaknesses of the bill and really prioritize victims to put them at the very heart of the process. Here's an example of the issue. Clauses 7 and 8. In its current form, the bill completely strips the military justice system of jurisdiction over sexual offences committed in Canada. It mandates an automatic transfer of cases to the civilian system. There's no nuance. There's no flexibility. There's no room for adaptation. For us, we proposed a simple solution to allow a military court to retain jurisdiction over the matter if the victim requests it. This acknowledges that every situation is different. That would demonstrate sound judgment and respect for victims. It doesn't take a genius to understand that much. Mr. Speaker, it's important to understand that all situations are different. We need to demonstrate judgment and we need to respect victims. We also proposed responsible oversight mechanisms. We proposed a 5-year sunset clause to allow for reassessment and review, a mandatory statutory review to verify the system's effectiveness. We also suggested measures to prevent delays in the transfer of evidence because delays can compromise the truth. You know, Mr. Speaker, all too often, justice that is delayed becomes justice that is denied. We know about the Jordan case. Sometimes things really drag on. They take too long, and then the Jordan applies. Then we end up with a system to manage sexual misconduct. Often women are victims. They end up in a civil case that goes on and on and on. But if the victim wants to keep the case in the military system, they should be able to make that choice, and we don't understand why the Liberals would be against that. Mr. Speaker, we worked with our Bloc colleagues and even our NDP colleague who's now liberal. She used to care about victims, but now she cares about her liberal team. Either way, we worked together and we really based our decisions and solutions on what victims and witnesses wanted, but our suggestions were rejected, thrown right out. Yet our defense colleague worked so hard, but everything we worked on, everything we suggested was just thrown right out. And you know, can you imagine? They didn't even have a majority and they were able to act like that. Imagine what will happen when they do have a majority in committees and in the House. Imagine how they're just going to ignore our parliamentary work, ignore the work done by opposition members who are just working to improve things.
Démolir la loi. If we were there to just bring down this legislation and demolish it entirely, because sometimes it happens because, well, for example, C2, we wanted to do away with it. But in this case, we agreed. We just want to enhance it. But these refusals to improve it is what really bothered us. And, you know, often happens when we make proposals from the Conservative Party or the Bloc, and then they're refused. And then a few years later, an issue arises and we say, we told you so. But people forget quickly. They just brush it aside, and then 5 years later, we'll tell them, we told you that it wouldn't work back then. How come you didn't listen to us then? We need to do the right thing now. But how come they didn't listen to the intelligent proposals from the opposition parties? Another major issue, Mr. Speaker, is political interference. We see this, there will be interference because the bill, believe it or not, allows the Minister of National Defense to issue directives in specific prosecutions. So the minister, a politician, can interfere with these directives, and they have to proceed cautiously. And that's why we wanted to entrust this responsibility to the Judge Advocate General. He is an independent legal expert because justice must never be politicized. But once again, this was rejected. Why? We even proposed what we call a fundamental correction. The bill stipulates that a military judge cannot be charged with a service offense. We wanted to correct this because in a state governed by the rule of law, no one is above the law, but this was rejected. A military judge, if he commits an offense, he should be judged just like anyone else or charged. But they said no, the Liberals rejected this. So the pattern is very clear, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives propose and the Liberals reject. The victims ask and the government imposes. Experts recommend, the government ignores. The Liberals have chosen to impose a systematic transfer to the civilian system, a system that is already overburdened, a system that is often ill-suited to military reality. It's not a solution, it's just shifting the problem. This bill could have been improved, it could have been more balanced, more respectful of victims, and certainly more faithful to the recommendations heard at committee. But this government made a choice, that of stubbornness, of an imposition. They chose not to listen. But on this side of the House, we will continue to advocate for a clear approach. The Liberals talk about listening to victims and respecting their autonomy, but they do the opposite. And if asked whether they want to strengthen the system's independence and assure fairness, they would say, of course. But with this bill and their refusal to accept reasonable amendments, they're showing their contempt for victims. Those who serve our country deserve better. They deserve a system that works, a credible system, a system that inspires confidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not too sure if the Conservatives actually have really thought through their amendments. What the Conservatives are doing is they're making the suggestion that we should have a dual system, a system that provides a choice. Justice Arbour would have no doubt reviewed that particular option. She has actually done her homework in the consultations in working with literally hundreds of victims and others to come up with a recommendation that clearly states that it should be a civilian system. My question to the Conservative Party, in particular this member, is Justice Arbour wrong in her recommendation?
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. It would have been interesting for the committee to hear what Justice Arbour had to say, but she refused to come to explain her report because obviously committee members could have asked questions to have a greater understanding of what Justice Arbour would have wanted. We could have changed things, but she refused to come or couldn't, or the government advised her not to come. We don't know. But at the end of the day, the position remains clear, and the Bloc thinks like we do. The military justice system is there. It has gaps. We have to improve them. The civil system is not the system for everything because there's a problem in terms of managing this system. So we could have kept it in the military. That would have been the best thing to do.
Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, who I appreciate greatly, for his speech earlier. In an answer to my question from my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe, the government said how important it is at committees, House committees. We can read everything that is said. And it was on the committee's webpage, and we had access to it as parliamentarians. We can see everything the committee does. But I find it rather surprising that the parliamentary secretary has said how important it is to have parliamentary committees, even though the Liberals aren't even respecting the work that is done at committee by all parliamentarians that are present and from all the witnesses we heard. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the way the government sees things with respect to our parliamentary democracy and how the Liberals are respecting committees, particularly with what's before us today. Honourable member, I'd like to thank my colleague for Lac-Saint-Jean for his excellent question. I think he, like me, he sees this as a denial of our democracy. The Liberals have no respect for our position and the proposals that we made, which were constructive to enhance the legislation, and it was in the interest of all Canadians. And the opposition parties did this together, but the Liberals just pushed them aside. We weren't able to have a rational explanation for this. They just based it on anything.
Comments, the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I first of all want to thank my colleague from Charlesbourg, St. Charles, for his great intervention, as well as his service to Canada as a veteran, as a former commanding officer, whose family, his own son, is in the Royal Canadian Navy. He talks about what we heard at testimony as witnesses. And there is more experts on military justice than just one or two or three justices that have filed reports to the Department of National Defense and to Ministers of National Defense over the last 12 years. We know that some of the ones that we heard at testimony, like the former Director of Military Prosecution, retired Colonel Bruce McGregor, said, taking the choice away from an informed victim is paternalistic and a further disenfranchisement of a victim who has already been rendered powerless by the perpetrator. Does my colleague believe that what the Liberals are doing by not listening to the victims, not listening to keeping in place the amendments that multiple parties here made together in improving Bill C-11 is actually, again, going to empower the perpetrators and undermine the freedom of the victim?
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Jean. 40 seconds. I'd like to thank my excellent question for his question. And yes, the answer is clear. Once again, as I said in my speech, the Liberals are plugging their ears when victims talk. This didn't just happen overnight. We saw this with the criminal code and justice and crime and femicides. They've always closed their ears and their eyes. And on our side, we never understand why this government is turning a blind eye to these victims. They're not looking for true solutions to help victims obtain justice.
Prise du débat. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today for the third reading of Bill C-11. But first, I'd like to note that I'm sorry. Yes, sorry, report stage. Thanks for the clarification to my friend. But I'd first like to note that in also rising for this, my first full speech on a bill in the People's House, I want to note that I do so with pride of having been sent here with the overwhelming support of the people of the Bay of Quinte and the incredible men and women of 8 Wing CFB Trenton. and to represent them in addressing the important issues like the environment and duty to them in their service to the Canadian Armed Forces. And that duty for me, which brings me here today. Oh, Mr. Speaker, my critical component. Oh, my papers are out of order, Mr. Speaker. One moment, please. I'd also like to thank the members of the Standing Committee on National Defense and acknowledge the witnesses, including the brave victims and survivors of sexual assault and misconduct, for their work on this important piece of legislation. Bill C-11 and cultural change is at the heart of the Canadian Armed Forces comes at a significant time for our military. The norms and rules that once ensured Canada's peace and prosperity are being rewritten. The Canadian Armed Forces is operating in a volatile and unpredictable global security environment. As Canada's new government makes a generational investment in our military, including meeting NATO's 2% target, we cannot forget that the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces are the driving force behind our security and safety. The members of the Canadian Armed Forces must be ready for the threats of today and those of tomorrow. A critical component to that readiness is ensuring members have a work environment where they feel safe, protected, and empowered to serve. This is essential to operational effectiveness, productivity, morale, as well as recruitment and retention, Mr. Speaker. Part of these efforts is ensuring the military justice system evolves alongside the culture of the Canadian Armed Forces, and that is aligned with the aims of Canada's civilian criminal justice system, continuing to ensure fairness and accountability for all involved. Bill C-11, first tabled as C-66 in March 2024, as we've heard earlier, was reintroduced as C-11 last fall to amend the National Defense Act. This was to help build trust in the military for our currently serving members and for those who are looking to the CAF as a future career. Bill C-11 proposes a suite of changes to ensure the continued effectiveness, accountability, and alignment of the military justice system with operational needs of the CAF. The legislation is critical to ensure the continued safety and well-being of our people in uniform, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-11 was introduced to address key recommendations brought forward by former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour, as we've heard, and Morris Fish. This included addressing Recommendation 5 of Justice Arbour's Independent External Comprehensive Review report to the Minister of National Defense, delivered in May 2022. This recommendation aimed to remove the Canadian Armed Forces jurisdiction over criminal code sexual assault offenses committed in Canada in the majority of cases from investigation to prosecution and trial of offenses. Of all of Justice Arbour's 48 recommendations, Recommendation 5 is the only one that must be implemented through a legislative amendment to the National Defense Act, which brings us here today. The legislation also sought to address 8 recommendations made by Justice Fish. The recommendations Justice Fish proposed relate to the way in which we appoint key military justice actors like the Canadian Forces Provost Marshal, the Director of Military Prosecutions, and the Director of Defense Counsel Services by making them Governor-in-Council appointments. Justice Fish's report recognized the important role of these military justice actors in ensuring a fair and transparent process for victims and survivors. The legislation would also expand eligibility criteria for military judge appointments to include non-commissioned officers, which would diversify the applicant pool further. In response to another of Justice Fish's recommendations, the proposed legislation would change the title of Canadian Forces Provost Marshal to the Provost Marshal General. This way, the title aligns more closely with the titles of senior designations in the CAF, such as Surgeon General, Chaplain General, Judge Advocate General, and so on. C-11 would also expand the class of people who could make an interference complaint to be addressed by the Military Police Complaints Commission. Further, it would require military police or any other carrying out policing duties or functions under the responsibility of the Provost Marshal General to make such a complaint in certain circumstances. Beyond addressing key recommendations from former Justices Arbour and Fish, C11 would exclude military judges from being subjected to the summary hearing system. This is to reinforce judicial independence. Members of the National Defense Committee heard time and again about the need to reinforce judicial independence to build trust in the system for all involved. Speaking of trust, C11 would expand access to the victim liaison officers under the Declaration of Victims' Rights. That way, an individual acting on behalf of a victim could request that a victim liaison officer be appointed to assist them. Through Bill C11, we have brought forward these proposed amendments to ensure that military justice system grows in tandem with the evolving culture of the Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, the military justice system must continue to function in alignment with our civilian criminal justice system and better respond to the needs of victims and survivors. Canadians expect Canada's military justice system to reflect their values at all times. Bill C11 is an important piece of legislation that does just that. It advances the culture of respect and accountability across all ranks of the defense team, regardless of role, position, or rank. This legislation makes clear our commitment to modernize Canada's military justice system. It makes clear our commitment to address the recommendations from independent external review reports, namely Justice Fish's third independent review and Justice Arbour's independent external comprehensive review. And it makes clear our commitment to the brave and skilled members of our Canadian Armed Forces and their civilian colleagues who serve this country every day. At its core, the Canadian Armed Forces is defined by the people who serve in uniform. They are central to our defense and to our national security. We will continue building a workplace free from harassment, discrimination, and violence for all who serve and defend this country. Mr. Speaker, Bill C11 will pave the way for future statutory, regulatory, and policy amendments that will further evolve military culture and continue to modernize the military justice system. The legislation before us today represents their commitments to modernizing the military justice system and evolving Canada's military culture. We must also continue to strengthen the policies and programs that make a meaningful difference in the lives of those affected by harmful conduct. We are seeking encouraging signs of that today, but our work will not stop with this legislation. This week alone, we saw recruitment of the Canadian Armed Forces hit a 30-year high. This is a remarkable progress, but we cannot stop here. We must ensure we're doing our part to protect our military and civilian members of the defense team who work hard every day to keep us safe. And for that, Mr. Speaker, we are sincerely grateful for everything they do. Merci. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. Now, member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have heard over a number of times that the government is very proud of the increase in signing up within our Canadian Armed Forces. It's a rise of 30%. It's obviously been very low up until this point over the last decade. So I'm just wondering if the member can clarify from what I'm hearing that those numbers are not even beginning to replace the number that are still choosing to leave.
Well, member for Bay Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're indeed encouraged this week at the news of the recruitment numbers. And I can assure the member opposite, and I thank her for her question, that we're hearing reports that the numbers leaving are outstripping the numbers coming in. That I'm assured, and I do not have the exact numbers at my fingertips, but I'm assured that that is in fact a bit misleading, and this is why this is important for this report at report stage. Bill C11 will help us ensure that those people coming in are welcomed into a safe and welcoming and responsible environment for all genders enrolling in the Canadian Armed Forces. So, thank you.
Questions, comments. Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank the member for his insightful comments in regards to C11 and certainly his contribution to the Defense Committee. And during that time, we heard that 36 recommendations by Justice Harbour has been implemented, and that's a tremendous accomplishment and one of the reasons things have improved. However, there is something that experts have said, and I know that the opposition has talked about having choice. And experts that say that is a false choice. Can you elaborate, please?
Again, through the chair, the honourable member for Bay Quinte.
I thank the member for his excellent question. And yes, we did hear quite a bit of discussion on choice at committee. And one thing I would like to acknowledge at this point too, it warms my heart to see members opposite embracing a woman's right to choose in all manners. It is heartening. It was a little bit misleading in the fact that a woman's right to choose was somehow seen as an ideal situation. Mr. Speaker, we have had since 2021, all cases have gone to the civilian system. The actual right to choose, as we've heard, is in fact an obstacle to a woman reporting in some of the testimony that we heard. So while it may have been a feature or an option that some had seen as a very responsible position, we heard much evidence in the opposite. So, thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The right to choose. The member indicated, and I think it was somewhat demeaning, that this only applied to women. Obviously, in the armed forces, there are a lot of issues, and this issue I can attest to from members of the armed forces that are male that have come and spoken with me, that this is as much an issue to them as it is to women. So would he like to retract that statement?
The member of Bay Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, if I misspoke, I sincerely apologize, and there are men and women who have reported cases of abuse. I did not in any way mean to impugn anyone's sexual preferences in that regard.
Brief questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Defence, about 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague on the National Defence Committee for his intervention and his great work on committee. If you'd like to elaborate a little bit about what we heard in terms of members of the Canadian Armed Forces who would not come forward to file complaints out of fear of retribution and fear that their careers would be limited. And that is why we brought forward Justice Arbour's recommendation.
The honourable member for Bay Quinte, a brief response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's an excellent question. And we heard testimony on a different report that we're hearing at Defence yesterday during testimony on francophones in the armed forces. And one of the members who made that, who gave testimony herself, in fact, testified earlier. This was an officer who in Afghanistan was sexually assaulted, but failed to report, Mr. Speaker, because the assailant in this case was a superior officer. So that goes to the crux of why, Mr. Speaker, we are making these changes. It's a reluctance or a fear of reporting because of the chain of command.
Resuming debate. Please débat. The honourable member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say that what the Liberals are doing here with Bill C-11 follows what I would call a really troubling pattern of behaviour towards veterans in Canada, especially when it comes to women veterans. This is the same party that proudly claims to be feminist, but they'll happily disregard what women are advocating for the second that it no longer suits their political agenda. I'll remind everyone in this House that it was the Liberals who propped up Justin Trudeau, the self-proclaimed feminist, who would immediately fire any woman from his caucus who dared to stand up to him. It would appear now that Liberals continue to follow in those footsteps. Much has been said already today, about what we're seeing happen here.
Order. I'll just remind those who are attending not to make comments from the galleries. I'll allow the member for Airdrie Cochrane to resume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to this. We've heard a lot about it already, but clearly, in the Defense Committee, there was a lot of witnesses who came forward, veterans, in particular women veterans, and they talked a lot about the need to have the ability to choose in how the justice that they need to receive would be done. And, Conservatives listened to that. We worked across party lines to be able to see improvements to the bill. And the Liberals didn't seem to listen so much. Seems to be a pattern. They like to pretend that they care. But when it comes right down to it, now they're about to have a majority government that they've done through backroom deals. And then they think that just means, well, now they don't have to work with others and work across party lines or listen to the victims. Instead, they can just ram through the changes they want to see. And so what they're really doing here is they're trying to do what's politically expedient for them, but they're not listening. They're not hearing the concerns that are being addressed. And so, I think back to, I have the honor of serving on the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, fighting for our veterans there. And we had, just a little over a year ago, tabled what I would consider a landmark study on the experiences of women veterans. And that was a study we did over several months. We had about 25 meetings to hear witness testimony. And we heard some testimony from women veterans that is absolutely heartbreaking. And I know it would have been much the same. Many of the same veterans even would have come to speak to the Defense Committee, talking about the experiences they had, whether it be with military sexual trauma, but there was a lot of things, that women veterans have experienced during their time in the Canadian Armed Forces, ill-fitting equipment, things that just aren't designed in our military for our women, and so all of these things that we heard, the Liberals publicly messaged, how important they claimed this study was for them, and how much they cared about this cause. They claimed to care, and in the end, the recommendations that were made, as far as I can tell, the only thing that was really taken up on was the idea of creating a Women's Veterans Council to advise the Minister of Veterans Affairs. But, of course, what we saw since that time was these same women that were appointed to this committee were telling us, that they just weren't being listened to. They were expressing their frustration. They were expressing concern about the fact that they had no access to the Minister of Veterans Affairs, no access to the Government of Canada. They felt like they were simply being used for photo ops or as a showpiece. And in the end, what happened is that despite raising these concerns with the Minister of Veterans Affairs, despite many of us raising them at committee, there were still no efforts being made to listen or address any of the concerns they were trying to raise. And so in January of this year, there was a mass resignation of the majority of the members of the Women's Veterans Council because they claimed they were being ignored. And now we're seeing that very same thing playing out here with the Minister of National Defense. So only after being forced to finally address the issues that plague in the Canadian Armed Forces and driving members from its ranks, frankly, and only after public embarrassment from an Auditor General report, only then did the Liberals decide there was a need to address these issues. And so, as I said, many of these same women veterans that we heard from at Veterans Affairs Committee came forward, bravely came forward to recount their experiences, to talk once again to a parliamentary committee and face that trauma once again that they experienced. And they offered their advice on ways to amend Bill C-11 so that we could ensure that victims of the broken justice system had their voices heard. And of course, the goal was to ensure that the military justice system would learn from its mistakes so that future members of the CAF would not be subjected to the same cruel experiences as they were. And the amendments that were made in the National Defense Committee, they came straight from veterans. And those veterans had been on the receiving end of the failures of the military justice system. And they were the same veterans that the Auditor General reported about and who suffered undue hardship under this system. And once again, the Liberals will pretend that this entire initiative is their own doing, to support women. And but then as soon as they get their majority, they drop the charade and they completely wipe out some of these amendments that came from the very work of these women who came forward. Now, not only is this disrespectful to all of those who came forward and all of those who made themselves vulnerable to try and help future CAF members, but it's also a blatant display of disregard by the Liberal government. It's clear that once again this is just another check the box for them. Rather than to try to fix the issue, it's, you know, some kind of a show of pretending they're doing something. You know, first they sat on this issue for almost 10 years, while the media exposed case after case. And I don't think Canadians are going to forget how long the Liberals buried their heads in the sand to avoid this issue. I don't think they'll forget that. And, you know, I think what's clear now is that they're going to attempt to ram through this legislation. Rather than actually accept the things that were heard, to accept the work that was done across party lines, so that we can actually address the issues in the way that the veterans were calling for it. And the disrespect for veterans doesn't end there. There have been numerous scandals in just the last few years alone where the Liberal government just deliberately continues to ignore what veterans are asking for. I think about the Presence and Absence Monument. Now, for those that don't know about this, this is a monument the Liberals funded, which was supposed to honor those who gave their lives in Afghanistan. But they didn't do their due diligence. They didn't ensure that the project was inspected in the right way, and it was constructed listing the names of many surviving veterans, listing them as killed in action. And then other names of those who actually did lay down their lives and made the ultimate sacrifice were left off of that monument. So you can imagine that the survivors and those family members of those who were killed in action were furious. And you know, we've even had the province of Ontario that put forward a motion, the Veterans Affairs Committee put forward a motion looking just for a simple apology. Nothing. It's a clear pattern. You know, I think about, I speak just briefly, I guess, with the time I do have remaining, about what they're doing in terms of the $4 billion cuts they're making to Veterans Affairs and what that impact is going to have on veterans. And veterans are screaming out because what they're going to see is, in order to get some of their basic benefits, 5-year wait times as a result of some of these cuts to the Bureau of Pension Advocates and other cuts. And it's shocking, and it's disappointing, and it's sad. And you know, it just continues to go on and on and on. And this is just another example where veterans are being ignored, where they're not being listened to, and where they seem to be the last thing that this government thinks about or considers. And you know, it just isn't right. And veterans certainly deserve better, Mr. Speaker. They deserve better. And so, you know, what I would do is I'd say to this government, think about the veterans that came forward and how much courage it must have taken to recount their stories. And what needs to be done is to ensure that those recounting of their stories, the bravery that they showed to come forward and do that, to try and make things better for their fellow future veterans, needs to be honored. And it needs to be honored in a way that involves listening to what was heard and acting upon it, rather than just trying to ram through a piece of legislation and trying to pretend that they've done something, check a box. They need to ensure that these veterans, particularly the women veterans, have their voices reflected in this, and I don't think that's what we're seeing now when they're refusing to accept some of the amendments that have been had. And it's just, I really hope that perhaps after today, listening to some of this, the government will take a step back and say, we need to make sure that we've heard these voices and work with the things that have been done across party lines to make sure that those experiences are reflected in this, and I don't see it now.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Permanent Secretary, the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his intervention. I did listen intently. And in fact, he referenced a report that was tabled by the ACFA Committee in June 2024. I actually participated in that study as well. And what's a little disturbing to me is that report made a recommendation. It was a unanimous recommendation, recommendation 40, that states that the Department of National Defense, in accordance with the many recommendations made in the wake of the Fish and Arbor reports, establish a reporting mechanism outside of the military chain of command, provide victims of military sexual trauma with safe and confidential legal resources, and transfer the jurisdiction to investigate sexual misconduct and prosecute its perpetrators to civilian authorities. This is exactly what Justice Arbor recommended in Recommendation 5, which is exactly what's in C11. So I'm not sure what's the change in heart. We listened to veterans, and this is what they asked for.
Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Well, what I need to remind this member is that what we're hearing and what the committee heard from veterans, from women veterans who have come forward, are saying that they need to have the choice. And that's what the amendments that the government is ignoring are seeking to do. And so, you know, the government can stand up and pretend that they're listening. They can claim that they care. But if they really care, then they'll listen to what was being heard and they will act upon it. And that's what the amendments give the opportunity to do. And this government, the second that they think that they have a majority government and they can do whatever they want, the idea that they would work together to try to work with everyone and do what's in the best interest of veterans, that is just completely thrown out the window the very second they think they don't have to listen anymore.
Questions, comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Yellowhead.
I thank the honourable member for his comments there. In his role as the shadow minister, I'm wondering if he could. He talked a lot about in the committee and that sort of thing, but with his role as the shadow minister, could he actually explain some of the interventions he's had with people outside of committee, that just the regular forces that have come to them in the everyday experiences that he's had back and forth with them?
You know, member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Well, I think if I was really to summarize what I hear from veterans all the time and frequently, it's probably summarized best in the words of the former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau when he told veterans they were asking for more than we can give. That's what veterans feel like they're being told by this government consistently and constantly, that they're asking for more than we can give. And frankly, that is not. We can never give enough. Our veterans who serve this country, who are willing to lay down their lives for this country, deserve to be treated with respect. They deserve to have, what they're entitled to for the service they gave to this country. And right now, they're not seeing it, and they're expressing their alarm.
Questions, comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de l'Épée d'Honneau.
The honourable member for l'Épée d'Honneau.
And thank you for the colleague for his speech across the way. I'd like to hear him on workplace safety. Does he know anywhere in the world where someone who reports a sexual crime gets investigated, prosecuted, and judged by his peers? Does that make any sense to him?
Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Well, I'm not sure that anyone here is suggesting that. But when we talk about workplace safety, let me talk about the workplace that our veterans serve in. Our veterans are willing to lay down their lives for this country. They go and they put themselves in the most difficult positions that any of us could never even imagine. And they do that because the government asks them to do that. And the only thing that they expect in return is that the government takes care of them and listens to what they need. And that is not happening under this government. And it's about time the government start listening to veterans and providing what the veterans deserve.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for l'Épée d'Honneau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always pleased to rise in this House on behalf of the people of l'Épée d'Honneau. Mr. Speaker, today we're debating in the House a bill that is very important to the military community and the Canadian Armed Forces. I would like to begin by thanking the members of the Canadian Armed Forces, veterans and their families for their service to our country. This bill aims to modernise the military justice system and originally incorporated the recommendations from the reports of former Supreme Court Justices Louise Arbour and Maurice J. Fish. These changes are essential to the long-term success of the Canadian Armed Forces and the entire defence team. that continue their important mission of defending Canada and Canadians. The bill implements Recommendation 5 of the former Supreme Court Justice Arbour's report and 8 recommendations from former Supreme Court Justice Fisher's report. Nevertheless, the amendments made by the committee and suggested by opposition members run counter to these recommendations.
I believe all my colleagues in this House will agree with me on the following point. Bringing about lasting and meaningful cultural change within the Canadian Armed Forces must be one of our highest priorities. That's why, in my view, it is crucial to have this debate here so that we can elaborate on the importance of upholding the recommendations of former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour. Today, I will address the importance of Recommendation 5.
En 2022,
In 2022, Ms. Arbour submitted her final report on sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces to the Minister of National Defence. This report, titled Report of the Independent and Comprehensive External Review, contains 48 recommendations focused on reforming the institutional gaps and structural barriers that have allowed the problem to persist.
la recommandation 5 de Mme
Ms. Arbour's Recommendation 5 calls for civilian authorities to have exclusive jurisdiction over criminal code sexual offences alleged against members of the Canadian Armed Forces. I'd like to quote that recommendation. Sexual offences under the Criminal Code should be removed from the jurisdiction of the Canadian Armed Forces. They should be prosecuted exclusively in civilian criminal courts in all cases. When an offence occurs in Canada, it should be investigated by civilian police forces as soon as possible. When an offence occurs outside Canada, the military police may take initial action to secure evidence and begin an investigation, but must contact the civilian law enforcement authorities as soon as possible.
De plus, elle...
Furthermore, she states in her report that I do not envision a permanent transfer process whereby a victim would report a crime to the military police, who would then transfer the case to a civilian police service. Experience with the interim recommendation has shown that this cannot work. She continues, I expect that victims will be encouraged to contact civilian authorities directly, and that this contact will be facilitated by the military police and the Canadian Armed Forces to the extent possible. However, the amendments suggested by opposition parties directly contradict the recommendation. This would make it even more difficult for victims to navigate the justice system due to the complexity of the new procedures included in the bill as amended by opposition parties. The lack of clarity and transparency will have a negative impact on the military justice system and on victims and survivors. Since December 2021, all new charges of sexual offences under the Criminal Code have been brought in the civilian justice system, and none of these offences are tried by the military justice system. And it's working, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Arbour also relied on the results of the consultation on the Victims' Bill of Rights to issue her recommendation number 5. In her report, she notes, common themes in the consultation responses included fear of retaliation, lack of support, shame and embarrassment, systemic issues, protection of the accused, and the fact that the person responsible for handling a complaint is the perpetrator of the offense. Furthermore, a widely held perception, both among those who identify themselves as victims of a military offense and among others, was that the military justice system did not treat victims with dignity and respect. This lack of trust and fear of retaliation were, in fact, issues raised by a large majority of witnesses during committee study of Bill C-11. Let me give you an example of testimony heard in committee. On November 20th, 2025, Ms. Paula MacDonald stated the following during her testimony in committee. When I approached the civilian police, I was told more than once to go back to the military system that had let me down. At the same time, My superiors had reworded my complaints. Explicit references to sexual harassment and abuse of power leading to sexual assault were replaced with allusions to my emotional nature, my hypersensitivity, and mental health issues. Ms. MacDonald continued to say, in my case, the Canadian Armed Forces did not merely mishandle the case, they exploited the military justice system and the grievance process and the complaint process to protect certain members who violated the National Defence Act and silenced me. Their actions constitute abuses of state power against which the Charter is supposed to protect us. It's precisely for this reason that it is urgent to implement the reforms proposed by Bill C-11 and to make a real transition to having sexual assault complaints handled by an independent civilian body. This is essential to ensure the rule of law within the Canadian Armed Forces. If the Canadian solution is to transfer cases to the civilian system, and it appears that this is the case, as advocated by the 3 Supreme Court justices who are experts in the administration of justice, then that is what we must do. I think it is quite clear that there is a lack of trust in the military justice system regarding sexual offense cases. That's why the defense team has implemented the majority of Ms. Arbour's recommendations, and we must do the same for her 5th recommendation. Mr. Speaker, this bill should establish a clear framework for investigating and addressing allegations of sexual misconduct in order to foster an environment of accountability and justice. This is not the case with the amendments proposed by the opposition parties to remove Ms. Arbour's 5th recommendation from Bill C-11. We're encouraged by the positive changes in the culture defense these recent years. C-11 and the amendments it seeks to codify in the National Defence Act represent a crucial step toward strengthening that trust and ensuring the sustainability of this change. Those who serve our country risk everything for us. In return, we owe them our unreserved and unconditional support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Millville.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate, having listened and read a lot of the testimony, that what the member has just mentioned about the concerns of one of those witnesses is absolutely true. And yet, at the same time, I'm going to quote Donna Van Leusden. For many years, survivors in the Canadian Forces had limited or flawed options, but they still had options. Under this bill, for criminal code sexual offenses committed in Canada, survivors are given none. And she goes on to indicate that it should not be an either or, but a both and. We know that victims come from different perspectives, and what the government has done is chosen what is best and most applicable and appreciated by themselves and the Canadian Armed Forces. It removes it from the very place where the issues are being done. And they
I have to interrupt the member to give a chance for a member de l'EPI now to respond.
Merci, Président. Merci à...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. My answer is that 14,000 people were interviewed by Justice Arbour, and people did not want this to stay in the military system. Now, culture change is coming along slowly but surely, but not enough for victims to be treated within the military justice system without fear of retaliation and fear that their case will not be heard properly and adequately. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's my question for the member across the way, who I congratulate on his speech. It's always positive to be aware of the issues and the debate at hand. That said, though he has taken an interest in this and studied it, he was not part of committee study. Members in committee did very thorough work. Bloc members and Conservative members suggested amendments, which are now before the House. And this is not the first time that this has happened. We've seen this with other bills. The government says that they want to work as a team, they want to collaborate, but then once a bill ends up before the House, they reject all these amendments, and that does not bode well for when we have a government majority in committee. So will we truly have collaboration and cooperation? I doubt it. The Honourable Member for Les Pays-du-Haut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a member of the National Defence Committee and have been since I was elected, and I'm happy to be a committee member. I heard all C11 witness testimony. Some witnesses did wish to have that choice, but the overwhelming majority of victims and witnesses said that they don't trust the military justice system. They don't trust that they will lead cases adequately within the military justice system and would prefer the civilian justice system, which has been the case for a few years. For a few years now, all sexual assault cases have been heard by civilian courts. It's working very well. We don't understand why we would go backwards. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his work on the National Defence Committee. My colleague talked about victims of sexual assault. Judge Arber's recommendation number 5 was based on the fact that she heard victims, she heard witnesses, and made this recommendation, which was also a recommendation in the Veterans Affairs report. Can he tell us what witnesses said in committee? The Honourable Member for Les Pays-du-Haut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question, and I thank her for her service to the military. I come from a military family, and we appreciate her 2 sons' service. We heard witnesses. Most of them don't want their case to be made public. They don't want the public to hear all about what they've experienced. So we need to really consider everything that Judge Arber heard. She heard from 14,000 people. That's a significant amount, so we should take it all seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have no experience in the military, and I don't serve on National Defense Committee. So why am I here? Well, I do serve on the Standing Committee for Veterans Affairs. I've been there since 2015. As a matter of fact, I'm the matron of the committee. I'm the only one that's been there this entire time, outlasting a decade's worth of 10 ministers and different members every time the government has had an election. I've experienced everything on that committee in my heart and in my mind with all of those who have come to share their stories and to share their concerns. And I am standing here today simply on behalf of the survivors of military sexual trauma in whatever form. We did a study of women in the military, and out of that study came the report, Silent No More. They spoke of their experiences, and I have to say, there's no other way to hear what this government should be doing than to sit down and not just read the report, but sit down and watch and listen to every one of those individuals who took the risk and were brave and courageous to come and share exactly what has happened to them within the military. And so, I'm hearing about the concerns that it was so devastating and it wasn't treated properly. So we're going to move it all over to civilian court. These women know what's happening here because they're not being heard, they're not being respected, because they do not want to have everything shifted over to the civilian court. And there are reasons for that that are rational and were shared at this committee, and they are being completely ignored. Why? Why? Because this government wants it to go away. They want our national defense to be able to function without this in the rearview mirror. That is not what the survivors want. They want the option to do it in civilian court, take their perpetrator to court, or within the military as an option. And as a matter of fact, if you read all of C11, there were good reasons there and means to also give them the choice to move between the two. This is not complicated. It can be done. And every member that has been attacked in some way should have the opportunity to have that choice. You know, out of that same report, Silent No More, a recommendation came forward to have a Women's Veterans Council. It was announced on December 2nd, 2024. I was at the installation ceremony for the members that were chosen and celebrated the creation of the council that spring. But you know, they joined a plethora of advisory councils that have had minimum input, minimum impact on the decision-making of this government. Believing that their contribution would be different, they were excited, and then time went by. I attended a major conference where they were represented there, and they were praised for their participation and input in making this conference take place. I later learned from a number of them, that's just word salad. We were not consulted. Okay? So, January 14th, 2026, a letter of resignation. 6 out of the 12, 5 out of 8 Canadian Armed Forces members put their letter of resignation in because they saw none of what they expected to have happen on that group. And this was what they said. Today, more than ever, we believe in the importance of coming together, speaking collectively, and demanding accountability. Meaningful change will not come from symbolic structures or performative consultations, but from clear institutional commitment, dedicated and transparent funding, and mechanisms that genuinely recognize lived experience as expertise. And this is something over my decade plus on that committee that I've come to realize. They are always considered, but they are never recognized as experts in what they present at that committee. And we're seeing that again today in the way that they're being responded to. In response to C11 in its original form, concerns actually came to light at an appreciation event for women who served in the Canadian Armed Forces, including those who contributed to the study, that was sponsored and put on by the Liberal women who are MPs on Veterans Affairs Standing Committee. I wasn't formally invited, but I showed up. And it was there that they expressed openly, we're not happy with C11. It's not going to do what we need it to do. And so I had the opportunity to represent them and talk to my colleagues in National Defense. They listened. This government is not listening. As a matter of fact, they're being punitive to the very people that they should be supporting. So I'm just going to quote a couple of the individuals that I've come to know and be good friends with. I love their tenacity, their grit, their truthfulness, and the fact that they don't see themselves as victims. They are survivors, and they love the armed forces. Their biggest desire is to see this gone, but they don't believe that that can happen if suddenly there is no accountability. And we know that the chain of command is culpable here. They are part of the problem. And I get the rationale, but it's not right. And it's punitive to the very people that this government should be supporting. So I'm going to quote Donna Van Leusden. For many years, survivors in the Canadian Forces, had limited or flawed options, but they still had options. Under this bill for criminal code sexual offenses committed in Canada, survivors are given none. Everything has to go directly to civilian police and civilian courts, regardless of what the survivor needs, prefers, or feels safe with. That is not trauma-informed. That creates trauma. That's sanctuary trauma. And there is no survivor-centered, and it is not survivor-centered. And it may offer less flexibility than the military system ever did. She was involved in actually putting together a program that they could have function within the Canadian Armed Forces, and they were even doing tests and it was working. There are a lot of members of the Canadian Armed Forces that have seen what's gone on and didn't want to be part of that, don't want to be part of that, and looked forward to having this as an option. It was shut down. And then I'm going to quote Christine Wood, who was the one that bravely at that meeting of the committee and veterans said, we're not happy with C-11, and she explained why. She said, I'm absolutely opposed to the transfer of military sexual offenses to the civilian justice system. I support the creation of an independent system of justice for sexual crimes within the military. So we have different views, don't we? But it's not an either or, it's a both and. She went on to say, I support it because the CAF must uphold its own good order and discipline. That responsibility is essential for transparency and accountability. Limiting survivors to a single pathway to justice weakens our agency rather than strengthening it. We want choices. To be clear, I'm not defending the status quo. The military justice system failed me too. But replacing one system that's broken with another system that's completely and consistently failing victims of sexual offenses does not create justice. It simply relocates the problem and removes CAF's responsibility for fixing it. Transferring all criminal code sexual offenses will, in my view, increase the number of high harm incidents. And this is important. Low-level sexual misconduct must be both reported and pursued because these are the early warnings of a toxic, sexualized culture. Requiring a young, newly enrolled CAF member to walk into an RCMP detachment to report a low-level incident is unrealistic, and it will suppress reporting. Speaker, survivor autonomy is one of the strongest predictors of recovery after institutional betrayal, and sexual trauma. Bill C-11 risks creating a system where survivors feel processed through the justice system rather than empowered within it. And that quote, as well, is from Heather Vandenneer. This is wrong, and it's going to cause more problems than it fixes. Thank you.
Before we move to questions and comments, the member has a device on her desk that was buzzing, and it was interfering sometimes with interpretation. So the member could just move it away. The buzzing doesn't sound very loud near her, but it's quite loud here, and I could hear it. The interpreters was even louder, so we could do that. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Justice Arbour came up with a recommendation where it is transferred over to the civilian process. A previous standing committee of the House in which the member would likely have voted for that particular report. And she indicated that she did, that it does exactly what it is that this legislation currently does, or is purporting to do. The question I have for the member is the Justice Arbour, who would have met with literally hundreds of victims, and combined, you're probably talking well over 1,000 people directly, indirectly, I believe did her homework. Based on the expertise that she brought to the table and the people she consulted with, she came up with this recommendation. Does the member believe that Justice Arbour is wrong in her recommendation?
Honourable Member for York and Melville.
Well, I thank the member for the question, and the tone in which he presented it to me was appreciated as well. I voted for the report. When you vote for that report, you are saying to all of those individuals who are suffering, we are here and we are hearing you and we want to see change. I voted for that recommendation at that time. And over time, these same individuals who gave testimony there had time to process. And you know, it's interesting that what ended up being the recommendation in that report is also the recommendation that was put forward by that one individual. There were others that have done excellent work too, and it needs to be changed. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for l'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's 2026. The first allegations against General Vance took place in 2015 when the Harper government, rather than action, gave him a promotion. Since then, we've had the Arbour Deschamps fish reports, and we're still discussing this crisis in military justice in Canada. So I have two questions. First, I'd like to know why all governments under Harper, Trudeau, and even today's government have not really worried about this. And I'd like to know my colleague's opinion. Why has this government refused to consider the Bloc's amendment to give the victim a choice between facing military justice or civil justice in circumstances where these victims can see their trust eroded in the current system?
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Yes, thank you so much, Speaker, and thank you for the question. And I appreciate the fact that nothing around here moves the way I would make it move if I was in charge. Kathy for Prime Minister. No, quite happy to not be. That being said, the reality is that, yes, politics interfere often, and I think the member knows that as well from even where he sits. That being said, I forget the second part of the question. Oh, why? Right. Why in the world has this happened? That's a really good question, and that doesn't get asked often enough. I firmly believe that the reason that all of this excellent opportunity to give our veterans the best chance to change the culture of the armed forces has been denied them because it is more politically expedient to this government to make it go away. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cochin, Malhett, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her thoughtful and heartful words. We may hear the party opposite continually refer to the Arbor report, yet much has changed since then, whether it's the mandatory duty to report, access to the SMSRC, or military members at the time did not have access to victim liaison services or independent legal support. So I was wondering if my colleague could explain why the party opposite continues to refer to the Arbor report, who did not testify at committee, and fails to refer to the supportive Deschamps and Fish reports that do support choice for military sexual trauma.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Yes, well, I really appreciate that question. I actually wrote down on my paper cherry picking, not choosing to look at the broad picture of what is being presented to them on behalf of veterans who have suffered military sexual trauma and will continue to suffer under the CAF until things improve and there's changes made that truly need to be made.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Milton East, Halton Hills South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we are debating a piece of legislation that is very important to the military community and the Canadian Armed Forces. I begin by thanking the members of the Canadian Armed Forces, veterans and their families for their service to Canada. As Canada's new government rearms, rebuilds and reinvests in the Canadian Armed Forces, it is critical that we start with our people. Our work to attract, recruit and retain members of the Canadian Armed Forces requires a safe, healthy work environment where our forces can thrive, grow and contribute. The changes proposed in this legislation are essential to the long-term success of the Canadian Armed Forces and the entire defence team, which continue their important mission of defending Canada and Canadians. Bill C-11 aims to modernize the military justice system and incorporate the recommendations from two external reports from former Supreme Court Justices Louise Arbour and Morris J. Fish. The bill implements 9 recommendations in total, including Recommendation 5 of former Supreme Court Justice Arbour's report and 8 recommendations from former Supreme Court Justice Fish's report. At present, the amendments made by members of the opposition during study at the Standing Committee on National Defence run counter to the Supreme Court Justice's recommendations. I believe that all my colleagues in this House will agree with me on the following point. Bringing about lasting and meaningful cultural change within the Canadian Armed Forces must be one of our highest priorities, free from politicization and partisanship. Canadians expect us to take culture change in the military seriously. And members of the Canadian Armed Forces expect us to take culture change seriously, too. I'll take some time to go through the changes that Bill C-11 aims to implement from Justice Arbour's work. In 2022, Justice Arbour submitted her final report on sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces to the Minister of National Defence. This report, known as the Report of the Independent and Comprehensive External Review, or ICER, contains 48 recommendations focused on reforming the institutional shortcomings and structural barriers that have allowed the problem of sexual misconduct in the CAF to persist. As the legislation was introduced last fall, before amendments made in committee, Bill C-11 proposes to transfer all criminal code sexual misconduct offences committed in Canada from the military police to the civilian police. This is Justice Arbour's fifth recommendation in action. As Justice Arbour laid it out, the goal is to remove these offences from the jurisdiction of the Canadian Armed Forces, putting the investigations and the prosecution of offenders in the hands of civilian authorities. Moreover, this recommendation fulfills our promise to victims and survivors that they can have confidence that their cases will continue to be handled fairly and with transparency outside, Mr. Speaker, of the military chain of command. This change and others proposed through C-11 complement programs, services, and initiatives already in place to make sure that survivors receive the support and the guidance they need to help them through the difficult process they face, often alone. Before going into further amendments made at the committee stage, I'll take a moment to discuss the existing supports that are available through the Canadian Armed Forces programs and to illustrate how Bill C-11 is yet another piece of the puzzle in supporting victims and survivors. The Canadian Armed Forces Sexual Misconduct Support and Response Centre is a key tool for victims and survivors. Also within this centre is the Community Support for Sexual Misconduct Survivors Grant program. This program extends the support offered through the centre into the communities it serves, increasing collaboration between national defence and third-party community-based organizations. These organizations can, in turn, provide valuable support for survivors and have the capacity and expertise to provide support to those affected by military sexual trauma. These essential resources complement the centre's other offerings, ensuring that survivors can access support anywhere in the country, when and where and how it is needed most. Through peer support programs, survivors can share their experiences and support one another in groups that include mental health practitioners and trained peer supporters with their own experience of sexual misconduct or military sexual trauma. While these programs and tools can help survivors cope with the experience of sexual misconduct or trauma, it is equally important to support them through the complex and difficult process of pursuing justice. Many survivors have said that the justice system makes them feel excluded or even victimized all over again. This is one of the driving forces behind the changes to the military justice system proposed in C-11. I'll speak briefly to Bill C-11's journey through committee. Justice Arbour's Recommendation 5, the recommendation to transfer all criminal code sexual misconduct cases from the military police to the civilian police, is at the heart of Bill C-11. However, the amendments proposed by the opposition parties at the committee stage run directly counter to this recommendation. The opposition amendments will make it even more difficult for victims to navigate the justice system due to the complexity of the new procedures included in the bill as amended by the opposition parties. Moreover, the lack of clarity and transparency will have a negative impact on the military justice system and on victims and survivors. It is important to remember that an interim directive to implement Recommendation 5 by transferring cases until legislation passed has been in place since December 2021. That means that since December 2021, all new charges of sexual offenses under the Criminal Code have been brought in the civilian justice system, and none of these offenses are tried by the military justice system. Bill C-11 proposes to solidify this interim directive and make it permanent, just as Justice Arbour recommended. However, opposition amendments propose to reverse this directive, reject Justice Arbour's recommendation, and in fact go backwards. Victims and survivors of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces deserve clarity and transparency, not steps backwards. It is clear that the interim directive and the spirit of Justice Arbour's Recommendation 5 have been making a tangible, clear, and meaningful difference over the past 5 years. Since December 2021, every single new criminal code sexual misconduct case that occurred in Canada has been successfully transferred to the civilian system. This means that every new case is being prosecuted in a manner that is fair, that is transparent, that inspires trust in the system for the victim. Bill C-11 will take the final necessary step to make this lasting reality and ensure that all cases will once and for all go through the civilian court system. Any attempts or suggestions of overturning this, stalling this, or blocking this progress from continuing is a disservice to the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces. Bill C-11 will ensure that victims and survivors of criminal code sexual misconduct will have fair, transparent process without any real or perceived influence from their chain of command. Mr. Speaker, over the past few years, I've watched as the Canadian Armed Forces have undergone a period of cultural evolution and change. Like many Canadians and many of my colleagues, I'm encouraged by the positive and forward-looking changes that have been made. I know that building trust and confidence in our military justice system is a critical element in ensuring that change continues and endures. The proposed changes in Bill C-11 will modernize the military justice system, in particular, how that system handles cases of criminal code sexual misconduct. Thank you, merci.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd suggest that my colleague not use chain of command until they understand what it means. People are removed from the chain of command today and put into the JAG system, or at least they were previous to this. I want to quote from Dr. Karen Breek, who is a former officer in the Canadian Forces and also a medical officer. And she testified saying, first, the military of 2025 has changed. Today, the chain of command has extensive awareness and training. The Sexual Misconduct Support and Resource Center is fully operational. Victims' rights legislation is in force. Independent legal and victim support exists. What evidence still shows that the civilian system remains the best way forward? I wonder if my colleague could comment on one of the victims who said much the same thing as...
To interrupt the member to give a chance for the member for Milton East, Halton Hill South to respond.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly we give great weight to the testimony of victims and to the good doctor that my colleague referenced. I would note that Justice Arbour, who has a long and illustrious career in the judicial system, as well as being recognized as an international champion of human rights, carried out a very extensive investigation and report in which she consulted hundreds, possibly close to 1,000 witnesses, and she stated through her review that she still found deeply deficient culture within the military, and she had seen no meaningful improvements. So I would defer to Justice Arbour's recommendation.
Good answer. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher-les-Patrettes-Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked one of her colleagues a question earlier. I was just sitting next to her, and I got a bit of an answer, but it wasn't really full. So I'd like to hear what she has to say. On several occasions, we had bills that we've worked at seriously at committee, both from members from my party and other members of the official opposition. We made amendments. We brought them to the House. We worked in good faith. We heard from witnesses. We did really extensive work. And then we've seen that once we got to the chamber, the Liberals pushed all this away and just ignored these amendments. So does this announce how the government plans to manage its minority? Does it reflect that? The Honourable Member.
I am not a member of the committee at which this was studied. I am, however, a lawyer, and I've worked in the space of intimate partner violence and violence against women. So the perspective I bring is my own. As far as working through amendments in committees, this is something that I believe every member of Parliament who's elected wants to do in good faith at all times. That does not necessarily mean that other colleagues across the aisle will get the result they want every time.
Good answer. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention and her incredible support for members of the Canadian Armed Forces. She mentioned that she's a lawyer and has worked in this kind of field, and I'd like to ask her if she knows of any other workspace where an employee who is a victim of sexual assault would have to report that sexual assault to their employer and have it investigated by their own employer.
The Honourable Member for Milton East, Halton Hill South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what my colleague has asked really goes to the crux of what Justice Arbour found in her report. I would say no, I do not know of any other situation where a victim would potentially have to come forward to superiors or have the case heard within a workplace. And I think we have to be very cautious. I know my opposition colleagues have been talking about options, but we have to be cautious about weighing options and certainty. And we have to be very cautious that we do not underestimate the potential of the pressure or coercion that a victim may be subjected to by superiors within the workplace to have their complaint heard, in this example, in a military court, because there could actually be more favorable conditions to the accused in that situation. That's something we have to be very cognizant of. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Vernon Lake Country, Monash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-11, when it first came to National Defense Committee, was meant to transfer sexual assault cases from the military to the civilian justice system. It was not supposed to be a controversial bill. It arose because of the need to address sexual assault in the military. All of us in this House, I believe deep down, have the best interests of Canadians in heart, and as a former officer, this bill matters to me. All of us in this room value the strength and dedication of our troops, but not one of us wants to see greater physical strength turned against our own. I have another personal reason for taking this bill seriously. I have a daughter who recently earned a university degree and a civilian pilot's license, and she has recently applied to the Canadian Armed Forces to fly as a pilot in defense of our country. Those of us who are fathers of daughters in this House will understand all too well the deep rage that wells up at the mere thought of someone doing harm to our daughters. And so I want to assure this House that I take this bill very seriously indeed, and I really mean what I'm about to say. And those of us who have sons should be aware that because of the higher number of men serving, 40% of sexual assault cases involve male victims. Like all of us, Mr. Speaker, I had heard years of horror stories involving sexual predation in the military, and I assumed, after having listened to the media, that this bill would be sort of a rubber stamp because everyone would want it. I assumed the victims of sexual predation in the military would want to stay far away from anybody in uniform. I assumed the victims would believe they get a better shake in an inherently less structured and more liberal civilian justice system. I thought the victims would associate the military with the crime and understandably believe that if their case were tried in the military, somehow chain of command could influence the outcome, even though it has nothing to do with actual chain of command. And the Liberals told us that victims of criminal sexual assault would be too traumatized to choose between a civilian investigation and a military investigation. It was best, according to the Liberals, if the state chose for them. This sounded a little bit like the old TV show Fathers Knows Best. When we first started this investigation, I had no reason to believe that the victims would want anything to do with the military system, so I let it go. I think there are all sorts of other problems with this bill that we fixed with other amendments, and I'm sure my colleagues will address those, but I want to talk specifically about the importance of choice. Like I said, I had assumed that no one would object to moving the crime into the civilian system. I was shocked. I was surprised. I was surprised at the response of the academics, of the military, of the civilian police, but I was truly shocked at the response of the victims. We talked to academics. One professor pointed out that the conviction rate for sexual offenses wasn't very high in the military system. Another academic, former JAG officer Rory Fowler, responded if the object were a high rate of conviction, perhaps Canada should emulate the North Korean justice system. He said quite likely that the reason for a low rate of conviction was an excellent defense team available in the military and referenced a recent high-profile case in which a JAG lawyer, Major Francesca Ferguson, supplied quality defense for a private falsely accused right up to the Supreme Court. Rory Fowler argued that the culture in the military had changed radically over the years. Mr. Speaker, back in the 1990s and earlier in this century, high-profile cases of sexual predation drew national attention and a real problem with sexual assault and the way it was handled in the military justice system. As a result, the government reacted and ordered high-level independent reviews of the military's handling of sexual assault in the military. The Deschamps report came out 11 years ago, and the Fish and Arbor report followed it. They all had ideas for change, and the Arbor report had 48 recommendations, including steering victims toward the civilian justice system. But, Mr. Speaker, the problems in the military hadn't just kicked off a few reports, like most government studies. They also kicked off significant institutional culture change within the military. The senior leaders in the CAF didn't just treat the Arbor and Fish reports as annoyances that had to be suffered through, they treated them as a new mission. By late last year, the CAF had actioned all 48 of the Arbor report recommendations and were still actively engaged in culture change. Mr. Speaker, culture change is much faster in a top-down chain of command. When the organization is built around instant obedience, instant cultural change can change very quickly when it comes from the top in a sincere effort. Next, we listened to the defense and prosecution teams from the military, and they argued the studies that the bill was responding to were out of date or no longer applied to current military culture. They said they had both the know-how and the professionalism to handle the job. In fact, they said they were surprised to learn that the Liberals intended to remove jurisdiction because the CAF had made sweeping changes and spent enormous effort reforming the system. They also said the culture in the CAF had changed. So we've got two bodies of experts who say the culture has changed. Then we listened to victims of sexual assault in the military. These brave soldiers rose above the crimes that were done to them. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed part of it here. Then we listened to the civilian police who told us that although they had the capability, they no longer had the capacity to absorb yet more work, especially in locations with military bases close by. One such police officer, police chief, told us that the witnesses might be scattered in redeployments to other jurisdictions or Canada internationally. She said a case in those circumstances would be almost impossible for her department to investigate. Then we listened to the victims of sexual assault in the military. These brave soldiers rose above the crimes that were done to them and were brave enough to testify in front of the nation in hopes that what had happened to them wouldn't happen to others. Their testimony shocked me. These are the very people I thought would have the strongest desire to stay out of the military system. The vast majority insisted that they wanted a choice. For various reasons, they wanted a choice. After numerous victims spoke, it became obvious that the victims wanted choice. So we cooperated with the bloc member on committee to amend an outdated Liberal motion into one that every stakeholder, from victim to investigator, wanted. Our amendments gave the victims choice. Dr. Karen Breek, a former medical officer in the CAF and a victim of sexual assault, put it to us succinctly. First, the military of 2025 has changed. Today, the chain of command has extensive awareness and training. The Sexual Misconduct Support and Resource Center is fully operational. Victims' right legislation is in force. Independent legal and victim support exists. What evidence still shows that the civilian system remains the best way forward? Okay, Mr. Speaker, so far so good. We added the amendments. But late Friday afternoon, the Minister of National Defence tabled C11 at report stage. But instead of our amended bill, and in defiance of civilian lawyers, civilian police, military police, and even the victims themselves, came into this House and stripped all our amendments off the bill. Why? Because now the artificial Liberal majority can just stiff our soldiers and download the problem onto lower levels of government. They aren't doing it to help our soldiers, they're doing it to push the problem off the federal plate. Once it's there, they just don't have to worry about it anymore. I appeal to my fellow veterans and to the MPs on the other side of the aisle. Listen careful to what one of our own veterans, and yes, I'm looking at you, sir, say about this. This bill, if stripped of all the amendments asked for by victims, cannot be claiming to put people first. This bill, without the amendments, is not about making life easier for uniformed members. It is about making life easier for politicians. This is a very different thing, and it is frankly dishonorable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say that I would fundamentally disagree with the member's assessment. I think that he undervalues the many discussions of that Justice Arbour would have had with victims. We're not talking about a few dozen, we're talking about hundreds, directly and indirectly through the Canadian Forces and the Justice, we're talking into the thousands. And I believe that the Conservative Party has marginalized those victims. There is a reason why Justice Arbour, no doubt, came with the recommendation when she did. My question to the member is, why is it now that the Conservatives, because I can't recall the Conservatives ever asking a question that contradicted the recommendation that Justice Arbour brought forward. I cannot recall. It's been there for 4 years. Has this member, any Conservative, asked a question on that?
The Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank you. The member knows very well, having been a veteran himself, or is a veteran himself, knows very well that in the military, from a top-down chain of command, culture can change very, very fast because it is an order-based society. And the Arbour report is several years old, and culture has not, it didn't stop and wait for the Arbour report to be done and then start implementing things. Right away, it started the culture change, and you know that very well. And you know that if you go back...
Interrupt the member. You have to speak through the chair, not directly to the other member. I'll let the member finish.
My apologies. The member, if the member is acquainted with the military today, he knows very well that culture has radically changed in a very short period of time.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I said it earlier. The first allegations against General Vance started in 2015. The Harper government promoted him. It's been going for over 10 years. We're now 2026. There was the Arbour report, the Fish report, the Deschênes recommendations. And today, in the bill we have before us, the government is ignoring an important recommendation of Arbour. We have to allow a victim the choice. Either they go to military or civilian courts. They need to have the choice. When I asked a question to the Liberals saying, why did you ignore that amendment that was adopted by the committee, the answer we got from the Liberals is simply, well, it's all great to work, but sometimes you don't always get what you get. You don't always get what you want. So what does that tell us about how the government thinks about victims?
Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank the member very much for that question. The Liberals have put to us that we should remove choice because victims are going to be too traumatized after an assault to actually make a choice. And to me, this reminded me of the 19th century idea that women became hysterical and really had to be directed and taught by men because they really, when they became hysterical, they weren't capable of making, good chances. I find this paternalistic, insulting to the women who are victims. And frankly, I find it this simply throwing out the Arbour report as if it concretizes their point. It doesn't. What it says is it allows tends to push people toward the civilian system, but doesn't make it mandatory.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton, Melville.
Speaker, I really appreciated what my colleagues spoke to in regard to how things have already progressed and moved along, and that has been giving something that this party doesn't like to appreciate, hope to a lot of those survivors. And I just had an interaction with one of those survivors who is in absolute tears because she sees and knows how many of her colleagues she is going to have to help, because she said they will say life is over. And they're going to be added to those numbers that have lost their lives because of this and not survived. What would he have to say to that?
The Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
This bill, in its original intent, and the reason that the amendments were stripped off, is simply to help the government, because the government has to deal with these problems when they arise, and if they get it off their plate and dump it into the municipal police force or into the provincial courts, they don't have to deal with it anymore. Now it's somebody else's problem. So I don't see how they can keep a straight face and keep saying Arbour, Arbour, Arbour over as if this means something. It doesn't. The victims want choice.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin my remarks by recognizing the critical role that Canadian Armed Forces play. Every single member of the Canadian Armed Forces makes a commitment to serve this country. They step forward with a willingness to protect others and often at great personal cost and sacrifice. And because of that, we as members of Parliament have a responsibility to make sure that the systems around them, especially the justice system around them, work in the way that they're supposed to work, that there's equality, that there's fairness, and that there is justice. Because when these systems don't work, the consequences are very serious. They affect individuals, they affect people's confidence in the institution, and ultimately, they affect the strength of the Canadian Armed Forces as a whole. At a time when the world is changing and when we can't always rely on the same assumptions that we used to, it is even more important now, more than ever, that Canadians strengthen its own defense capacity. And that includes making sure that the members of the Canadian Armed Forces can rely on the systems around them to create a safe workspace for them as well. Because the strength of our armed forces is not just about capability. It's also about whether the people serving in it have the confidence in the institution itself. And that's where Bill C-11 comes in. Over the past several years, we have heard directly from survivors of sexual misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces. And what we have heard has always been consistent. The system wasn't always clear. Accountability was difficult to navigate, and in too many cases, people lost trust in the process. Mr. Speaker, the issue has been examined closely, including through the independent review led by former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour. Her findings pointed to a clear problem with how sexual misconduct cases were being handled with the military justice system. In particular, she spoke to the impact this has on trust and morale with the Canadian Armed Forces and the need for a more consistent and reliable approach. One of her key recommendations was that the criminal code sexual offenses should be handled in the civilian justice system. Bill C-11 follows through with that recommendation. What Bill C-11 does, in practical terms, is provide clarity. It sets out the criminal code sexual offenses committed in Canada involving members of the Canadian Armed Forces to be investigated and prosecuted within the civilian system. And that clarity is important. It means individuals are not left navigating uncertainty. It means cases are not delayed by questions of jurisdiction. And it means that there is a consistent approach to how these serious matters are handled. It is also important to recognize that the direction is already being followed in practice. Since 2021, these cases have been proceeding through the civilian system. What Bill C-11 does is ensure that this approach is clearly established and consistently applied moving forward. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-11 also introduces stronger, practical measures to ensure that victims are not left navigating the system all alone by themselves. For example, it establishes victim liaison officers who will support victims throughout the process, including during the transfer of cases between military and civilian authorities. It also expands access to these supports to individuals acting on the victim's behalf, ensuring continuity and guidance at every stage. It improves access to information by strengthening obligations to inform victims and witnesses of their rights, including in relation to publication bans, and ensuring that their wishes are considered in the entire process. Importantly, it clarifies that victims can speak about their own experiences while still protecting the identity of others when required. Another important aspect of Bill C-11 is to focus on independence. It takes steps to strengthen how key roles within the military justice system are structured and appointed, so that decisions are made free from real or perceived influence from chain of command. And that really matters, because confidence in the system depends not only on outcomes, but on whether people believe the process itself is fair and independent. Mr. Speaker, the opposition has put forward amendments that would reintroduce a degree of flexibility between the military and civilian systems, including allowing cases to move between jurisdictions. However, that approach to me raises real concerns. It would add unnecessary complexity to an already difficult process, create the potential for delays, and place a greater burden on individuals at a time when clarity is most needed. It is also not a trauma-informed approach, unfortunately. It asks individuals, often in the immediate aftermath of harm and of trauma, to make complex decisions about how their case should proceed. What we've heard, Mr. Speaker, is clear. People are not asking for more complexity. They're asking for a system that works. Bill C-11 is one part of a broader effort to address long-standing concerns within the Canadian Armed Forces. It's about making sure that every member of our armed forces can serve with dignity in an environment that reflects the values that we expect as Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'm just now coming from the Embassy of Indonesia, where we were celebrating Ms. Kartini's influence in equality of opportunity for women, not just in Indonesia, but across the world. And that's exactly it. What Bill C-11 does for our community, for the Canadian Armed Forces, is make sure that women and men that have faced sexual violence, sexual misconduct, have the ability to take various approaches towards justice, to make sure that their harms are acknowledged and that they are rectified, to make sure that the workplace that they operate in, which is already a very high-stress one, is one that they can actually function in, one where their services are valued, where their services actually are contributions to the growth and to the progress of Canada. The Canadian Armed Forces provide a very, very important role within our country and across the world. And we need to make sure, through all the measures that are available to us, through all the tools that are available to us, that our men and women that are serving have the ability to be able to serve effectively. With that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I do support this legislation, and I really hope that all members in this House do the same, and that this bill, along with all of the other bills that we have moved forward in these past few months with respect to sexual misconduct here with Bill C-11, whether it is Bill C-16 to really combat coercive controlling behavior, whether it is bail reforms and criminal code reforms across our country, that we see the fast passage of this bill so that Canadian Armed Forces members that are impacted by this have that swift justice that they are requiring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to questions from members.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, we're hearing an awful lot about Justice Abor and her report. It was made in 2022, and a lot of time has passed, and a lot of improvements have been made. And when you make a report like that, I would think that that justice would want to come forward to committee and share the rationales, whether they're still effective or if there needs to be change. And for some reason, she did not show up at all. Can the member articulate as to why someone in that position would not show up to committee to give their input?
Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One thing that I'm really a big fan of is efficiency. The Justice put in her time, her effort, and she made some very significant contributions to this issue. I think that it is now incumbent upon us as members of Parliament to now move forward judiciously on this bill and make sure that it provides the necessary support in the most efficient, most fast way to our Canadian Armed Forces as possible, and really contributes to the improvement of our justice system in general. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Les Pays d'en Haut.
The Honourable Member for Les Pays d'en Haut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. Can she tell us how important it is to trust and have confidence in the justice system that one relies on when one is a victim of sexual trauma?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, through you, for that very important question. When victims are facing sexual misconduct, sexual violence, it is so important to have a trauma-based response, because going through the justice system re-victimizes, re-emphasizes the challenges that they have gone through, the hurts that they have gone through. We need to make sure that our justice system not only actually provides support to to Canadians that are trying to move forward and seek justice for themselves and to end the harm that they have been facing, but also to have the perception of justice to be conducted so that more people that have been harmed, that have gone through sexual violence, that have gone through sexual misconduct, are also able to come forward and to trust the system to take care of their justice as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague across. Continue to hear from the Liberals them use the Arbor report as their shield in why they're gutting all the amendments that were made by the Defence Committee that was supported. Some of those amendments were even supported by the Liberals that they're now taking out. But where we worked across party lines as Conservatives, as Bloc members in the NDP to come forward. And, so much has changed since the Arbor report was out. We know that at the time there was a mandatory duty report that the military police and healthcare providers were not yet fully ready or trained. Now they are. Military members were not under the Victims' Rights Charter. Now that charter is in effect. Military members did not have access to a fully mature SMSRC for supports. And military members did not have access to independent legal supports. And finally, military members did not have access to victim liaison services. All those things are in place now. The Canadian Armed Forces has changed. And so why not give the rights back to the victims so that they can choose what system best suits their need, regardless of their rank, regardless of where they are, whether in Canada, out of Canada, on training, on base, or in the community. They should have the supports that they're asking for, not what the Liberals are shoving down their throats.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. But we have to understand that sexual misconduct, sexual violence, even in the Canadian Armed Forces, is not something that came within a day, and it's not something that is going to go away within a day either. Yes, Bill C-11 is very important, and yes, there have been a lot of progresses that have been made within the Canadian Armed Forces, but there needs to be a lot more that should be done, that continues to support victims of violence, victims of misconduct, and that requires support from all across the aisle. What Justice Arbor provided, I think, is a good starting point. What Bill C-11 does, I think, is an excellent way to move forward, but it's not the end here. We need to do significantly more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the brave women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces who call the Ottawa Valley their home to speak to C-11, the Military Justice System Modernization Act. Before we get lost in clauses, subclauses, and government talking points about modernization, I want to center this debate where it belongs, with the people this legislation is supposed to support and protect. Because C-11 is not abstract, it's not theoretical, it's not merely administrative. It's about whether or not a woman who is sexually assaulted while serving her country can expect justice, dignity, and protection, or if she'll be left to fight alone against the very institution that failed her. That reality is embodied in the experience of retired Corporal Elvira Jasbarini. Ms. Jasbarini did exactly what we tell service members to do. She reported her rape. She cooperated with investigators. She trusted the system that promised to protect her. Instead, The system closed ranks. Her assailant was already known to military authorities for sexual assault. Evidence went undocumented or disappeared. Key decisions were shielded from oversight. The Military Police Complaints Commission was denied access to critical prosecutorial briefing notes, despite clear recommendations from Justice Fish that this information be disclosed. When the military declined to proceed, Ms. Jasparini did something few victims can afford, emotionally or financially, to do. She pursued a private prosecution in civilian court. That trial did not vindicate her. It exposed her. Her credibility was questioned. Her advocacy was used against her. The fact that she continued to demand accountability was reframed as an agenda. She lost. For the government, that may be a completed file. For women watching from within the ranks, it was a reminder. For those looking to join, it was a warning. Mr. Speaker, that's the context in which we must judge Bill C-11. The government tells us this bill will restore trust by transferring jurisdiction over to sexual offences committed in Canada to civilian courts. And Conservatives agree that this change was necessary. It was recommended by Justices Deschamps, Fish, and Orbour, and it reflects the years of advocacy by victims and experts. But jurisdiction alone does not equal justice. Bill C-11 removes cases from the military justice system while leaving untouched the very accountability gaps that failed Ms. Jasparini in the first place. It does not require the military police to preserve and fully disclose investigative records to civilian authorities. It does not guarantee that oversight bodies will finally receive the information they need to do their job. It does not ensure that civilian prosecutors or judges are properly equipped to understand military power dynamics, chain of command pressures, or the realities on base. And crucially, it does not address what happens after a civilian conviction. A service member can be found guilty of a sexual offense in civilian court and yet face no court-martial, no automatic consideration under the Code of Service Discipline, and no transparent process to protect others still serving alongside them. That's not a survivor-centered system. This is administrative offloading. We heard this repeatedly at committee. Victim advocates warned us that Bill C-11 risks creating a jurisdictional void. Military police leaders told us civilian police services lack the capacity to absorb these cases. Prosecutors cautioned that removing concurrent jurisdiction may mean fewer cases, not more, actually proceed. And Ms. Jasparini herself warned us that changing the forum without fixing the evidence handling, oversight, and accountability simply shifts the blame, the harm from one system to another. Mr. Speaker, if we want women to serve, we must give them reason to trust. And that trust is already fragile. Canadians recently learned the Canadian Armed Forces is not on track to meet its own targets for recruiting and retaining women. The numbers are not just disappointing, they are damning. Women are not choosing to walk away from military careers because they lack patriotism or resilience. They're walking away because they don't believe the institution will protect them when it matters most. Ms. Jasparini is now retired. After her attack, she was removed from her unit and tasked with painting walls. She was not given work commensurate with her skills and training. She was effectively forced out of service. Forced out while the Canadian Forces faces a retention crisis. Imagine the kind of message that sends to our serving women and men. Now she has to deal with Veterans Affairs. After giving testimony on this bill last fall, she was informed by Veterans Affairs that her paperwork had been lost. She needed to resubmit her application. No pension, no benefits, just more process and paperwork. No recruitment campaign, no slogan, and no equity strategy will overcome a justice system that re-traumatizes victims and shields decision makers from scrutiny. That brings me to the procedural context of this debate, because how this bill has been handled matters almost as much as what's in it. At committee, members from multiple parties worked in good faith to strengthen Bill C-11. Amendments were adopted to improve oversight and support for the accused fairly, and address long-standing gaps identified by survivors and experts alike. Those amendments were passed after the committee overruled the chair's initial rulings, exercising its legitimate authority as a master of its own proceedings. Then, nearly 10 weeks later, the government asked the Speaker to intervene, not to clarify drafting, but to strike down amendments, including amendments supported unanimously by committee members. The Speaker ruled them out of order. Mr. Speaker, I respect the ruling, but I do not accept the government's conduct. Committees exist to do the hard, detailed work that the House does not have time to do, clause by clause. When the government invites committee members to engage, votes against them, and then asks the Speaker to erase that work after the fact, it undermines parliamentary accountability. This matters because those amendments were not abstract procedural tweaks. They dealt with real issues: access to trauma-informed training, independent oversight, support for both the victims and the accused, and ensuring key positions within the military justice system cannot sit vacant indefinitely. The government chose not to persuade the committee. It chose to erase its work. On Monday, in debate on Bill C-22, I spoke about the government's newfound majority and the choices it faces: to govern, and to govern collaboratively, or to rule by decree. Bill C-11 gives us the answer. This is not collaboration, it's control. And when that instinct is applied to legislation dealing with sexual assault, oversight, and victims' rights, the consequences are profound. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives believe that reforms to military justice must do three things. First, they must protect the victims, not just symbolically, but procedurally and substantively. Second, they must preserve fairness for the accused, because a system that cuts corners will not survive constitutional scrutiny. Third, they must strengthen, not weaken, institutional accountability. Bill C-11 makes progress on the first step by removing jurisdiction over sexual offenses committed in Canada, but it fails on the second and third by refusing to fix the structural flaws exposed by cases like Ms. Jabarini's. A justice system that forces a survivor to pursue a private prosecution because internal accountability failed is a system already in crisis. A system that responds by narrowing scrutiny and striking committee amendments is a system interested in optics, not outcomes. If this government truly wants to rebuild trust, it must do more than move files between systems. It must control the culture of defensiveness, information control, and procedural gatekeeping that allowed known predators to remain on the base and allowed victims to be discredited for demanding better. Women are watching this debate. So are their families. So are potential recruits who want to serve their country without sacrificing their safety or their dignity. They'll judge us not on the title of this bill, but on whether or not its substance reflects reality. Mr. Speaker, C-11 is incomplete. It's not beyond repair, but repair requires humility, transparency, and respect for Parliament. The experience of Elvira Jasbarini deserves more than a legislative shrug. It deserves a justice system that learns from failure rather than papers over it. Canada's armed forces cannot recruit themselves and use it as a way out of a crisis. They must legislate their way out of it, honestly, courageously. That is the standard this bill must meet, and that's what Canadians expect.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The legislation does have substance, and it does meet the reality. What's absent is any sort of conservative rationale for what it is that they're actually doing to the bill. You know, if you take a look in terms of what Justice Arbor's recommendation was, number 5, that is the essence of the legislation. Justice Arbor actually worked with literally hundreds, going into thousands, either directly or indirectly with CAF, to ensure that we had the right recommendation. Even the standing committee that she's referencing earlier, they came up with another recommendation supporting it. I have never heard the Conservatives prior today question Justice Arbor. My question to the member is, why has the Conservative Party flipped its position and not listening?
I have to interrupt the member to give a chance to the member for Algonquin, member for Pembroke to respond.
Mr. Speaker, and we respect the recommendations made by Justice Arbor. However, Justice Arbor listened to the victims of sexual assault. She didn't have as wide a breadth as we did, listening to the testimonies of law enforcement, of people who are in the military and who have direct involvement in those proceedings, former judges, former lawyers in the system. So we heard more testimony, and that's why we made some amendments which have been rejected.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Selkirk-Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke, who has been a longtime member of the Defence Committee, that she has heard from more veterans, I'm sure, than Justice Arbour did in her hearings several years ago. She has a base on her riding and is always advocating on behalf of those members who serve, including the victims of military sexual misconduct and military sexual assault. She has fought long and hard for victims and the rights of women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces. And we heard from many victims. I just want to quote Christine Wood. And she said she opposed the transfer of all cases to civilian court, and that was for 3 reasons. Number 1, it's broken. Number 2, it offers victims no choice. Number 3, I believe the CAF has to maintain control over its jurisdiction and demonstrate that it can be responsible for fixing its own harm. So, Mr. Speaker, a veteran who served, who experienced sexual misconduct, deals with military sexual trauma, is saying that she needs choice. Other victims have said the exact same thing. Why won't the Liberals listen?
Member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
And of course, Mr. Chairman, thank you to my honourable colleague, who he himself does yeoman's duty with different cases involving our serving armed forces. So we heard from many people, but what we need to do is to listen to what the victim said that didn't align with what is in the recommendations. It's not fair to them, and it's not fair to accused people who are named in a snitch line and then have to face a court. When it's taken out, when the case is taken out of the military system, there's no support for the accused. And there's no guarantee that there's going to be any sense of justice for the victim, because their case never may be heard. The Jordan Principle may require them to put the case aside altogether.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for her intervention and her work on the National Defence Committee. In 2024, the ACFA Committee undertook an extensive study regarding women in the military, and over 100 witnesses came forward over 23 meetings testifying before the ACFA Committee. And in that committee came a report that was tabled in Parliament with a recommendation 40. And this was unanimous, so all parties agreed to this, that the Department of National Defence, in accordance with the many recommendations made in the wake of Deschamps, Fish and Arbour reports, establish a reporting mechanism outside of the military chain of command, provide victims of military sexual trauma with safe and confidential legal resources, and transfer the jurisdiction to investigate sexual misconduct and prosecute its perpetrators to civil authorities. That is exactly what C11 is doing.
The Honourable for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The problem is that the civilian courts are full. Already, cases of sexual assault in the civilian domain are not being heard because too much time expires between the case starting and the time that they come to trial. So the perpetrators get off scot-free.
Before I go back to the debate, I hear a lot of noise in the courtyard. There are people circulating now. Several times the Sergeant at Arms and his deputies have gone out to stop people from disrupting the work of the House. I'm going to ask those people again to stop disrupting the work of the House, especially when I'm in the chair, because it really bothers me and it bothers members in the chamber. That being said, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C11 at report stage. I know the impact that our brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces have on operations at home and abroad, and I'm pleased to speak to efforts that our government is making to keep them safe. We know that to fulfill our role as a NATO ally, we must have forces that are ready, able, and agile. Just this week, we heard that the Canadian Armed Forces have reached a 30-year record high for recruitment. This is fantastic news for Canada. Excuse me. This is fantastic news for Canada and for the Canadian Armed Forces. But we cannot take anything for granted. We must keep up the momentum and work hard to create a safe workplace where our forces and the next generation of forces can thrive and make meaningful contributions to Canada. This starts with making sure that we provide our forces with a safe and professional work environment to be able to train and build up their skills for the difficult job we ask of them. This is why I am pleased to rise today to speak about the important work that is being done to modernize our military justice system and to restore trust in the Canadian Armed Forces. Bill C-11, the Military Justice Modernization Act, is a critical step towards lasting institutional reform, as well as strengthening trust and confidence in our military justice system. Over the past 4 years, Canadians and Canadian Armed Forces members watched as former Supreme Court Justice Arbour and former Supreme Court Justice Fish put forward detailed recommendations on how to create meaningful and lasting cultural change in the armed forces. Their recommendations have been compiled into a comprehensive implementation plan, which Canadians can easily access online to track the progress CAF is making. These reviews and recommendations have helped define how the Department of National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces are undertaking changes to the military justice system and cultural change. Today, I'd like to provide an overview of those recommendations and to speak specifically about the implementation of Justice Arbour's Recommendation 5, which is at the heart of C-11. In 2022, Justice Arbour submitted her final report on sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces to the Minister of National Defence. This report, also known as the Independent and Comprehensive External Review Report, contains 48 recommendations focused on reforming the institutional gaps and structural barriers that have allowed the problem to persist. In her report, her fifth recommendation proposed a transformative measure to move the investigation and prosecution of sexual offences in Canada alleged against Canadian Armed Forces members to the civilian system. I want to take the time to read out the specific wording of Justice Arbour's recommendation for all members. Her report states, "Criminal Code sexual offences should be removed from the jurisdiction of the Canadian Armed Forces. They should be prosecuted exclusively in civilian criminal courts in all cases. Where the offence takes place in Canada, it should be investigated by civilian police forces at the earliest opportunity. Where the offence takes place outside of Canada, the MP may act in the first instance to safeguard the evidence and commence an investigation, but should liaise with civilian law enforcement at the earliest possible opportunity." In short, this recommendation would codify in law that the Canadian Armed Forces no longer has jurisdiction over criminal code sexual misconduct offences committed in Canada. This recommendation would also codify in law that civilian authorities have exclusive jurisdiction for investigating and prosecuting these cases. I want to note that Justice Arbour herself acknowledged in her report that removing concurrent jurisdiction by amending the National Defence Act would take several years to implement, given the size, scale, and scope of the changes needed. In fact, Justice Arbour knew how critical this recommendation was and proposed that we adopt an interim directive in the meantime to ensure that the change took place as quickly as possible. Justice Arbour said, as previous experience with changes in the military justice system have shown, it will take several years to implement. In the meantime, I expect the Canadian Armed Forces and civilian authorities to continue to abide by my interim recommendation. The Canadian Armed Forces should cease to investigate and prosecute sexual offences over which it presently has concurrent jurisdiction. Civilian authorities should investigate and prosecute those cases in accordance with their existing concurrent jurisdiction. The interim directive has been in place since December 2021 and has been working well. Since then, every single new criminal code sexual misconduct case has been prosecuted in the civilian court rather than the military justice system. And while the interim directive was in place, this legislation was first introduced in the last Parliament as C-66 and was one of the first bills to be introduced in this Parliament in the fall of 2025 as C11. This is precisely because our government recognizes the importance of building a more inclusive, respectful, and safe workplace for our Canadian Armed Forces members. This bill will implement Justice Arbour's Recommendation 5 and protect our forces. However, the amendments proposed by the opposition parties in the Standing Committee on National Defence run directly counter to Recommendation 5. The opposition parties put forward amendments to strike down Recommendation 5 and to remove Justice Arbour's recommendation from the bill. The opposition amendments would make it even more difficult for the victims to navigate the justice system due to the complexity of the new procedures included in the bill. The lack of clarity and transparency would have a negative impact on the military justice system, on its victims and survivors. We cannot go backwards and reverse any of the important changes made on military culture change over the last 5 years. In fact, since December 2021, all new charges of sexual offenses covered by the Criminal Code have been brought in the civilian justice system, and none of these offenses are tried by the military justice system. To accept the opposition amendments would be to reverse this progress and to remove backwards. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this bill will establish a clear framework for investigating and addressing allegations of sexual misconduct in order to foster an environment of accountability and justice. Bill C11 and the amendment it seeks to codify in the National Defence Act represents a crucial step towards strengthening the force's trust in the military justice system. This is not the case with the amendments proposed by the opposition parties to remove Justice Arbour's Recommendation 5 from Bill C11. We are encouraged by the positive changes and cultural revolution in the Canadian Armed Forces in recent years. But we cannot stop here, and we cannot move backwards. Those who serve our country risk everything for us. Members of the Canadian Armed Forces must always answer the call to keep Canada safe, and it is our obligation to keep them safe from harassment and misconduct. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member said that all the cases since a certain date have been all the sexual assault cases have been transferred to the civilian courts. I'm wondering if he knows how many have been transferred, and of those, how many have been heard, and how many are still waiting to be heard, and what happens to the so-called low-level sexual assaults of groping that won't meet the threshold to be heard in court, in civilian court.
Member for Winnipeg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm, first of all, appalled by the use of the member's use of the term low-level sexual assault. Sexual assault is sexual assault. As for the numbers, no, I am not privy to the actual numbers of cases, but we do know all of these cases are being tried as per Justice Arbour's recommendation by the civilian courts.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the member's last comments. A sexual assault is a sexual assault, and I think that's something that does need to be reinforced. But the question I have for the member is that, you know, as a parliamentarian, there's an obligation that we seek to get the best advice that's possible. And the Arbour report had 48 recommendations, of which vast majority of them have been implemented. The primary recommendation, the essence, is in this bill, and that was to convert from a military system to a civilian system. Given Justice Arbour's efforts that have been done, would he not agree that we should be abiding by that recommendation, as the Conservatives did just 2 years ago?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree completely with the Honourable Member that this is the core recommendation of Justice Arbour, and that I am rather disheartened to hear the pattern of trying to diminish the results of Justice Arbour by saying, by this one justice. It is part of a greater and very disturbing trend of demeaning and diminishing the results of experts, and using the word expert as a pejorative. This was a former Supreme Court justice who talked to hundreds of witnesses, hundreds of victims, and determined that the best course of action was for these court cases to be tried solely by civilian courts.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malhat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the member opposite may feel that those definitions are distasteful, there are legal definitions and requirements for levels of sexual assault. And frankly put, the civilian police authorities will not deal with mid and lower levels. They do not have the capacity. It is outside the jurisdiction. So, does the member opposite feel that predators will have a free pass because they know that mid and lower level sexual assaults will never be dealt with? They are not within the plan of Bill C-11. It has never been addressed. What is your solution to have mid and lower level sexual assaults addressed with? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'll remind members to speak through the chair, but not directly to members. I can't speak of solutions, but I invite the member for Winnipeg West to speak of them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I say sexual assault is sexual assault, and we have a justice system that is outside the chain of command. It is outside any coercion and is outside any influence on the career of the Canadian Armed Forces member. And there is no place for grading these levels of sexual assault, and again, all cases of sexual assault need to be tried in the civilian system.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. We have time for a short one. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention from my colleague. We actually traveled together to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Passchendaele, and I know his commitment to the Canadian Armed Forces is one that is incredibly supported. And I just want to ask him what his thoughts were with respect to the fact that the ACFA committee even made the same recommendation for us to do this not even 2 years ago.
Honourable Member from Winnipeg West in 25 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her intervention. And all I can say is I don't get the disconnect, why this was accepted by the committee 2 years ago and what has been the change of heart. I do hear statements that, it's different because military culture has changed, but what evidence do they have of this?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malhat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise with a heavy heart, but I also rise with a profound sense of duty, a duty shaped by nearly 3 decades in uniform, by the survivors who trusted me with their stories and the communities I represent. I rise not for partisanship, not for theatre, but for the people who have carried burdens far heavier than any of us in this chamber will ever know. I dedicate my words today to the many active members and veterans I've met across Vancouver Island and across Canada. I've spoken with them in Legion halls, on bases, in community centres, and sometimes in the quiet corners where people finally feel safe enough to share what they have carried for too long. But most importantly, I dedicate my words to the survivors of military sexual trauma who came to committee. And before I go any further, I would like to speak to them directly. You were not obligated to share what you shared. You did not owe us your stories, your pain, and your truth. Yet you came anyway, carrying memories no one should ever have to carry. Because you believed that if Parliament finally listened, something might change for the better. You trusted us with the hardest part of your lives. And that trust is something I will not take lightly. It is not something that any of us should take lightly. And you asked for one thing, choice. Not privilege, not special treatment, just the basic human right to choose the justice system where you feel safest, where you can be heard, and where you can be understood. You asked overwhelmingly, you asked consistently, and you asked with courage. And I will not stand by while that courage is dismissed. Mr. Speaker, I also rise today on behalf of all Canadians who expect their institutions to protect the vulnerable, not re-traumatize them. And I also rise on behalf of the people of Cowichan, Malhat, Langford, where I live, and have the privilege of representing in this House, a region with a proud and deep connection to our Canadian Armed Forces. Our communities include many veterans, many serving members, and many families whose lives are directly shaped by the culture and conduct of the military. We're home to countless individuals who serve or have served at Canadian Forces Base Esquimalt, one of the largest military installations in the country. It is a base where my wife and I both proudly served, a base that shaped our lives, our understanding of service, and our understanding of the sacrifices military families make every single day. So when I speak about this bill, I do not speak in the abstract. I speak for the people I represent, the communities that I know. I speak for those who have worn the uniform and those who still do. And I speak for survivors across Vancouver Island and across Canada. Survivors who trusted us in Parliament to listen. Mr. Speaker, I served nearly 3 decades in uniform. I was trained as a presiding officer, and I believed I understood the culture of the Canadian Forces. But nothing prepared me for what I learned after meeting my wife, who is also a survivor of military sexual trauma. Through her, I saw parts of our institution that too many never see or refuse to see. I saw the cost of silence. I saw the cost of inaction. Since I first joined the Navy in the 1980s, the culture around sexual misconduct has changed. Yes, there have been positive improvements, but there is still much more to do. And if Bill C-11 proceeds without the amendments survivors asked for, without the choices they pleaded for, then not only will we undo decades of progress, we will reverse it. We will make things worse than we can imagine. At the very heart of the debate is something very simple: choice. The choice for survivors to access either the civilian or military justice system. A choice that already exists, though too few know about it. And what we have before us now is a tale of two approaches. On our side of the committee, we have the testimony of survivors, victims, military, police, legal experts, those who have lived this reality. Their message was overwhelmingly consistent and deeply human. It was, do not take away our choice. On the Liberal side is a plan that ignores the evidence, cherry-picks a few quotes, uses one report while ignoring many others and the voices of so many. It dismisses the voices of survivors and disrespects those who came forward at great personal cost. If the government removes these amendments, the consequences will be immediate and unavoidable. There will be institutional trauma, there will be re-victimization, there will be anger, despair, and a profound sense of betrayal among the survivors who trusted us all to listen and do right by them. Minor cases will go unaddressed, major cases will go untried. Civilian police forces, already stretched thin, already under resources, will be handed cases they have repeatedly said they cannot absorb. They will only take on the most serious of sexual assault cases. As for the mid-level and lesser cases, they're outside civilian jurisdiction or capability. There is no plan in Bill C-11 to address those cases. Nothing. This is a complete failure for future victims, but will be seen as a free pass to predators. Now let that sink in. And the government will point to low numbers in the military system and claim success. Yet only if they're already doing it in the House today, yet only a few major cases will go forward. And the rest will be unreported and unactioned. This is not accountability. This is not reform. And simply put, this is not justice. This is burying the problem, handing it off, burying the people who trusted us to fix it. Mr. Speaker, I must also address the role of the press. the mainstream media, funded by $1.4 billion taxpayer dollars, has primarily focused on attacking the opposition party. But they have not covered the survivors' testimony. They have not covered the amendments we achieved together. And they have not covered consequences of removing those amendments. So today, I challenge the press directly. Tell this story. Interview the survivors. Report on what they said. Explain what is at stake. That is your job. Because Canadians deserve to know the truth, not the Liberal talking points. Removing choices removes those protections. The Liberals have been relying solely on the Arbour report, someone who refused to testify in committee. Yet they failed to mention the Fish and Chomp reports, which both speak to the benefits of choice for victims. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak quickly on something I witnessed in committee, something that has stayed with me. As survivors shared their stories, as they spoke about trauma they endured, and they offered solutions rooted in courage, I looked across the table at committee to the party opposite, and I saw a colleague begin to tear up. I saw his humanity. I saw someone who understood deeply the weight of what survivors are telling us. And I say this to every member in this House, Conservative, Liberal, especially those with family who serve in the military, maybe their sons or daughters. Hold on to that humanity. Do not let partisanship smother what you felt in that moment. Do not let party discipline override what you know in your heart to be right. Survivors did not come to us as partisans. They came to us as human beings. They asked us, all of us, to do right by them. Emotions must now be matched with action. Compassion must now be matched with courage. Listen to the overwhelming evidence of survivors and experts. Consider all reports. Give survivors the freedom of choice. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member, I can appreciate he is trying to appeal in the strongest way that he can. But the reality is the government is listening to survivors. The government's actions reinforce reports that have been brought forward. We can talk about Justice Arbour. He seemed to be offended that that's the one that we reference. Well, what about the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs? That's representations from the Bloc, from the Conservatives, and from the Liberals in June of 2024 recommended the same thing. Mr. Speaker, I would appeal not to the Conservatives, to listen to all of the victims, like it is that Justice Arbour did. Both in confidence and out of confidence, she came up with recommendation for a reason. Maybe the member could tell us why his Conservatives voted.
I have to interrupt the member to give a chance for the member for Cochin, Malhat Langford, to respond.
Mr. Speaker, again, the Arbour report did not address and did not look what is in Bill C-11, which simply will leave the majority of sexual assault cases undealt with, unreported, unactioned. It is not even in Bill C-11. So regardless of what the Arbour report says or all of the other reports, the majority of victims, the majority of reports support choice. Bill C-11 and the Liberal Party will fail our military in the future, as directly as I pointed out, that the majority of cases will go unresolved, unreported, and unactioned. That is an embarrassing failure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank my friend from Cowichan, Malahat Langford, for his great intervention, for his service to Canada in the Royal Canadian Navy, and for the great work that he has done on standing up for victims. I first met his wife, Angel, who's also been a strong advocate of fighting for those survivors of military sexual trauma. When I was doing town halls across this country on military injuries, including military sexual trauma. And ever since then, she's been out there fighting for justice. And I just want to ask my colleague, after we've had all of these committee hearings, he and I and many others here have talked to veterans and current serving members across the country. But particularly for those brave witnesses that stepped up in front of the National Defense Committee to look at Bill C-11, who laid out all their experiences, by having the Liberals reject their testimony today and in this meeting or debate, will that re-victimize them, knowing that the Liberals are just brushing everything off?
For Coach and Malhead Langford.
And I thank my colleague for all the amazing work he has done over the many, many years. Simply put, yes, it will re-traumatize them. I started receiving phone calls, numerous phone calls last night. They came flooding in. It will re-traumatize victims and in the future. Simply put, the amendments that we have put in will make this work. The victims want the choice, and we are making a decision, or we are supporting based on fact, emotion, and support. And clearly, when a bill will not address the majority of sexual assault cases, let them go unresolved. Clearly, it is a partisan decision that no sane human would vote for. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member referred to low and mid-level assaults and them getting away with it. We had a prime minister who was a known groper, and he just wrote it off as saying people, or he felt it differently, or she felt it differently. So I'm wondering if this is what.
Point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I believe the member said that we have a known prime minister who's a groper. I think number one, it's highly inappropriate, definitely unparliamentary, to make assertions of that nature. And I would ask that you have the member either apologize or retract at the very least the comments.
I was listening carefully to the member, and I just quickly talked with the clerks. The member was not talking about a current member of the House of Commons. It was not talking about the current Prime Minister. So I will let the member finish because we are running out of time before I let the member for Coach and Malhead Langford respond. So I'll let the member finish.
So I think the Liberals are having a hard time understanding why it's so important that even the low and mid-level assaults be addressed. Could the member explain give examples of what this entails and why they shouldn't be just let go?
The Honourable Member for Cochin, Malhead Langford, in 30 seconds or less.
Thank you to my colleague. I'm not going to get into the legal definitions of the various levels. It was delved in depth, and as distasteful as it may sound, unfortunately, that's the legal reality that we have to have those levels. Let's just conclude this with only the most serious cases, if there is capacity for them in the civilian system, will be dealt with. The rest will be buried, will not be actioned, will disappear. That is failure, yet it will be touted as, look at all our great success. They're burying the truth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Avant que je donne le droit.
Before I give the speaking time to the member for Brome-Missisquoi, SO31s will start in less than 10 minutes, so he will be interrupted by statements by members and by QP. So he'll have enough time until then. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for National Defence clearly indicated that they are determined to make sure that all members of the Canadian Armed Forces can be felt respected in the House of Commons and that they have the opportunity to fully flourish in their workplace. This is an absolute priority for our government, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-11 is a crucial step towards the realization of an institutional and durable change that will promote a culture of respect and responsibility and that will strengthen our trust in the military justice system. Thanks to this proposal that is targeted, the bill is the next essential step in efforts to follow up on recommendations carried out by the 2 reviews and 1 review of the National Defence Act. It's also essential for future legislative amendments that could be deemed necessary over time. This in order to follow up on recommendations made there since and implement efforts thereafter, especially when it comes to culture change. Today, I'd like to give an opportunity to talk about these external reviews and the progress made following recommendations made since. There was an independent study that was carried out. It began in April 2021, directed by former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour. It studied sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces, as well as policies, procedures, programs, and practices, as well as the culture that allowed this to happen. She examined policies around the administration of military justice. The final report was published on the 30th of May 2022. The Minister for National Defence, Minister Anand, favourably received the 48 recommendations. Upon receiving the final report, 17 recommendations were immediately accepted. Amongst these, recommendation 48, appointing an external controller for the complaints. The minister at the time appointed Ms. Jocelyne Thérien as such. Over her term, she regularly published reports on recommendations born from the Arbour report. This allowed us to be targeted and transparent in our work, compliant to the expectations and hopes of the general population and the armed forces. In August 2023, Minister Blair succeeded Minister Anand as Minister for National Defence. He also announced the implementation of Recommendations 7 and 9 that sought to amend military trials and processes when it comes to grievances and harassment. All CAF members that were victims of any form of sexual misconduct can now choose to table their complaint at the Canadian Human Rights Commission without having to go through all internal grievance and harassment resolution mechanisms. In June 2024, the External Controller stated that this change was one of the most important amendments when it comes to sexual misconduct. And this in the armed forces. There was recommendation number 11 that stated that these regulations would compel CAF members to file complaints, but this could lead to re-victimizations of people that they were meant to protect. The report also contained recommendations with regards to the military college system in Recommendation 28 and the first part of Recommendation 29. In December 2023, the Minister announced the names of the 7 people chosen to be part of this commission for the Canada Military College that would examine the situation of the 2 military colleges. 2 members came from the CAF with 5 external experts in training and culture. In March 2025, the Commission published its report, which included 49 recommendations that had to do with a vast variety of fields like governance, costs, and the quality of training. The implementation of recommendations of the Arbour report continued, and National Defence and the Armed Forces have followed up on a number of recommendations made in both military colleges in Canada. This is a cornerstone of Bill C-11. The CAF and National Defence also take into account key aspects of Recommendation 15 of the Arbour report by seeking to remove investigative powers from the armed forces when it regards sexual misconduct as under the Criminal Code. Since December 2021, all new accusations of sexual assault go through civilian courts, and none of these offences are judged by the military court system. Mr. Speaker, the military police of the CAF has a working group on the operational framework for criminal code offences of a sexual nature, hand in hand with the Association of Police Chiefs of Ontario, as well as the Solicitor General and the Department of the Prosecutor General of Ontario, in order to create a framework for the transfer of files. In November 2020, the former Supreme Court Justice Maurice Fish was appointed to carry out an independent study of specific provisions of the National Defence Act and their implementation. In June 2021, the department tabled their report before Parliament. Justice Fish offered 107 recommendations, wide scope recommendations, the majority of which supported the modernisation of the military justice system, as well as recommendations that sought to strengthen the independence of the military police. Other recommendations with regards to grievances. Bill C-11 also follows up on a number of these recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, je remercie le député, l'honorable député. On passe aux déclarations de...
I thank the honourable member. Statements by members.
For Guelph.
Today, Mr. Speaker, the city of Guelph marks its 199th anniversary. Nearly 2 centuries, shaped by people who care deeply about learning, community, place, and one another. Wow. Situated on Treaty 3 lands, held by the Mississaugas of the Credit, home to the Haudenosaunee and the Attawandarock, Guelph brings together nature and ideas from the University of Guelph Arboretum to the Speed and Aramosa Rivers to a historic downtown rich in arts, culture, and local business. Its contributions to the arts, culture, science, innovation, and business resonate nationally and globally. As Guelph approaches its bicentennial, I invite you and all Canadians to gather in Guelph to celebrate a city that values words and imagination, home to celebrated authors, birthplace of Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, author of In Flanders Fields, birthplace of 2 Nobel laureates. Guelph is a cornerstone of Ontario agriculture and a leader in advanced manufacturing. Welcome to gather in Guelph to celebrate this remarkable city. Happy birthday to the Royal City.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
1 month ago, I introduced the Stand on Guard Act, and yet today we still have no response from this Liberal government. Not a yes, not a no, just silence. Is silence really the best response that the Liberals can muster for victims of home invasions? Our Conservative bill is simple. If someone knowingly and unlawfully enters your home, the force that you use to defend your family should deem to be reasonable. Your home is your safe place. It's where your children sleep, and it deserves special protection under our laws. But after a decade of catch and release Liberal bail, Canadians are telling us that that sense of safety is gone, and they're asking for something simple: for the law to stand with them. And they've received silence, and silence in this moment is not neutral, it's an answer in itself. Conservatives will never stop fighting for the rights for Canadians to feel safe to defend themselves and their families.
The honourable member for Winnipeg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, Canadians marked Earth Day, a call to action to protect the environment we all share. In my writing, that call is already being answered. At College Sturgeon Heights Collegiate, an unused plot of land is being transformed into a thriving native prairie garden, thanks to a $1,500 Go Wild grant from the World Wildlife Fund Canada. This project will restore native plants and grasses, support pollinators like bees, and help bring back monarch butterflies. These are real and tangible steps to protect local biodiversity. It is being led by the school's garden club and supported by life skills students, with plans to expand into Indigenous studies programming, including traditional medicinal plants. I want to recognize Mrs. Zinn, a dedicated teacher whose leadership turned this vision into reality. This is more than a garden. It is a living classroom, a community coming together. Proof that protecting our environment depends on action, not words. This is how we will build a sustainable future. One community, one project, one generation at a time.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker,
This year marks the 100th anniversary of the Galt Legion, a milestone that reminds us that remembrance does not happen on its own. It endures because individuals choose to carry it forward. In my community of Cambridge, Bill Albers is one of those individuals. Bill has devoted his time and energy to ensuring that important but often overlooked aspects of our wartime history are not lost. Through his work, he highlights the role of carrier pigeons and the pigeoneers who served during the First and Second World Wars, a vital form of service relied upon when other communication failed. But more than the history itself, Bill's efforts reflect a deep respect for service, sacrifice, and remembrance. Especially in the centennial year of the Galt Legion, his commitment helps connect past generations to the present, reminding our community why we honor those who served. Remembrance is strengthened by people like Bill Albers, who ensure that the stories of war continue to be shared, understood, and respected. Let us also remember that even the smallest wings carried the weight of great responsibility, saving thousands of lives.
Honorable député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to mark the 40th anniversary, yes, the 40th anniversary of the Centre d'Action Bénévole de Montréal-Nord. For 4 decades, the CAB has been at the heart of our neighborhood. It supports seniors, it helps newcomers settle in, it mobilizes volunteers, and builds community ties that make the riding of Bourassa stronger and more inclusive. The CAB embodies the noblest aspects of civic engagement. People who choose to get involved not because they have to, but because they want to, out of their convictions. Without these people, without these volunteers, so many cultural and sports and recreation activities could not even occur, Mr. Speaker. So, on behalf of the residents of Bourassa, I give them all my thanks, and I wish them a happy 40th anniversary. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Small businesses are the backbone of the Canadian economy, and that's truer than ever in St. Thomas, Elgin, and London. Our small businesses are an incredible testament to the resilience, grit, and innovativeness of our community. Some of our amazing entrepreneurs and professionals were recognized Friday at the St. Thomas and District Chamber of Commerce Impact Awards. I hope this House will join me in congratulating this year's Impact Award winners: real estate agent Ainsley Tracy, the Delicious Taco House, Dr. Joseph Mai from Central Community Health Centre, Our Place Respite, Element 5, Yarmouth Group, and the Business of the Year, Evelyn's Sausage Kitchen. They and all the nominees represent the best of our community. They create jobs, opportunity, and vitality for St. Thomas and Elgin. But entrepreneurs back home don't walk alone. My office is a proud member of the St. Thomas and District Chamber of Commerce. In Ottawa today from the Chamber are Maria Fialos, Paul Jenkins, and Christy Hunking. They're here representing our community and making sure small businesses can succeed, and I thank them for their efforts.
Great job.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, as the proud daughter of a Mexican immigrant, I rise on April 23rd to celebrate Spanish Language Day, recognized by the United Nations and 21 countries around the world. Spanish is now the most widely spoken non-official language in Canada, connecting more than 1.7 million Canadians to their heritage, identity, and traditions. 3 provinces and 14 cities have now proclaimed April 23rd as Spanish Language Day, and our Prime Minister has called this day a wonderful opportunity for Canadians of all backgrounds to learn from our Spanish-speaking communities. Communities across our country have spoken. Let us proclaim April 23rd as Spanish Language Day at the federal level.
Feliz Día de Idioma Español. Gracias, señor presidente.
The Honourable Member for Regina Luban.
On April 8th, Saskatchewan's 21st Lieutenant Governor, the Honourable Vaughan Solomon Schofield, passed away, marking an end to a life of service, strong community values, and humility. Vaughan will be remembered for her outstanding contributions to Canada's armed forces, highlighted by the numerous honours she held, including recently becoming the Honorary Colonel of 15 Wing Moose Jaw. True to her advocacy for our men and women in uniform, Vaughan established the Lieutenant Governor's Military Service Pin and hosted the Support Our Troops Gala, which was a national fundraiser for charities that assist military families. She had an unwavering and enduring bond with the people of Canada, Saskatchewan, and the Canadian Armed Forces. Vaughn's love of service is second to only one thing, her love of family. She's a devoted mother to George and Whitney. She was a loving wife to her best friend and her husband, Gord, and she truly loved her 4 grandchildren. They were the light of her life. Vaughn will be remembered for her charisma. Every room she walked into brightened with her smile and her charisma. May she rest in peace.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 50th anniversary of the Mirabel Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This is a major milestone that deserves to be celebrated. For 50 years, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry has been deeply committed to the community. Since my election in 2021, I have seen an organization that truly listens to its members, that innovates, and above all, that plays an essential role in the region's economic development. It has successfully mobilized Mirabel's strength, be it in agriculture, aerospace, or small and medium businesses, and forged strong ties between these sectors. It's no coincidence that it is nominated this year in the Recruitment and Chamber of the Year categories for organizations with 400 or fewer members. This recognition from the Fédération des Chambres de Commerce du Québec confirms the quality of their work and their very real impact. I would like to acknowledge the work of all the boards of directors that have served over the years, as well as the work of Executive Director Geneviève Bruce-Sabourin and her entire team. On behalf of the people of Mirabel, congratulations on 50 years. Mr. Speaker, allow me to raise my glass to another 50 years, at least.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, Don Valley West is home to the largest community of Shia Ismaili Muslims in Canada. This vibrant community is made up of thousands of engaged, committed Canadians who make our city and our country richer in every sense of the word. Recently, I was honored to join His Highness the Aga Khan and members of the community to celebrate the inauguration of Generations Toronto, a new not-for-profit intergenerational community in Don Valley West, comprising 390 affordable rental homes, 122 long-term care residences, on-site health care, an early learning centre, space for prayer and community programming. This project represents the best of our efforts to build vibrant and affordable housing, a generational project for several generations to live together. This investment of $130 million through the Apartment Construction Loan Program is one example of our federal government providing affordable housing solutions for Canadians in need. We are building Canada strong.
L'honorable député de Sudbury.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury East, Manitoula and Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, hundreds of workers in Nairn Centre and Gogama were told their sawmills will indefinitely shut down. The Liberals have been dragging their feet and have failed to secure a fair deal. Hard-working families are now left in limbo. The Prime Minister promised a trade win by last summer. Instead, softwood lumber tariffs have tripled to 45% since 2022, putting immense pressure on Canada's forestry sector. Recycled speeches and photo ops are not enough. It is time for this Liberal government to walk the talk. The alarm bells are ringing. We need results. The Liberals must stand up for our forestry sector and finally fight for the workers who keep Northern Ontario communities alive.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Monsieur le Président, je souhaite...
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to highlight Volunteer Week, which runs from April 19th to 25th, 2026. This is an opportunity to recognize the extraordinary commitment of volunteers.
Volunteers, and everyone in this room can agree, we wouldn't be standing in this house without the tireless work of the volunteer organizers who got us here. In Halifax, I'd like to give a special shout out to the dedicated volunteers who helped during the campaign, as well as those who continue to support me in this role. I'd like to also recognize the volunteer firefighters, event organizers, those who work with our food banks, in healthcare, environmental and arts organizations, and all those who dedicate themselves to strengthening our community. À tous les bénévoles partout au Canada.
To all volunteers across Canada, thank you.
Volunteer Week, and in recognition of the United Nations International Year of Volunteers, I'd like to thank all of Canada's volunteers. Your contributions make a difference in people's lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York Durham.
The Prime Minister was elected on the promise that he alone could handle the United States. He went further. He told Canadians, and I quote, "We will get an even better deal." So Canadians have every right to judge him by the promises that he made. But on top of that broken promise, we now have contradictions and confusion. This week, the Prime Minister said our relationship with the United States is a weakness, but days later said he could still get a good deal. So which is it? A rupture with the United States in favor of China, or a good deal with the United States? Canadians fear that history is repeating itself. Just like last time, the Mexicans are in advanced negotiations with dates scheduled for May. Canada, we're on the outside looking in. The Prime Minister's contradictions and confusions have led to more tariffs, higher tariffs, and broader tariffs on everything from lumber to manufactured goods. And now his absence from the negotiating table is putting in peril the millions of Canadian jobs that rely on a strong, stable relationship with the United States.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The community of Estrie is mourning the passing of Claude Métra, who passed away on April 16, 2026. A certified public accountant emeritus who spent his career at Raymond Chabot Grant Thornton in Sherbrooke, Mr. Métra was a prominent figure and a leader known for his generosity and deep love for his region. He was a true builder. He chaired numerous boards of directors and events. He was also a great patron of the arts. He prioritized regional culture, especially by organizing art openings at RCGT's offices in order to promote local artists. For his exceptional commitment, he received, among other honors, the title of Grand Estrien in 2002, the Queen's Golden Jubilee Medal, the Lieutenant Governor's Gold Medal, and La Tribune's Mérite Estrien Award. He was a devoted family man, deeply in love with his dear Marilyn, and he was also a huge lover of tennis. He leaves behind an enormous legacy. His dedication and kindness will live on forever in the memories of all those who knew him. Mr. Métra, thank you. It was a privilege to know you.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, while fuel prices are soaring, hardworking Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. We know that we cannot opt out of global factors, but we can take measures domestically to help Canadians who are hurting. After weeks of pressure, the Liberals finally caved to our demands to remove taxes at the pump during these uncertain times. Despite the half measure, this will not deliver the results Canadians need. Canadians need practical, tangible solutions, not more recycled speeches and empty promises. We need to take action, and Canadians need results. We need to build up our natural gas infrastructure and strengthen our leverage abroad while looking out for folks at home. So I call on the Liberals to remove all taxes at the pump for the rest of the year so Canadian families can keep more of their hard-earned money in their pockets.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary act of generosity that will have a lasting impact on health care in Humber River Black Creek. Recently, Humber River Health announced a transformational $50 million donation from Jay and Barbara Hennick through the Hennick Family Foundation, the largest single gift in the hospital's history. In recognition of this landmark contribution, Humber's flagship site has been renamed Hennick Humber Hospital. This historic gift will support advanced technologies, clinical programs, research, and education, ensuring that patients continue to receive safe, high-quality, and innovative care. I also wish to commend Barb Collins, the President and CEO of Humber River Health, for her visionary leadership in building one of Canada's most innovative hospitals. And of course, I thank the dedicated staff who deliver excellence every day. This is philanthropy and leadership at the very best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
With this Liberal Prime Minister, more costs, more crime, more corruption, more of the same. No illusion, it's just another Liberal. For example, he keeps 2/3 of tax on gas still. even though Canadians are paying too much at the pump. And the new carbon tax that he calls the carbon standard and GST, they cost 15 cents together per litre. Can this Prime Minister stop taxing Canadians at the pump, or is he just another Liberal? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, allow me to help my colleague. He must know that we've always been here for Canadians with measures for affordability, Mr. Speaker. Recently, you saw that we suspended the excise tax on gas, and we saw prices go down at the pump. On this side of the House, we're going to be here for Canadians when they need it, and together we're going to build Canada strong.
Leader of the Opposition.
The question was for the Prime Minister, who is in Ottawa today, but who is hiding under the table, Mr. Speaker. But I've heard everything, but I imagine that they weren't referring to the presence or the absence of a member. It was broader than that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, he may continue. The reason why the Prime Minister hates to answer real questions is because it exposes the illusion that despite the impression he wants us to have of him, he's doubled the deficit left by Justin Trudeau. He's doubled this $40 billion deficit. It's almost $80 billion now. Tax havens, all sorts of waste. This deficit's out of control. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, it's true the Leader of the Opposition was here, and days come and go, and the questions seem to be the same. And one thing is true. Mr. Speaker, I think they should be listening, Mr. Speaker, on that side of the House, because the Canadians are listening. We have the second quickest growth in the G7, and the IMF has just confirmed that Canada has the strongest fiscal position. We'll be presenting a plan for Canadians to build a Canada Strong together by the end of the month.
Position.
With this Liberal Prime Minister, it's more cost, more crime, more corruption, more of the same. That's because despite the illusions, he's just another Liberal. This is true on gas taxes, where he's keeping two-thirds, yes, they're applauding, he's just another Liberal, keeping two-thirds of the gas tax in place while Canadians get ripped off at the pump. The new carbon tax, which he calls the Clean Fuel Standard, and the GST add 15 cents a litre. Will the Prime Minister stop gouging Canadians at the pump, get rid of all taxes for all the year, or is he just another Liberal?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, more of the same. I think the leader should himself in the mirror, Mr. Speaker. Every other day is the same question, Mr. Speaker. But one thing that Canadians know, Mr. Speaker, we're always going to have their back, Mr. Speaker. When it was the time to present the grocery rebate, Mr. Speaker, they were nowhere to be seen. When it was the time to give a gas tax rebate, Mr. Speaker, he was nowhere to be seen. On this side of the House, we'll always stand with Canadians, and Tuesday we'll present a plan to build Canada Strong together. That's leadership, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister hides under his desk instead of answering questions because whether it's today when he was snarling at a female journalist for him simply asking a question, or in the House of Commons where he hides from those same questions, he knows that as soon as he faces a tough question, it exposes the thinly veiled illusion. And that the reality is that he's just another Liberal. He's doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit, the biggest deficit outside of COVID in Canadian history because of massive increases in spending. Will he cut back on the bureaucracy, the waste, and the tax havens to bring down his out-of-control deficit for Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, if being just another Liberal means that we support single mothers with the cost of childcare, I'm just another Liberal. If being just another Liberal means that we help ensure kids get food to eat in schools, I'm just another Liberal. If making sure that skilled tradespeople get the training to get those prosperous jobs or investing in major projects is being a Liberal, liberal? I'm just another liberal. I guess the question is, what do Conservatives really stand for if being liberal is about helping Canadians?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, we now understand why that Liberal Prime Minister is fleeing from questions today, refusing to face accountability, because if doubling the deficit to the worst in Canadian history outside of COVID means being just another Liberal, he's just another Liberal. If giving Canadians the worst food price inflation in the G7 is just another Liberal, he's just another Liberal. If doubling housing costs so that an entire generation can't afford homes, he's just another Liberal. If driving 2.2 million people to a food bank is just another Liberal, he's just another Liberal. Isn't that why this just another Liberal won't stand in the House?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Where is he?
Okay, let's try this another way then, Mr. Speaker. If being Conservative means voting against hungry kids, then I guess he's just another Conservative. If being a member of the Conservative Party means voting against workers, trades, GST tax credits, tax on fuel, doubling down on inflation.
Can't hear. Sorry, can't hear. The Honourable Member could just stop for a moment. I swear, I can't hear. At some point, I can't hear. So the Honourable Member may continue. The Honourable Member may continue.
I know there's a lot of Conservative voters out there, even in my own riding, Mr. Speaker, who come up to me every single day. And you know what they say to me? Keep going. Keep fighting for our workers. Keep fighting for our kids. Keep fighting for our families. That's why I'm proud to be just another Liberal.
Okay, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I'll just let it calm down a bit.
From imaginary conversations with that minister to illusions from a prime minister who hides under his desk rather than being accountable in this House of Commons. You could cut through the Liberal arrogance with a knife, Mr. Speaker, but what you can't cut is the Liberal deficit. Amazingly, Justin Trudeau left behind a $40 billion deficit. We thought it couldn't get worse, but along came this Liberal Prime Minister and nearly doubled it to $80 billion. Just like he caused inflation when he printed money in Great Britain, he's causing inflation now. Will this Prime Minister, who's been wrong about every single economic issue, learn from his mistakes and reverse this deficit?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we will take no lessons from these Conservatives. Let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker. Whilst the Leader of the Opposition is talking down the Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker, the International Monetary Fund said something just last week. Canada will have the second fastest growth in the G7. Canada has the strongest fiscal position in the G7. Canada's attracted a record of direct investment in this country, Mr. Speaker. This is being a Liberal in the 21st century. Building a strong Canada, attracting investment, sound fiscal policy, Mr. Speaker. We're proud to be Liberal.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will mark the first anniversary of his election on April 28th with an economic update. He had promised to quickly resolve the tariff crisis, but it's hitting harder than ever. The Honourable Member can continue. Thank you. The Prime Minister will mark the first anniversary of his election on April 28th with an economic update. But he had promised to quickly resolve the tariff crisis, but it's hitting harder than ever, with new tariffs on the total value of processed goods. The Bloc has therefore presented its proposals to better support the Quebec economy. First and foremost, we are calling for a wage subsidy, protect jobs in threatened businesses, particularly our small and medium-sized enterprises. Will this government adopt this essential proposal? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see that the Bloc is proud to see that April 28th will be presenting an update which will allow our country to move forward. Yes, we have been here for companies, and we have a strategic fund to allow to our SMEs across the country, including in Quebec, to have support. Good news, Mr. Speaker. We are seeing foreign exports up, and the plan we have put forward is working, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to build Canada strong together. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the tariff crisis highlights many flaws in the system, With Washington's new tariffs, it's clear that a comprehensive reform of employment insurance is needed to cover more workers. And with the soaring cost of living, it's clear that seniors aged 65 to 74 deserve an increase in their OAS. With Quebec sawmills closing one after another, it's clear that we must help the forestry sector in the face of unfair U.S. trade practices. On Tuesday, in its economic statement, will the government finally address these glaring issues? They need to solve them. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. She's right to mention that we are facing headwinds from the U.S. and with this U.S. president. And that's why on day one of this government, we've been here to support workers in the forestry sector, automotive, aluminum, and it doesn't stop. We're diversifying our markets with unprecedented deals. We've concluded 10 in the past year in trade and security. We are here to help our companies to find new outlets and to pivot. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the economic update is also an important opportunity to remind the Liberals that the tariff crisis is not the only one we're facing right now. Yes, we have to invest in defense, but there's no reason to cut health care, as Ottawa plans to do starting in 2028. There's no reason to abandon our media or cut public transit. The Liberals are capable of tackling these various crises, provided they stop subsidizing big oil and stop kowtowing to U.S. tech giants. Will they stand up? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I hear my colleague's tone, and I think Quebecers are not very happy to see that he's criticizing what we're doing, because we are here for Quebecers, including on the health front, and I work very well with my counterparts from Quebec to move the province forward. Thank you.
Member for Thornhill.
Next week, the Liberals are set to release their fiscal update, and the Prime Minister is copying Justin Trudeau's playbook as he burns through more taxpayer dollars, goes deeper into debt, and piles even more inflationary spending on every Canadian family. After more than a decade, none of these Liberals have realized that the more they spend, the worse affordability is for everyone. The Bank of Canada confirmed last week that rising interest rates are directly tied to excessive government spending. So if the Prime Minister won't bother with this place, will he at least call his friends at the Bank of Canada and get his spending under control?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that member to table immediately a list of the cuts she would like to make, and we will look into that.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
The high-speed train, Alta, consultants, the gun buyback program. There's a number of them, and we can discuss those at length in the House. But the C.D. Howe Institute also said today that persistent Liberal deficits are, quote, undermining growth and living standards rather than supporting them. The thing that they very claim to do. Every dollar that the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians. So when does all of that stop, and when is anybody over there held accountable for any of it?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we can believe the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party, or we can believe the International Monetary Fund, who says that Canada has the best fiscal situation in the G7, has lots of fiscal capacity. And Mr. Speaker, you know what we're going to do? We're going to use that fiscal capacity to build Canada, to build it strong, to build with Canadian products, with Canadian men and women in the skilled trades. We're going to build projects from coast to coast to coast in this country, and we're going to build it over the objections of that member.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
The CFIB has sounded the alarm on the entrepreneurial drought in Canada for 6 consecutive quarters. More businesses have shut down than opened up, and the Montreal Economic Institute has said that the heartbeat of innovation, job creation and economic growth is in sharp decline. Small businesses spend about 250 hours per year on red tape that could be eliminated, and it wouldn't even cost this government a single dollar. So will the minister admit that the Liberals' tax and spend approach has failed, and get out of the way so our businesses can thrive?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share my colleagues' interest for our SMEs in Canada. 1 million companies for many millions of Canadians. I've just done a roundtable, and we are supporting SMEs to prepare them for exports. With a national defense strategy, we have small business support, and the CFIB has also thanked us for the suspension of the excise tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, entrepreneurs need a direct and clear answer. The CFIB estimates that the total regulatory cost of government is $52 billion. Businesses are burning through a collective 768 million hours annually on paperwork. And just this week, I met with businesses that have heard Liberal promises for almost a decade, and they are saying, will the Liberals just leave the starting line, just do something? So will they commit today to cutting their red tape, taxes, and government spending so businesses can actually thrive in our country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are clear. It's part of our support strategy for small business. The reduction of red tape is part of our approach for companies. I don't agree entirely with my colleague and her statement. I consult the reality of these businesses every week, and what we feel is that their transformation that we are conducting is allowing companies to look towards a bright future.
Member for Calgary Skyview.
The Prime Minister claims affordability has never been better, but Canadians know the truth. Food bank use has skyrocketed, rent has nearly doubled, and families are paying more for groceries, gas, and housing. After 10 years of Liberal inflation, everything costs us more. Yet this Prime Minister is adding billions in reckless spending, driving up debt and cost of living. Canadians are paying $3,000 each year just to cover up that debt. When will these Liberals get spending under control so Canadians can afford to live again? Thank you.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, that former failed leader and the missing in action current failed leader love to stand up here in this House and talk about the economy. They've been in this House a total of 44 years and have accomplished nothing for Canadians. In fact, their work experience outside of this House, you could fit it on a Post-it note, unless they embellish it again like the former leader did in 2019. On this side of the House, we have the Prime Minister, the plan. He's going to build the strongest economy in the G7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
When you lease a new vehicle, you get a new vehicle. But when these Liberals lease a spaceport, all they got for $200 million was a gravel parking lot. Now, I'm sure it had nothing to do with the fact that it's in a Liberal riding, or that the Justice Minister's former staffer was the lobbyist for the project, or that a former Liberal Premier is on the company's advisory board, or clearly no Liberal insiders are getting rich at all. Canadians only have one question, Mr. Speaker. Why are so many Liberal insiders getting so rich off of taxpayers on this boondoggle of a lease?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, the Canadians have a question, all right. Why are the Conservatives against rearming, rebuilding, and reinvesting in the Canadian Armed Forces? We're proud to invest in space capabilities, Mr. Speaker, including a space launch infrastructure. It's important for Canada to assert its sovereignty in space-based communications. This is one of a continuing series of generational investments to ensure both Canada's security and our sovereignty. They don't seem to understand, Mr. Speaker, 20% of the Canadian economy depends on satellites every day.
Member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Get that minister some rocket fuel. These Liberals are expert at paying a lot for nothing. They've turned a gravel pit into a money pit. A former Liberal MP got $237 million for ventilators that went straight into the scrap heap. A Nova Scotia wind farm tightly connected to former Liberal MPs got a $206 million loan. Liberal insiders are making bank while too many Canadians are at the food bank. Mr. Speaker, when will a satellite be launched from our $200 million parking lot?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying earlier, before I was so rudely interrupted, 20% of the Canadian economy depends every day on satellites. Whether we're ordering food at our front door, whether we're trading on the Toronto Stock Exchange, whether we are actually now mapping our agricultural products in the production system, whether it's about actually deploying AI for firefighting purposes, we need satellite capabilities. We need secure telecommunications for our Arctic, for our security, for our sovereignty. Guess what, Mr. Speaker? Despite their objections, we're going to build it.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie wrote in La Presse that he fears his government is abandoning any goal of net zero. His Prime Minister is trying to push through another dirty oil pipeline in the West without meeting any of his own conditions. That means without raising industrial carbon pricing, without protecting water, and with weakened regulations on clean energy and methane to appease the oil and gas lobby. So no chance of meeting its own climate goals, Mr. Speaker. If they won't listen to the Bloc, will the Liberals listen to their own colleague? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the climate crisis is real. We know this, just like the global crisis. But the only way that we'll be able to succeed in facing it is working together. And for the issue of Alberta, last week I had an excellent discussion about this nature strategy with our colleagues over there. And this dialogue is open. We will be cooperating and learning. And I think it's by working together we'll be able to build a clean Canada. Thank you. The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, their nature strategy means more pipelines. And rumours are so serious that last Thursday, the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie said that he had confidence in his government despite its climate stepbacks. But today he wrote, any further compromise not only undermines Canada's climate commitments, but also could cause irreversible damage to human health, clean air, drinking water, and the trust of Indigenous communities. Mr. Speaker, when will these Liberals stand up and stop their leader from destroying the environment? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we think it's possible to, yes, have economic development and respect our environmental commitments. And I'd like to thank the Secretary for her work and all members here who've implemented our nature strategy to protect 30% of our land. And in terms of this question, of course, any project will be done in cooperation with Indigenous peoples. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has appointed a personal friend as Canada's ambassador to Washington, Mark Wiseman. He's not a wise man. He's against supply management. He doesn't respect the French language. He's even the founder of the Initiative of the Century, which aims to bring millions of immigrants to Quebec to weaken the weighting of French. The Prime Minister named a friend to be an ambassador to the U.S. who wants to crush the French language and who's against supply management. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said very clearly, the invitation should have been done in French. That's unacceptable. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, a friend is a friend, but the Liberals' inflationary deficits are costing Canadians dearly. This year, Canadians will pay $56.6 billion in interest to the Prime Minister's banker friends. $55.6 billion. That even exceeds the cost of Canada's health transfers. The Bank of Canada is clear. High interest rates are a direct result of excessive Liberal debt. During next week's budget update, will the Prime Minister put an end to inflationary deficits? Yes or no? The Honourable Government House Leader. As I've just indicated to this colleague, we are open to receive any suggestions for cuts from the opposition members, and we could study them. The honourable member. They've already taken many of our ideas, Mr. Speaker, but the Liberal Prime Minister has completely lost control of public finances. He's added $90 billion in new spending, and now we're paying $55.6 billion a year in interest on the debt. That's more than the GST brings in and more than health transfers. That money doesn't go either to patients or families, and every family is already paying $3,300 a year in interest alone. And next week, with the economic update, will he change course or condemn Canadians to pay even more for this Liberal spending? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we're somewhat perplexed. Are we talking about dental care that they call an inflationary spending, or is it the school food program or support to our workers and Quebec industries who are suffering from the U.S. headwinds with this trade war? What are these? What is this inflationary spending, and what cuts would they make? Could they table these cuts to detail them specifically to know what inflationary spending that they would like to debate here in this House?
The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable-Haute-Binière. Mr. Speaker, $90 billion in new spending. The list would be too long to enumerate in 30 seconds. The Liberal Prime Minister may well say that everything is fine, like he did on the 25th of March, but the facts tell a different story. Federal spending is at its highest level since 1996, and two-thirds of new spending isn't even being used for investment, but simply to keep the machine running, the Liberal machine running. More debt, more inflation, and rising interest rates. Even the Bank of Canada says so. Every dollar wasted is a dollar less in Canadians' pockets. When will this Liberal government finally get its spending under control and give families a bit more breathing space, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Government House Leader. Once again, Mr. Speaker, perhaps a multiple choice question. For the Conservatives, is it $6 billion for the Canada childcare benefit? $400 million for feeding children at school? Is it an inflationary spending to have a grocery and essentials benefit? $3 billion for workers? OAS? $7.5 billion? Can they pick and choose which ones, for them, constitute inflationary spending? The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Katascomique, Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, it seems that many people don't realise that it's easy to announce programme after programme after programme, but in the end, it all ends up on the government's credit card with no real limit. Except that there is indeed a limit. A credit card bill left unpaid at the end of the month means interest charges. Ever-increasing spending, ever-growing deficits, and over $3,300 a year in interest for every single family. When will these Liberals finally decide to get their spending under control so that Canadians can make ends meet too? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague from the South Shore. The IMF has been clear. Canada has the best fiscal position in the G7. The questions from my colleagues are interesting. What is an inflationary spending for the Conservatives? Would it be to remove dental care for close to 40,000 people in his riding? That allows people to save $1,200, up to $1,200 a year? Would it be taking $97 million away from his riding through the childcare benefit? Is it by reducing the salary of the armed forces, as they did for many years? We'd like to know what it is.
Mr. Speaker, Build Canada Homes is Canada's affordable housing builder, and it's already delivering real results. It's working with partners to accelerate the construction of affordable homes across Canada, including right here in Ottawa. In just a few short months, we are already seeing progress, fast-tracking 8 shovel-ready projects in growing neighbourhoods. Can the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure please update this House on the momentum that the partnership between Build Canada Homes and the City of Ottawa is delivering?
Kamloops Nicola, Thompson Nicola. The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member for his question. Exciting news this morning here in Ottawa. I was proud to be at a construction site with Prime Minister and the Mayor to announce those 8 shovel-ready projects. Over 1,100 homes, over 90% of those affordable homes by the Build Canada Homes Standard. This is great news, Mr. Speaker. We are building at scale. We are prioritizing projects on the ground, We are building these deep partnerships, in this case with the City of Ottawa, and looking forward to continuing to build that good work. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, just 1 year ago, the Prime Minister was telling everybody who would listen that he'd get a trade deal with Americans by last July. He set the deadline. He made that commitment. Now the Prime Minister has surrendered as tariffs on steel double, tariffs on lumber triple, and the tariffs on manufacturers get bigger. The workers and job creators in my community now know that the Prime Minister's promises were more empty words from just another Liberal politician. He says our relationship with the U.S. is a weakness. But isn't the real weakness the Prime Minister's constant over-promising and under-delivering when it comes to U.S.-Canada trade?
The Honourable Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, all these guys do every day in the middle of a trade war is talk down the economy, tear down the country, and we're doing the real work of investing in sectors and building it up. They just want to tear down. Let me ask what they would tear down. Here's a list of projects we've invested in. Northern Transformer, we invested. Conservative riding, they don't want it. Sensor Tech, we invest in Collingwood. They don't want it. Axe Building, in a conservative riding, they don't want it. Why don't they listen to their own businesses and their own riding and build Canada strong with us?
The honourable member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is capitulating on U.S. tariffs. Tariffs on steel have doubled, lumber tariffs have tripled, and new barriers continue to hit our manufacturers. Nowhere is this failure felt more than in my Niagara region, where cross-border trade is the lifeblood of local jobs, supply chains, and our communities. While he blames tariffs on a shrinking economy, he fails to show up while Mexico actually has a seat at the table. The Prime Minister is dragging his feet. When will he finally stand up, fight for the 2.6 million Canadian jobs who depend on U.S. trade, and deliver tariff relief, which he promised?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me assure the member that we all stand at the ready. Mr. Speaker, Canada is at its strongest when governments, workers, businesses, and industry are all pulling in the same direction. By strengthening our engagement, we're ensuring Canada is well positioned. That's why, as the member is well aware, yesterday we announced the creation of the Advisory Committee on Canada-U.S. Economic Relations. This will serve as a forum for knowledge sharing, expertise, and feedback on all issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, we have the only shrinking economy in the G7, and as the Prime Minister dithers, even Mexico is making progress on a deal. Why does he seem to keep wanting to drag this on? Why isn't he fighting for the 2.6 million Canadians whose jobs rely on trade with the U.S.? With millions of jobs at stake, when will the Prime Minister deliver results instead of the same speeches, excuses, and failures?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, once again, allow me to emphasize that we stand at the ready. For the past several months, what we have been doing is consulting with the provinces, consulting with the territories, consulting with businesses, consulting with labor leaders. So everyone is fully aware that we are doing as much as can be expected, and we will be acting very strongly, and he can rest assured that we will only agree to a very good deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
7 months. It's been 7 months since there's been a formal meeting or negotiation to exchange offers to remove these American tariffs. What's worse, it is now being reported that this is actually a Liberal strategy, a strategy that has led to the loss of tens of thousands of Canadian jobs, the closure of the Brampton auto plant, the closure of steel mills, the closure of pulp and paper mills. This has had a devastating effect on Canadians, and now there are expanded tariffs on all manufactured goods, which will make it worse. What do these Liberals have to say to the Canadians who have lost their jobs as a result of their strategy of delay?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to focus on trade diversification. I'd like to share some facts for those that are watching at home. Non-U.S. trade is up by 17%, a record in 2025. Fact number 2,
The Port of Vancouver moved 170 million metric tons of cargo, the highest in the port's history. That's more shipments to China, Japan, and South Korea. Let's come to the other side of the country. The Port of St. John's just reported a 30% jump, another historic record. This is how you build Canada strong and open opportunities for workers across the country.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
So the Liberal answer to the tens of thousands of Canadians who have lost their jobs about their strategy of delay is, don't worry about your EI, don't worry about your family, don't worry about how you're going to pay your mortgage, because we signed a free trade deal with Ecuador, which is a rounding error in Canada's GDP. Look, if these Liberals are serious, they will explain why they've decided their strategy is not to negotiate to try and get a deal on tariffs. Tariffs that affect 2.6 million Canadians' jobs whose jobs are tied to trade. Yeah. When will they get back to the negotiating table to protect those jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, what we've said is we won't do a bad deal. What we will do is control our own destiny. We will build. Let me give the member an example. $8 billion to the Wing in Goose Bay. A new wind farm in New Brunswick, a new intertie in New Brunswick, a new port in Montreal, a new graphite mine in Quebec, a new nuclear reactor in Ontario. I can keep going, Mr. Speaker. That's how we build Canada strong.
The honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are learning the Liberals spent $300 million on a software program called Prescribe IT. The Liberals promised Prescribe IT would replace fax machines for prescription drugs, but instead less than 5% of prescriptions went through the program. Now the Liberals are quietly shutting down Prescribe IT, hoping Canadians won't notice their money is gone. Given that taxpayers funded a program that they do not own for a service that never worked, my question is simple. Where did the $300 million go?
Honorable Ministre de la Santé.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the colleague knows, that question was discussed at the Health Committee. The government made this decision to collaborate with provinces and territories a few years ago with Prescribe IT. Indeed, when we evaluated the program, the provinces weren't jumping in, so we stopped the funding.
For Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, $300 million on Prescribe IT is making the ArriveCan look like pocket change. The Liberals paid Canada Health Infoway to design the program, who then paid TELUS Health to develop the program, who then may have outsourced the work offshore. The CEO of Canada Health Infoway couldn't even tell Health Committee how much the government paid him for this failure, claiming he didn't know his own salary. Wow. Canadians got nothing from Prescribe IT. So the $300 million question is, who got rich?
Here.
The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like they know full well, the program was implemented with provinces and territories, so the money was spent. That said, health professionals didn't use the program enough to justify its continuation, and so we terminated it.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday it was revealed that Canadians paid over $275 million on health care for 130,000 rejected refugee claimants in the past 10 years. When bogus refugees and scammers are benefiting from a health care system they don't pay into and are receiving additional care that Canadians don't, like vision care, counselling, home care, and physiotherapy, something is wrong. When will the Prime Minister put Canadians first and stop scammers from taking advantage of our system?
Honourable Minister of Citizenship, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The cost of health care for asylum claimant is tied to volumes. The good news is the asylum claims have gone down. If you compare the first 2 months of this year to 2024, it's gone down by 2/3. That's good news for Canada, and we will, with C-12, continue to reduce those claims. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, 6 million Canadians without access to a family doctor will not be lectured by these Liberals, while their own tax dollars are being abused and they can't get the proper care they need. The fact is, non-citizens whose asylum claims have been rejected have no reason to be in this country and should not benefit for better health care than Canadians. When will the Prime Minister admit he's lost control of immigration and stop letting scammers treat Canadians as a walk-in clinic?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That program that member speaks about represents 0.2% of the total health spending for Canada. I think they better get their facts straight and stop fear-mongering off of the backs of people that are vulnerable and that need to be protected. We will continue to do what is right for Canadians and what is right to protect Canadians and everyone in Canada. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Speaker, our government is investing $79 million to the Strategic Response Fund to advance regenerative medicine, including innovative cures for diabetes. Can the Minister of Health tell us how this investment will drive innovation in diabetes research and improve outcomes for Canadians living with diabetes? Thank you.
L'Honorable Ministre de la Santé.
The Honourable Minister for Health.
Thank the member for her leadership on diabetes. We can't build Canada strong without healthy Canadians. Investments like these show our commitment to building a more resilient, modern, and sustainable healthcare system. Thanks to our investment, we are helping create approximately 400 jobs across the Vancouver region, which is great news for the economy and the people. Just as importantly, it shows that we want next-generation healthcare solutions to build here in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the RCMP and CBSA, a massive multi-million-dollar drug lab was shut down near Norwich. In Woodstock, drug dealers pushing fentanyl and cocaine were arrested but then released on bail. Liberal weak on crime, catch and release, and open border policies are destroying our communities. Under their watch, 50,000 Canadians have lost their lives due to drug overdoses. So when will the Liberals crack down on these criminals and protect our communities?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I have good news to share with my honourable colleague. He will be well aware of the fact that we are in the midst of moving forward with generational changes to Canada's criminal laws, including the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, which will lead to stiffer penalties and harder conditions on bail for the very criminals that he raises in his question. The only question that I have, Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives, after months of obstruction of the Justice Committee, will finally be collaborative now that they know there is a majority Liberal government who will implement the strongest criminal reforms we've seen in years, with or without their assistance.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, the police are doing their jobs, but it's this Liberal government that's failing Canadians. They promised 1,000 new RCMP officers, 1,000 new border guards, but they failed to deliver them. The AG says that in Canada, we are short 3,400 RCMP officers. Meanwhile, illegal guns, illegal drugs keep pouring across our borders and into our communities. So will the Liberals stop recycling their speeches and finally act to protect Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, we've implemented the strongest tightening of the Criminal Code of Canada ever in the history of this Parliament. We're putting forward legislation that will provide law enforcement with the tools they need to catch drug traffickers, Mr. Speaker, but the Conservatives have delayed many of these tools. Lawful access, Mr. Speaker, should have been passed months ago, but finally now, Mr. Speaker, it's at the committee stage, and I hope the Conservatives listen to law enforcement and provide them with the help that they need.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, for years, residents and businesses in Saskatoon West warned the Liberals that the drug injection site was creating chaos and disorder in the community. The Liberals approved and funded the site even though it was within 200 meters of a school. Now, the whole operation has collapsed into bankruptcy and closure. That should be the end of this failed experiment. Saskatoon needs hope, recovery, treatment, and safety, not a new license for the same disaster under different management. Will the Minister of Health give the people of Saskatoon West a clear answer today and promise that she will not approve a new drug injection site in Saskatoon?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleague knows full well, there's not one single solution. However, there are supervised injection sites. The federal government responds to the needs of provinces that operate these supervision sites. We don't pay for them directly. I'm working with Saskatchewan to see how we can organize ourselves on this file. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles.
Mr. Speaker, on March 12, in response to the government of Lebanon's urgent request for humanitarian support, the government of Canada announced more than $37.7 million in funding to provide critical assistance in Lebanon, including food, medical and health service, shelter, and clean water. 1 month on, could the Secretary of State for International Development update the House on the impact our humanitarian assistance is having on the ground? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Secretary of State for International
Mr.
Development.
Speaker, Canada's humanitarian assistance is making a real difference on the ground. Through trusted partners, we've helped provide nearly 5.7 million meals to families in need. We've supported emergency medical assistance to almost 16,000 patients and health services to 35,000 more. We're helping 40 primary care health facilities across Lebanon stay open, improving access to essential medical care for the most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few examples of the life-saving support that Canadians are helping provide. For families fleeing violence, facing displacement, hunger and loss, it makes a real difference, and it's something Canadians can be proud of.
The Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
This Liberal Prime Minister bragged about his deal with China to remove tariffs from Canadian seafoods. 49 seafood products were subjected to 25% Canadian tariffs. But this government secured exemption for only 2 species, and only until the end of this year. Harvesters and plant workers that rely on Chinese markets for turbot, sea cucumber, whelk, capelin, geoduck, shrimp, and surf clams are reeling from these tariffs. Right. So when will these Liberals secure a real, lasting relief from Chinese tariffs and stop failing the Canadian seafood industry?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, China is our second largest trading partner. In our trip in January, we unlocked billions of dollars of opportunities for our agriculture and seafood sector. That includes more canola to China, more beef to China, and more seafood to China. That's over 500,000 workers being supported by trade with China. We'll continue working with our Chinese counterpart to unlock more opportunities for more workers across the country.
Nice.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
At a time when gas prices are skyrocketing, the Liberals are quietly slashing $5 billion from promised transit funding to local governments, all part of the Prime Minister's cuts, funding that cities rely on to keep people moving and to fight climate change. That means fewer buses, delayed projects, and higher costs for commuters. Why is the government abandoning working people and municipalities when they need support the most? And will the Prime Minister reverse these reckless cuts in the spring economic update and reinstate the promised stable long-term transit funding? Yes or no?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her question and her concerns about public transit. The good news is that we have expanded the opportunities for funding on public transit, not only from the Canada Public Transit Fund, which is the first permanent dedicated public transit fund in Canadian history, but also the Build Community Strong Fund, which is $51 billion of funding for infrastructure, communities across Canada, all of which is eligible for public transit funding. So we have grown the pot, much more larger for public transit. We intend to be investing aggressively, working with communities to deliver that public transit.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Last election, the Prime Minister promised to protect pharmacare and sign agreements with all provinces and territories as quickly as possible. Despite those clear commitments, his government has failed to sign a single agreement. And this week, PEI's health minister revealed the Liberals' plan to scrap pharmacare entirely when current deals expire. Will this government provide funding in the spring economic update to protect pharmacare and expand it to all Canadians as they promised, or are Liberals breaking their commitment to public pharmacare?
Hear, hear.
L'honorable ministre de la Santé.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to repeat something that I always have to repeat when we talk about pharmacare. The government is always committed to talking with provinces and territories to see how we can better support Canadians in healthcare based on their needs. With regards to Prince Edward Island and the article to which my colleague has made reference, these are programs that will end naturally in the next few years. So the government has cut nothing. Quite the contrary. I'm working with the province of Prince Edward Island to see how to better support them in healthcare.
And that brings an end to question period for this Thursday.
I
will give members a few minutes.
For Elgin, St. Thomas, London South, is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During statements by members, I couldn't help but notice that the Minister of Finance took a photograph on his phone of the Secretary of State for Rural Development, which, as you and the Minister should know, is very much against the rules of this House, and I'm just hoping you could direct the deletion of that photo.
I didn't see that, but if that's the case, the minister would have to obviously delete the photo. I don't know if the minister has a reply to that point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize and will delete it. Was one of my documents. Merci.
Okay, that went smoothly. Okay, we'll give everyone a few seconds to leave quietly.
We'll allow members who wish to leave the chamber to please do so quietly so that we can continue with our work. And because it's Thursday, obviously, we are waiting with great impatience for the question from the Opposition House Leader. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now it's time for everyone's favourite part of the parliamentary calendar, the Thursday question. I was hoping the government House Leader could update the House as to the business for the remainder of this week and into next week, specifically on the heels of recent data showing that Canada, once again under this Liberal Prime Minister, has the highest food inflation in the entire G7. Will we expect any legislation to provide relief at the grocery store? We would be willing to fast-track legislation that would go the full way to lifting federal taxes off of gasoline and diesel, should the government want to introduce that legislation as well. One of the things that strengthens a dollar and protects a currency against the devaluation is when investors are trying to put money into our country. The two Liberal bills from the Trudeau era, the anti-development bills, No More Pipelines bill and No New Development bills, are blocking investment into Canada. Will the government finally repeal those anti-development laws that is contributing to the weakening Canadian dollar and helping drive up prices? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've taken careful note of those questions from my honourable colleague, and perhaps I'd offer a challenge in return, and that is if he could work with his colleagues over the weekend so that we get a list, a very precise list of all of the things that constitute, in their mind, inflationary spending, and that could document. We would certainly rush to agree to have them table that document, and we'll take a look at it before the Minister of Finance rises next week and gives his spring economic update.
But until then, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will begin studying Government Business Number 9 concerning committee makeup. Tomorrow we will continue second reading of Bill C-25, the Strong and Free Elections Act. On Monday, we will begin study at report stage of C-11, an act to modernize the military justice system.
Mr. Speaker, we'll begin debate at second reading of the very exciting Bill C-28, the Canadian Space Launch Act, followed by the Spring Economic Statement at 4 p.m. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday we will start second reading debate of Bill S-3, an act to amend the Weights and Measures Act. Merci beaucoup, Mr. President.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
As the government House Leader referenced it, I understand he has just made a commitment that he would allow us to bring that document into the House and accept its tabling. So I will take him up on that and make sure that we get him that list. And I do hope that he will not just provide unanimous consent to the tabling of that document, but that he also gives it to the Minister of Finance so that we can finally get Liberals to stop causing the inflation that is causing so much hardship in Canadians.
Wonderful. Thank you, Steve.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government business number 9, concerning changes to the standing orders.
Minister of Transport and Leader of the Government in the House. No? We've got to read it. Okay, got it. That's why I don't know why it says that. Yeah, why does it say that, though?
Oh, you don't need to.
McKinnon Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Fuhr, moves. Okay. Mr. McKinnon Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Fuhr, moves that for the duration of the 45th Parliament, A, Standing Order 1041 be amended by replacing the words, quote, consist of 10 members, unquote, with the words, quote, consist of 12 members, unquote. B, paragraph A1 of the order adopted on June 5th, 2025 be rescinded and Standing Order 1042 be amended by replacing the words, quote, consist of 10 members, unquote, with the words, quote, consist of 12 members, unquote, and by adding after the words, quote, 12 members, unquote, the following, quote, which shall be composed of 7 members from the Liberal Party, 4 members from the Conservative Party, and 1 member from the Bloc Québécois, except for the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, and the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, which shall consist of 10 members and be composed of 5 members from the Liberal Party, 4 members from the Conservative Party, and 1 member from the Bloc Québécois, and for which the lists of members are to be prepared, except as provided in Section 1 of this Standing Order, shall be on, unquote. C.
For greater certainty, the membership of the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament be increased by 2 members of the House of Commons from the Government Party, and the Standing Joint Committee for the Scrutiny of Regulations be increased by 1 member of the House of Commons from the Government Party. D. The Clerk of the House be authorized to make any required editorial and consequential alterations to the standing orders, including the marginal notes.
E. Paragraph A of the order adopted on November 20th, 2025 be amended by replacing the words, quote, 11 members of the House of Commons, including 5 members of the House of Commons from the governing party, unquote, with the words, quote, 12 members of the House of Commons, including 6 members of the House of Commons from the governing party, unquote. F. Paragraph B of the order be adopted on February 13th, 2026 be amended by replacing the words, quote, 10 members of the House of Commons be members of the committee, including 5 members of the House of Commons from the governing party, unquote, with the words, quote, 12 members of the House of Commons be members of the committee, including 7 members of the House of Commons from the governing party, unquote.
G. Notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the whip of the recognized party affected by the above changes to the composition of committees submit his membership changes to the Clerk of the House following the adoption of this order, and these changes be effective immediately, and that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that this House has adopted this order, and inviting their honours to concur in the changes made under paragraphs E and F of this order. Debate. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Rise this afternoon to speak to Government Motion Number 9, which addresses the composition of committees of the House and joint committees. This is an important matter because it strikes at the very heart of how our Parliament performs its duties. The question is simple. Should a party that has a majority in the House of Commons also have a majority in House or parliamentary committees? And Mr. Speaker, I believe the answer is clear, it is undeniable, it is yes. It should have a majority at committees. This is one of the very principles that underlie the work of this place. It is a long-standing tradition of our Parliament, and moreover, Mr. Speaker, it is basic logic. A majority in one place, the House, clearly translates to a majority in another place, the parliamentary committees that are an extension of the House. For all of these reasons, I call on fellow members of Parliament to take a reasoned and reasonable approach to this motion as they participate in this debate. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by simply stating the obvious. Parliamentary committees are really the workhorses of Parliament. Committees receive their mandates from the House, and they conduct studies, they review bills, and they carry out investigations relevant to their mandates. Committees are not only the forum for the detailed examination of bills, because the House debates only the principles and the scope of bills at second reading, but they are also the forums where members of the government can engage in dialogue with members of other parties in order to reconcile their differing perspectives for the benefit of their constituents and, more broadly, for the benefit of Canadians. We are navigating through very difficult times. We're facing challenges including evolving issues with trade and relations with our partners, and we're also navigating a highly uncertain geopolitical landscape. As we spend time in the House of Commons debating these issues, these strategies, and policies that we can implement to address these challenges, the true work of developing detailed and constructive solutions often falls to committees.
The Prime Minister has been clear, Mr. Speaker. He expects to see a Parliament that delivers results for Canadians.
Hear, hear.
And he expects Liberal MPs to work collaboratively with their colleagues on all sides of the House. We need to move ahead with a House of Commons that works together on the many challenges of our times. And we need to move ahead with committees that work hard to closely scrutinize legislation to make it better, while holding public hearings on a range of critical policies where Canadians are demanding action. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the proposal contained in Government Motion number 9. This is a routine motion that should not be seen as controversial. The standing orders of the House of Commons establish the number of members on each standing committee, and as such, any change to the numbers requires the House to adopt a new motion. House of Commons Procedure and Practice First Edition makes it clear on page 819 where it states, quote, where the governing party has a majority in the House, it will also have a majority on every House committee, unquote. There is an undeniable long-standing principle in Parliament. A party that has the majority of seats in the House also has a majority in committees. This is at the core of our Westminster system of government. The motion proposed by the government does just that. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition states on page 790, quote, party representation on committees reflects the standings of recognized parties in the House, unquote. At the beginning of a parliament or at the beginning of a new session of parliament, or in some cases from time to time, motions respecting the composition of committees are agreed to in the House in collaboration with the parties without any debate. For these members who might take umbrage with Government Motion number 9, I want to point out the counterfactual. If by some turn of fate a government were to lose its majority over the course of its mandate, opposition members would surely want the memberships of committees to reflect party standings and the composition of the House. This point is beyond debate. In fact, I would assert that if this scenario were to play out, I would fully expect that without agreement of the parties to proceed, an opposition party would simply use an opposition day motion to implement a change in the composition of committees to reflect the standings in the House. That would result in one day of debate on an opposition day motion, a mechanism that would obviate any amendment unless the party proposing the motion agreed to it, followed by a vote. I would further assert that the government has taken an approach with government motion number 9 to ensure that no party that is eligible to sit on committees loses any members on those committees. This was a deliberate decision on our part. We could have, Mr. Speaker, proposed to closely mirror a membership structure of previous majority governments, which would have required removing members of the official opposition from committees. We chose not to do this. We chose the inclusive approach. We chose the collaborative approach. La raison pour laquelle
The reason we have done this is that we are serious about our intention to work constructively and collaboratively with other parties to advance an agenda that responds to the needs of Canadians right now. This is not a political talking point. It is something we consider important for our country, critical, dare I say, for our country at this time. I will now turn to the practical implications for committees and the important work they do. One of the key aspects of committees is that committees provide a mechanism for members of Parliament to cultivate and refine parliamentary skills and enhance political expertise in areas falling within the committee's mandates. Not only does serving on a committee help develop parliamentary skills in legislative matters and in policy development and analysis, but committees can and should be a forum where members work together to address issues and promote the interests of Canadians. Through this work, members build relationships that may be less driven by partisan interests and can lead to more productive exchanges among themselves on policy issues important to their constituents and to Canadians. I believe that Government Motion Number 9 is a reasonable proposal, consistent with the long-standing practices of this House and other Westminster parliaments.
Fully believes in the productive functioning of the House and its committees. I see this motion as not only an opportunity to deliver on this promise to Canadians, but also to reset our comportment and refocus our combined efforts to deliver real and meaningful results for Canadians. For those members who claim that this motion will lessen their ability to hold the government to account, I say this: not a single opposition MP has been removed from any committee. Their ability to propose motions and studies and amendments to legislation remains intact. Their ability to have different MPs from their caucus participate in committees as associate members or substitutions remains intact. And their opportunity to make a persuasive case for their proposals remains intact. Ministers will continue to testify at committee and be held to account. Government officials will continue to testify before those same committees. Furthermore, the opposition gets 45 minutes each and every sitting day and question period to hold the government to account. They have 22 opposition days a year to move motions on issues of importance to them. Members will continue to have a variety of ways to obtain information from the government to hold it to account. There are the formal mechanisms, which I have mentioned, like having ministers appear at committees to testify and answer questions on a range of issues, such as legislation, studies, and obviously the estimates. There are also order paper questions, petitions, late shows in the House. Further, I would suggest that there are the informal mechanisms, such as speaking with ministers, secretaries of state and parliamentary secretaries about issues of interest or concern respecting their portfolios, and to obtain technical briefings from departmental officials. These are effective accountability and transparency measures that I would continue to encourage members to leverage. My fear is that some members across the aisle are more interested in scoring political points and creating divisions for their own partisan gain at a time when we really need to cooperate, to collaborate in good faith to deliver on issues of critical importance for our country. Collaboration, that is the approach to politics that Canadians tell me, and I know tell them, that they want to see in this place for all elected representatives. They don't want to see partisan gamesmanship. So, Mr. Speaker, let me make one thing clear. The Conservatives have said they will bring forward an amendment to the motion that would leave 3 of the opposition-chaired committees as they currently are, with a majority of opposition MPs. Our view is that this amendment is not proper. We would oppose it. Once again, let me repeat the reason for this. There is an undeniable, long-standing principle in Parliament that a party which has the majority of seats in the House also has a majority in committees. Not some committees, all committees. There are not 2 tiers of committees in this Parliament, and the principle applies to all of them equally. Mr. Speaker, what we are proposing is to adjust committee membership proportionally to reflect the party standings in the House. It is as simple as that. There are no games, no untoward tactics, no strategies here. It should come as no surprise to anyone that the government believes that the party that has a majority of seats in the House of Commons has a majority of seats in parliamentary committees. This concept is as old as our parliamentary system itself. Nous voulons rassembler les Canadiens.
We want to bring Canadians together in a spirit of unity. Our government has been working and will continue to work with all provinces and territories, regardless of their political leanings, to build a strong Canada. The House of Commons will always be the People's House of Commons. Our government will be accountable to this House and to Canadians for all of our actions. This motion does not call that objective into question.
Let me return to what we have proposed. Our government has a majority of seats in the House. All we are asking of this House is that the structure of committees reflect this reality. We have committed to the parties and to Canadians that we want this Parliament to work for Canadians, and we committed to do this work constructively and in collaboration with other parties. We have been doing just that, and it has been delivering results for Canadians. We proposed a model for committees that does not reduce the number of opposition members on committees for 2 reasons. First is that we believe committee work makes better parliamentarians, and secondly, because we believe in the productive and collaborative power of committees when they come together to do the hard work to improve government proposals. Nous croyons en ces.
We believe in these things because we believe in the power and integrity of our institutions. And these institutions become strong, resilient, and effective when those who criticize and oppose certain proposals are seen and heard in the process. This is how we build resilience and cooperation, and in doing so, we show Canadians that even when people disagree on certain points, we can all agree that Canada has immense potential. This is what makes Canada strong.
Is what makes Canada strong. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in the words of that great country music singer, George Strait, I've got some oceanfront property in Arizona to sell you. That was quite the speech. Mr. Speaker, in his, the minister mentioned that if it were the will of the opposition parties, if for some reason this majority that the Liberals have cobbled together with floor crossers were to decline into a minority situation, if the opposition parties did decide to use an opposition motion, and that motion did pass, would the minister respect that decision and not call it a matter of confidence if and when that scenario were to happen? That's a fair question to ask him, Mr. Speaker.
Reverend House Leader.
I think my speech speaks for itself, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, comments. Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Look, this is another great example of beautiful liberal virtue signaling speech. Again, they don't walk the talk. What they're saying is they want proportional representation that represents what's going on in the House. But in this motion, not only was there no prior consultation, but they're also adding 2 government side members in each committee, whereas 1 would have been amply enough to ensure a majority. I'd like the parliamentary leader, the House leader, the government House leader, to justify this other than through giving the false reasoning according to which they do not want the chair to have a right to vote, despite the fact that that is clearly set out in the rules.
Le président.
Well, you, Mr. Speaker, do not have to break a tie at each occasion where there is a vote in this House, and we do not believe committee chairs should have to systematically break ties either. And that is the reason why we have provided for 2 government members without doing away with representation for the Bloc and for the Conservative parties.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech. I'd like to ask him a question, sort of do a thought experiment. What would happen if this was in the opposite situation, if the government was in the majority, lost members to the opposing party? What would be the principle at work then?
Government House Leader.
Merci à mon collègue.
Thank you to my colleague from Hull, Elmer, from the Outaouais region. In fact, I discussed this at length in my speech. The principle applies. A majority in the House of Commons involves a majority throughout committees, the House committees.
House of Commons represents a majority on committees. A minority situation for a government in the House of Commons would obviously require a reevaluation and a reordering of those committees.
Questions and comments, Honourable Opposition House Leader.
I fear my counterpart in the government bench has missed his calling to be a speechwriter in the Politburo because there were so many things there that he said that were directly contradicted by what he was saying. For example, he said that this is all being done in a spirit of collaboration. They are literally taking away the need for them to collaborate with this motion, Mr. Speaker, by giving themselves a majority. But another falsehood that he stated was that there are no 2 tiers in committee. He then referenced the fact, in committees, he then referenced the fact that the 3 oversight committees are in fact chaired by the opposition. That is a different tier of committee. Those committees have always been treated differently by the standing orders and by the usual practices of the House precisely because they are a different sort of committee. They are not the committees that legislation proceeds through. They are committees that provide oversight. And it is through those committees that the opposition has uncovered liberal corruption, scandals, inappropriate use of taxpayers' dollars, and that the government voted against each one of those investigations. So why not at least preserve the oversight role of the opposition on those 3 committees: public accounts, government operations, and ethics?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend was in your chair at one point. He knows that over the years the House of Commons have decided to give 3 committees: government operations, public accounts, and now I'm drawing a blank. Ethics, indeed, Mr. Speaker. Those committees, the ability to be chaired by an opposition member. We, of course, will be continuing that practice, and those committees, guided as they are by opposition members of Parliament, will be able to continue to call witnesses, call on documents, and to examine any issue that they choose in their wisdom.
Question and commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, Listigouche. Mr. Speaker, thank you. If it's all talk and no action, the talk itself is worthless. The government says it wants to work constructively with the opposition, wants to cooperate. But what do? They come down with a motion without even taking the time to contact us at the Bloc Québécois to negotiate ahead of time, even though they know full well that we are responsible, rigorous partners with whom it is possible, quite feasible to work. So, on that front, it's a fail. But now, can the Government House Leader tell us this? Can he confirm, and this is another test, that he won't impose this under closure? That would be another way that he really wants to work in a cooperative way. The Government House Leader. I understand that the Bloc cares about the rules, the standing orders of this House, and that's why it is mystifying to me that the Bloc did not indicate that they, of course, will follow the principles of this that go back to the origins of our very parliamentary system. That is, a majority in the House of Commons is then recognized throughout all bodies and House committees. So I certainly hope the Bloc Québécois, in its own official position, will reinforce that point or reiterate it. I would tell my colleague that in no way have we changed the composition of committees as far as the representation of the Bloc Québécois is concerned. I don't know what we would have had to negotiate with them.
Violence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This gives us a chance to look at, again, and I'm going to ask the government leader in the House and the Honourable Minister, the recognized party status rules were created by law in 1963 to do one thing only, and that was to provide funding to parties with over 12 members of parliament in the House. That law said nothing about changing the rights that each member of parliament has vis-a-vis each other. As the leader of the Green Party of Canada with the seat for Saanich Gulf Islands, I should have equal rights in theory with every other member in this place, because the 1963 rule did not say, and no rule has ever said, that members of parliament and parties with fewer than 12 MPs can't sit on committees. I verified this quite recently with our clerk to make sure, as the clerk described it, a practice of long-standing and not a rule. My question to the honourable minister is, why has the government decided it's okay to provide funding to the NDP members, but not ensure that those very fine members sit on committees?
Honourable Government House Leader.
The Board of Internal Economy, which makes its decisions, has decided on a funding formula, indeed, for parties in this House that has no connection to the item at hand. And I would simply say to my honourable colleague that we are all equals in this House. That member, me, the Leader of the Opposition, the Prime Minister, indeed. We are all equals when we meet in this place. We all enjoy one vote. We all enjoy the same privileges, the same ability to compel accountability, to vote on budgets, and to govern in the best way possible.
It's a brief question, member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to thank the Minister for his speech. I wanted to ask, is the Minister aware of any point in Canadian history where a majority government has not had a majority on committees? And is the Minister aware of any time where certain committees have had a different composition, where the majority government has not had a majority on those few committees but not on others?
The Honourable Government House Leader, brief response.
Well, in fact, that's a very good question. We've searched the annals of history, not just in Canada, which is, of course, goes back to 1867 and this place, Mr. Speaker, but indeed Westminster parliaments from time immemorial, and we are unable to find an example where members from one party constituted a majority of the seats and did not constitute a majority on the other institutions of that House of Commons or of that Parliament.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my speech, I was just wondering if I could get unanimous consent to share my time. This is one of those rare circumstances where I need the consent of the House to do that. I'm hoping they'll accommodate that.
Is it agreed to split the time? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to pick up on the last thing that the Government House Leader said, because I think this is the nub of the misleading nature of what the government is doing here. He said that they could never find an example where the makeup of committees did not reflect the makeup of the House. Yes, precisely because there has never before been a situation where a government has changed the fundamental nature of itself through floor crossings and backroom deals. Every other time that the makeup of committee reflected the makeup of the House, it is because that is what happened at the election. The makeup of committees reflect the democratic expression that the Canadian people provide through the ballot box. Mr. Speaker, it is very telling that the very first thing that this government has done with its newfound majority powers is not to make life more affordable for Canadians, not to fully lift gas taxes, not to stop inflationary money printing, not to repeal anti-development laws that chase away investment and block jobs from being created here in Canada. No, instead, the very first thing they did was to make life easier for the government itself. And those aren't just my words. Those are words that Liberals have said as to the justification for why they're doing this. This means that they'll have an easier time getting their agenda through, and most importantly, they will not have to face the type of scrutiny that opposition parties are able to provide for Canadians when the opposition makes up a majority on the House. The committee makeup reflects the makeup of the House as the Canadian people elected it. No Canadian has been able to pass judgment on the floor crossings. No Canadian has been able to endorse the deals that were offered those members who changed parties so soon after an election. These are all individuals who looked their voters in the eye, ran on a platform and a party and a leader, and then for their own personal gain, again, their words, not mine, for their own personal gain, they made a decision to join the government. And again, Canadians have had no opportunity to examine what those negotiations, what those talks were all about, or what any promises may have been made to entice members to cross the floor. The government has made so many false statements. He said, the government House Leader says there's no such thing as two-tier committees. The context of that is what we are going to do in a few moments, my colleague is going to do, my colleague from Barrie Innisfil, who I am sharing my time with. What he's going to do is he's going to propose an amendment. That amendment will at least preserve the oversight capabilities of three very important committees. The Public Accounts Committee, which is tasked with pouring through line by line every dollar that this government spends. The Government Operations Committee, which examines all kinds of government operations, making sure that Canadians understand who's getting paid, why contracts are being given, why funding decisions are made or not made. Again, a very important oversight committee. And of course, the Ethics Committee. This is the committee that's tasked with investigating government corruption. And this is the true reason why the government is not going to agree with our request. You see, every other committee deals with legislation. We have a bill to change the Airports Act. That goes to the Transportation Committee. We have a bill to change the way natural resources are developed. That bill goes to the Natural Resource Committee. Legislation doesn't go through those three oversight committees. So all this talk about getting results for Canadians, getting things done, working in a collaborative manner, does not apply to those oversight committees. Mr. Speaker, we know what happens when Liberals get majorities on these committees. Another falsehood that the Government House Leader has said is that members of Parliament still have the power to send for documents, to compel departments to hand over information, to compel testimony. That is false. Members of Parliament do not have that right individually. They only have that right when a committee or the House passes a motion. And now that the Liberals will have a majority on those committees, we already know that they will block those efforts. We know this because that is what they have done in the past. Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals had a majority in the 2015 to 2019 Parliament, it took a whistleblower, it took Jody Wilson-Raybould to blow the whistle and shine a light on what Justin Trudeau was doing, trying to inappropriately pressure her to intervene in a criminal court proceeding. And after just two meetings, we heard from Jody Wilson-Raybould, we heard from the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, and then committee members wanted to hear from Jody Wilson-Raybould again so that she could respond to what Jerry Butts said. What was the first thing the Liberals did when they got the floor on March 13th in 2019? They moved to adjourn. They moved to adjourn, and they had the votes because they had a majority, and they shut down that investigation. The We Charity scandal. This is where the Liberals gave a sole-sourced $912 million contract to an organization that had paid Trudeau family members through speaking events. And again, the Liberals filibustered for dozens of hours and voted to shut down the investigation and voted to stop documents from seeing the light of day. The Arrive Scam app. This app, initially budgeted at $80,000, ballooned to an estimated $60 million. And the Liberals tried to block committee investigations and hide their connections to their favorite Liberal IT contractors, GC Strategies. Think of all the corruption that this House has unearthed just in the last few years of this Liberal government, precisely because Liberals couldn't block those investigations. Because the opposition parties collectively had a majority, we could compel that kind of information. Had the Liberals had a majority on the Ethics Committee, on the Public Accounts Committee, and on the Government Operations Committee in the last Parliament, there is no way we would have seen the head of GC Strategies in this House at the bar being admonished for the misappropriation of taxpayers' money. The Winnipeg Labs scandal. Again, Liberals blocked document production orders and even took the Speaker to court to try to block information from being released to parliamentarians. The Liberal Green Slush Fund. widespread Liberal corruption. This is where Liberal insiders sitting around an entity that allocates government tax dollars, allocates tax dollars that the government has collected. Liberal insiders were placed on that board. And do you know what they did once they're on that board, Mr. Speaker? They funneled money to their own companies. They wrote themselves checks off the backs of taxpayers. And again, when Conservatives led the charge to shine a light on this kind of corruption, Liberals blocked it. Liberals voted against it. Mr. Speaker, this is what this is all about. They don't enjoy transparency. They don't enjoy when Canadians find out the truth about how they are running this government. That is why they are pushing this motion through. All the arguments about collaboration are totally false. Our party, after the last election, said we are facing a lot of global challenges, but we are also facing a lot of terrible Liberal policies that are driving up costs, inflation, making our country weaker when it comes to dealing with global threats. And we said we will roll up our sleeves and we will get to work. And where we have agreement, where there is common ground, you've seen the opposition cooperate and ensure that things that at the very least don't do any further harm to the Canadian people get passed. We've also helped fix terrible Liberal legislation. Remember C2, the very first bill that this government brought into this House? It was because the government didn't have a majority that they weren't able to ram through that bill. And it was because opposition parties got together and said, whoa, there are many things in this bill that should pass, but there are many, many things that are huge government overreaches, invasions in people's privacies, the ability to open up people's mail, the banning of cash transactions, all kinds of things that empowered the state and infringed on individual liberties. And we were able to block that and force the government to abandon those aspects that were huge government overreaches, while at the same time passing the common sense parts that Conservatives have long been calling for. So this is a solution to a problem that does not exist. If the government is looking for obstruction and game playing, they need no look further than their own benches. They filibustered for the last 2 weeks at the Ethics Committee to prevent investigation into the Finance Minister's potential conflict of interest. They filibustered their own legislation at the Justice Committee by insisting on debating a bill that was dividing parliamentarians and very divisive in the Canadian public, while we were calling on the Justice Committee to focus on real measures to make Canada safer. At the end of the day, what Liberals call silly games, Canadians call transparency and accountability. Every time parliamentarians say, hey, you've got a conflict of interest, hey, Liberal government, you've shoveled money into your own friends' pockets and your own companies, they say that's partisanship. Because to Liberals, any time that a light is shone on their nefarious activities, they have to project. They have to demean and insult those individuals who are trying to get to the bottom of what happened to Canadian tax dollars. We make no apologies for fighting for transparency and for respect for that taxpayer dollar. Mr. Speaker, I'm urging the government to rethink its rejection of our amendment. And when my colleague proposes it, I hope they will get on board so that they can show to the Canadian people that it's not about using their power to shut down investigations.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I always enjoy listening to my honourable colleagues' faux righteous indignation. But as much as I enjoy that, I think we need to put some facts on the table. The fact of the matter is that there is now a majority government here in Ottawa. And with that comes the ability to have a majority on parliamentary committees. In the 3 by-elections that we had just last week, Canadians overwhelmingly voted for Liberal candidates. And in fact, Conservative votes went down incredibly. But I have a very simple question for my honourable colleague, and I think he should be able to answer it. And I'd like to know, if ever the Conservatives have a majority in Parliament, given their argument right now, will he promise to Canadians that Conservatives won't have a majority on committee? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, I certainly do miss working with the member for Burlington when she was House Leader. We had lots of productive conversations, and it's always spirited. Yes, it's always a pleasure to respond. Mr. Speaker, it's a little bit of a misleading question because, first of all, let's address something. The Liberals did not get their majority because of by-elections. That is false. Every seat that they won in the by-elections were seats that they already had. They got their by-election through floor crossings. In those by-elections, not every Canadian got to vote. In the general election, where every Canadian voted, they voted for a strong opposition. They voted for a minority Liberal government. And I can assure you that had the Liberals got a majority through the ballot box, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And if Conservatives, when Conservatives get our majority at the ballot box, we won't need a motion like that. We only need this motion because they are trying to overturn the results of the last election through the committee makeup, Mr. Speaker.
Un commentaire, député de Berthier, Masquinon.
The Honourable Member for Berthier, Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague knows, of course, that the Liberals like making nice speeches, but then acting differently. We're told that committees must reflect the composition of the House of Commons. I think my colleague and everyone here agrees with that principle. I'd like to hear from our colleague about how with the Liberals, they have 50.7% of the seats in Parliament. How is it, therefore, that they should force us to have 58.3% representation? So not just a majority as they virtuously pretend to be doing, but an unjustified supermajority.
Leader de l'opposition à la Chambre.
Well, I agree, Mr. Speaker. You know, they talk about the percentages reflecting the makeup of the House, and they have given themselves a much larger percentage of committees makeup than they do in the House. So even in their own action, they contradict themselves. They contradict themselves on the need for this at all, because there is legislation that has moved through the House. They contradict themselves when they talk about two-tier committees. There are two tiers of committees. There are the oversight committees, which are specially treated in the standing orders and have their own conventions and practices. And then they are the rest of the standing committees, which provide for oversight on departments and deal with legislation. And he is right. In this very motion, they are not reflecting the makeup of the House in committees. They are giving themselves about 8 percentage points more. So I agree with my honourable colleague, and I hope he agrees with our amendment to at least preserve the oversight role of the Operations, Public Accounts and Ethics Committee.
Questions and comments now. Member for Regina, Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to join this debate about basically the Liberals taking a backdoor majority through floor crossing. But I've only been here for 6 years, and I know my colleague from Regina Capel has been here much, much longer. So my question to him would be has this happened before? Has the committee structure been altered like this by any governments in the past? Is this really just precedent setting? And I believe this is the only case where government has formed a majority through floor crossing. So once again, are the Liberals not abiding by the will of Canadians? And has this happened before in Parliament?
Opposition House Leader, about 45 seconds.
Well, thank you very much. And I just want to point out again, he's right, this was done through backroom deals. Not a single one of those floor crossers would have won their own elections if they had run as Liberals. They only got elected because they were running under the Conservative banner and the Conservative leader. That is a fact. And no government has ever gone from a minority to a majority at the federal level through these kinds of backroom negotiations. We believe that the makeup of Parliament and the checks and balances that Canadians voted for at the ballot box should be respected.
Resuming debate, please, the honourable member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if Canadians wanted any evidence at all, that what the Liberal government wants is an audience and not an effective opposition, Motion 9 reflects accurately and precisely that. It was about a year ago, under a year ago, that the Prime Minister of this country was elected by Canadians. It was a fair election. But the Prime Minister was elected in a minority situation, Mr. Speaker. He received less votes than what he needed as a majority. And Canadians sent that message, as they did in previous elections, because they weren't happy with the Liberal government and what they were doing to this country and electing them in a minority situation, because we had an untested, unproven Prime Minister who had never engaged in politics again before. So Canadians actually voted for a minority government. What that meant, as is the convention around this place and as is relation to standing orders, we had committees that were negotiated at that time and that were structured in a way that reflected the results of the election. It meant that for Conservatives and members of the Bloc, we had the majority of members on those committees. For the committees that weren't oversight committees, that meant that if the opposition members wanted to determine what a study was going to be, if they wanted to compel witnesses, if they wanted to summons, if they wanted to compel documents, they could do it without it having to get to the chair. That's the way committees were formed. And the same can be said about the oversight committees, Mr. Speaker, of which I'm the chair of the Ethics Committee. The oversight committees exist because they deal with issues of importance related to government operations, government contracts, ethics, accountability, transparency. If it wasn't for the oversight committees in previous parliaments, as the member from Regina Capel had said, none of the scandals that became big scandals, scandals that in fact caused this parliament to be prorogued in the case of the Winnipeg Lab scandal, none of those things would have come out if it wasn't for the oversight committees. And that's the purpose that they serve, Mr. Speaker, is to hold the government to account, to ensure that there's transparency, to ensure that the information that is available to us in a majority situation of members on that committee, especially when a minority government is elected, that we are able to do that. And we run a real risk. I have a grave, grave concern that the level of accountability, transparency is not going to be there with Liberal members, at least at a minimum, on these oversight committees controlling those committees. And Mr. Speaker, when those committees were constituted, there was good faith negotiations to make sure that they were going to happen. The proportionality of what's happened now in this transactional nature of a majority government, where we've seen floor crossers, in fact, give the government a majority, that means that there's just over 50% of the seats right now, which, again, should be reflective on those committees. But what the Liberals are proposing with motion number 9 is to, in fact, give themselves 58% of representation on those committees, ensuring that nothing that the opposition wants to do at those committees will actually happen. There will be no summoning of documents. There will be no appearance by witnesses. There will be no studies on things that happen as a result of scandals within this government that will ever see the light of day, Mr. Speaker, and that is what is most troubling to me. The other thing that's been troubling, and I've seen a pattern of this over the 10+ years that I've been here, and I think it speaks to the importance of what's needed in this country. If we don't have any accountability, and we don't have the type of transparency that Parliament is going to be able to provide at this point, Mr. Speaker, especially given the work that committees are charged with, it seems like we've turned into a country that we are the only country in the world, in liberalized democracies around the world, where the opposition party is held to a greater account than the government by the media. And that needs to stop right now, Mr. Speaker, because the power that is given to this Parliament, the power that is given to MPs, the supreme power that it's given, is being taken away by this government through motion number 9. And it's a sad indictment on where we are with respect to oversight and accountability and transparency when there are YouTubers who are finding out more about what's happening within the Liberal government and the scandals and the connections of well-connected insiders, lobbyists, family members. When YouTubers are researching this stuff and finding this stuff out, that's a sad indictment on where we are with respect to media accountability in this country and holding the opposition to greater account than they do to the government party. And so with all that's happening with motion 9, I want to send a message because it's going to become increasingly important for the media if this passes without amendment on the oversight committees. Do your goddamn jobs.
Order, order. The member knows that's not parliamentary. I'll just ask him to withdraw and we'll carry on.
Mr. Speaker. Do your jobs. Hold the government to account for everything that's going on with respect to spending, contracts, all that stuff. Because Canadians are going to need to rely on media to do this. Because they're handcuffing, the Liberal government is handcuffing the opposition party right now, particularly on oversight committees. Mr. Speaker, with this motion and with everything else that we've seen, the sad reality is that Liberals expect Canadians to give up, to get complacent and to go away, so that the Prime Minister can have total power without any accountability. That won't happen. Our country and its people are worth fighting for, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to fight for people to afford homes, fuel, and food. We'll continue to fight for safety on our streets. We'll continue to fight for our resource workers, our soldiers, and Conservatives will continue to lead that fight every day and in every way in Parliament across the country and into the next election, when Canadians will reclaim this country we know and love and put the power back to the people and not the government. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I would like to close with an amendment to Government Motion Number 9. And it reads that the motion be amended in paragraph B by adding after the words and estimates the word and B by adding after the words public accounts the following, which shall consist of 9 members and be composed of 4 members from the Liberal Party, 4 members from the Conservative Party, and 1 member from the Bloc Québécois. And I present that to you now, Mr. Speaker, as an amendment. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Vant is the seconder, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Third, seconded by Mr. Steinley, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended in paragraph B. A, by adding after the words and estimates the word and B, by adding after the words public accounts the following, which shall consist of 9 members and be composed of 4 members from the Liberal Party, 4 members from the Conservative Party, and 1 member from the Bloc Québécois. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, I've been here for over 10 years and I've seen a lot of theatrics in this place, but the drama coming from that last speech was even a bit much for, I think, that honourable member and the Conservatives. Speaking as if, you know, we are taking away members' rights and their opportunities to be representatives, I think is over the top. In fact, every member in this House has an important role to play. What the government is doing is acting on the fact that we now have a majority. And so I'll put it to him, because I didn't actually get an answer from his House leader when I said, if the Conservatives should ever, you know, we'll see if that ever happens, find themselves in a situation where they have a majority government, will he commit right now to ensuring that the Conservatives do not hold a majority on committee? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
Well, I'm sorry that the honourable member thinks that the passion that I'm showing for accountability, transparency, and ensuring that the government acts in an ethical manner is just theatrics, because nothing could be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, I am very passionate about this as chair of the Ethics Committee. I'm keenly aware of, we just dropped a report today on the Conflict of Interest Act. We, throughout the testimony of the Conflict of Interest Act, heard some pretty disturbing things when it comes to blind trusts, ethics screens not being applied in proper manners. You know, the companies having $5.6 billion in unpaid taxes through offshore accounts. You know, we've seen in the last little while, we've seen contracts, the spaceport in New Brunswick, other contracts handed out to Liberal family members. Mr. Speaker, I will make no apologies for for being passionate about defending the rights of Canadians and making sure that ethical standards are met in this country.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, after promising to collaborate, to ask for the points of view of the opposition, well, the first thing that we're seeing from this now majority Liberal government is to change the rules of the game unilaterally without any consultation of the Bloc Québécois. And they're even going against parliamentary tradition where committee makeup is established by consensus. Right now, they're doing exactly the opposite. And worse, when we look at the proposal from the Liberals would have 58% of seats on parliamentary committees, even though they have just 51% of seats in Parliament. I'd like to know what my honourable colleague thinks. The honourable member for Barrie South Innisfil. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've already spoken to this in my speech. As I said, when the election took place last April or a year ago, each party negotiated together the makeup of committees and the number of members on committees. And there were discussions at that time. And now, with members having crossed the floor, we're in this situation.
To ensure that we have accountability, oversight, transparency at our committees. And this will do nothing to ensure that. In fact, I will suggest that it will make it much, much worse, and the Liberals will run ramshot through everything. They will pass whatever they want to pass, and committees will not have a say in any of it. Thank you.
Questions, comments? Member for Regina Louvain, about half a minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm quite shocked by the question coming from the member from Burlington to say that it's theatrical to care about accountability and oversight in the House of Commons and committee structures. The government that she is part of, this Liberal government, has more ethics violations than any government in the history of Canada. There is corruption and there are scandals in this government, and now they're trying to change the committee structure so that the opposition parties can't hold them to account. So how can you say that it isn't something that should matter to each and every Canadian when this government is trying to run roughshod and do whatever they want and no one's supposed to hold them accountable? So to my honourable colleague, how can we ever trust this government to get it right if we can't hold them accountable?
Member for Barrie South Innisfil, a brief response.
Yeah, and it's going to be increasingly difficult, but we're not going to stop. We're going to continue to ensure that we have accountability, transparency, oversight, but I did mention that the role of the media is going to be that much more important now, and if the media acts like they do in other Western democracies and actually holds this government to account, then maybe we'll get some action in holding them to account as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, usually it's a pleasure for me to rise to speak in the House. It's a great privilege to be able to do that. You know, unfortunately today it's less of a pleasure because we're really disappointed, Mr. Speaker. We're really disappointed, and I hope that most Canadians who are watching and Quebecers who are watching this are also disappointing. I hope that they realize that Liberal promises, are once again empty promises, as usual, or as has been the case most of the time. And, it's really cavalier the way that they're acting, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the Bloc Québécois, to give you some context, feels that committees need to reflect the composition of the House of Commons. So, to hear elected members of the government claim that the opposition don't want to recognize that, well, that's a falsehood. It's a terrible falsehood, Mr. Speaker. What we don't want to recognize is over-representation of the party in power. The Bloc Québécois respects parliamentary tradition, and the Bloc Québécois argues that committee makeup is something that needs to be negotiated in good faith through consensus. But in order to negotiate, Mr. Speaker, well, people have to talk, quite simply. We've heard nothing from the government. And so we consider that the current process is flawed, deeply flawed. And yet, it would have been possible to come to some agreement with the Bloc Québécois. we're the adults in the room. I don't, need to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we are an intelligent opposition party. We make constructive suggestions and we listen closely to the government's proposals. And if something's good for Quebec, well, we could vote in favor of it. That's always the criteria that we apply. The government's claiming that we didn't want to collaborate. That's completely false. And I want to correct the record on that false impression, Mr. Speaker. And, what's worse is that the government has achieved a majority in the middle of its mandate. And there were by-elections, and we recognize the results of those by-elections. Those were 3 seats that were already occupied by Liberals, so that didn't change the composition of the House. What changed the composition of the House are the floor crossers. And, There they were ready to talk to members of the opposition. There they were ready to negotiate in the hallways. They were ready to do that for the floor crossers. So where's the legitimacy here, Mr. Speaker? Well, I think that voters in those 5 ridings were not respected. It's very clear with these floor crossers. When people vote for a member at the federal level, when they vote for their MP, in my case with 108,000 constituents, I know that those people didn't all vote just for me. They voted for the political party. So there's a question of legitimacy that's not that isn't there with this majority. So despite all that, the Bloc Québécois would have been open to negotiating because clearly the composition of House committees needs to reflect the composition of the House of Commons. And I'll remind you that the parliament tradition is that this is something that's done by consensus at the beginning of the parliament. This is the first time that a government has managed to buy a majority by negotiating with members of the opposition party so that they could cross the floor. I don't know what they were offered, but that's what happened, Mr. Speaker. Let's be objective here. So, I'm not judging anyone specifically here, but these are the facts. We would have hoped to have heard from the government. We even had discussions internally, and we said, we're going to hear from them. The Prime Minister said, he promised, on April 14th, that's not that long ago, Mr. Speaker, he promised that all points of view in Parliament are necessary. He promised to work in collaboration with the other parties in order to, and I quote him, and this is the Prime Minister himself, to meet the expectations of Canadians in terms of the work that needs to be done here. We need collaboration. We need partnerships. And we need to work with ambition. And maybe there's still some ambition, but collaboration and partnerships, well, they lasted 7 days, Mr. Speaker. That collaboration from the Prime Minister, or rather the CEO of Canada, it lasted 7 days, Mr. Speaker. What we have here is a Prime Minister who wants to move as quickly as possible. He's not interested in what happens in Parliament. I say that politely. And he thinks that the opposition is just there to put, spokes in the wheels. But that's not true. We're very far from that, in truth, Mr. Speaker. And when I say that the Bloc Québécois wasn't even approached, not for a second. What's worse, Mr. Speaker, we got an email informing us that tomorrow we'd be announcing this motion. Here's the motion. That's it. And do you know when we got that email? And listen, I say this with great irony. We were leaving the House Leaders meeting. That's a meeting where a few times a week, we have these discussions amongst House leaders. It's a formal forum for having these discussions. And, there are all kinds of other times when we can chat in the hallways, we can text each other, but that's a formal meeting where all officers from all recognized parties are present and we talk about the schedule. We talk about, somebody wants to move such and such a motion. What do you think? And we answer. I say, no, I'll talk to my caucus. I'll get back to you on this. This is something that's constructive. These are good conversations. But Mr. Speaker, we just left that meeting not 2 hours previously, and we got an email saying, tomorrow we're going to be moving this motion and we're going to muzzle you in committees, because that's the goal here. That's the goal here. I would invite people watching to not buy what the government is selling today, by claiming that, oh, no, we haven't changed the composition, the members of the opposition. We're going to listen to everybody. But at the same time, we're giving ourselves a supermajority so that we can end debate as quickly as possible as soon as we don't want to hear it. And after that, they say, oh, we want to work on a team and have consensus. Well, listen, I think that our doubts, Mr. Speaker, today are justified, and I'm going to disappoint the government House Leader who was hoping earlier that we'd say that we'd vote with him. Well, no, we're not going to be voting in favor of this motion. We're not going to accept that they're asking us to endorse a false representation of the House in these committees in the middle of a mandate. Because that's what's happening, Mr. Speaker. That's what's happening. The government House Leader even said, that he wasn't excluding closure or time allocation for this motion. I mean, come on, to have the intention to move through closure a motion that usually is done through consensus and discussion without even having spoken one single time to the Bloc Québécois about this. What's the justification for this? Well, I hope you're sitting down. I see that you're sitting down, so I can tell you you're not going to fall over. The reason for all of this, they're saying that, oh, well, listen, the Conservatives didn't want to, so there was no reason to talk to you. So here's what we're doing. And now we have a majority, so now, listen, you're going to listen to what we have to say. That's their thinking, and that's really disappointing. Especially, and as I said, especially since the Prime Minister, he just committed 7 days previously to continue to collaborate. And my leader, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, answered that with constructive proposals, and our constructive proposals show that we are willing to work with the government. We saw that, they had extended a hand, and we took that hand, and we said, listen, yes, we'll work with you. The Bloc Québécois is a smart opposition party, a constructive opposition party, because we're not here to play political games every single day. We are here to move things forward for the common good. That's what we're trying to do. So, listen, we're really disappointed, obviously. And bitterly disappointed even. And I have to say it's my duty to explain why, Mr. Speaker. It's, so concerning. And I want to note that there was a motion that was tabled by a Conservative member, M27, whose goal is to prevent changes to the standing orders imposed by the majority. Because traditionally, these are changes that were negotiated. These are things that were discussed, Mr. Speaker, these sorts of changes to the standing orders. So the parliamentary tradition, when, they say, listen, this is what we need to do. This is parliamentary tradition, the British parliamentary tradition. We heard, some speeches earlier about this, but listen, no, your speeches don't reflect the reality. You're trying to muzzle the opposition parties, and the opposition parties are not going to accept that this, happens. It's as simple as that. That's the message that I'm trying to get through today. Because, it's concerning because when somebody commits to collaboration and then turns around a couple days later and decides, nope, not going to have any discussions, that doesn't bode well for the future, Mr. Speaker. And if the government holds on to its majority, we've got another 3 years of this coming up. It's going to be a long 3 years. And so this is a message that I'm sending to members of the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. I hope that internally they're going to have some conversations and that they're going to take a constructive attitude, that they're going to negotiate with the other parties. Because you can't have speeches saying that, oh, all opinions are important, and then decide you don't want to hear those opinions. I heard the government House Leader say that, committee work is really important. It allows us to have good discussions, look at things in detail, raise concerns, but you have to have the possibility of doing that. And with the makeup of committees that they're proposing, that's not going to happen. Things are going to go really, really quickly. It's like the high-speed train. It's like all kinds of things they want to do. It's going to go super fast, but sometimes it's important to take time. And so I would invite members of the government to reconsider this position that they're taking and to take their time. It's very important, Mr. Speaker.
Because when you change the standing orders, you've got to remember, it's not about the majority, it's about the actual institution of Parliament. It has to do with democracy itself in Canada and in Quebec. And the rules of engagement, they're just not the purview strictly of the governing party. They are the purview of Parliament itself. And so I would urge members to cooperate And then I'll repeat that if they had wanted to collaborate with us and had wanted to speak to us, that we would have been engaged, that we always are, and we weren't going to deny that they had a majority in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, but what we would not have accepted would have been to give over 58% of committee makeup to the Liberals when they represent 58.7% of the House of Commons. I'd like some justification, some rationale for that from them. There were other alternatives, really. There could have been other changes to the committees that we could have discussed. But I get back to the same point, Mr. Speaker. There could have been other options, but you got to discuss things. If you're not discussing things, it's hard to get along. I really like to take a little break here and there so that people can really think on these issues. There were other formulations, and if I have more time, I'll get back to them. But I do want to say a few other things. When I hear this excuse about the committee chair, they say, oh, the committee chair should not have to vote. But, well, you know what? It's a standing order. It's in the standing orders. And if you had committees where the chair had to vote all the time, it means that committees aren't doing their work properly. At the last general election, the people gave the Liberal government a minority government. What does that actually mean? What's the message? Okay, we trust you to administer this, but not that much. We'll give the opposition a lot of leeway so that you are not in this overwhelming majority. A lot of good work has been done in minority settings. Minority governments operate, and they do a good job. We've been dealing with this since 2019, and this is a change. I'm not saying they weren't entitled to finding a way to get to a majority, but you really have to call a spade and say that when there's equal votes in committees, it means that there was no negotiation, no discussions, no compromise. So then you say that Conservatives are filibustering committees, so let's have a majority. We haven't done that, at least on our side. These unilateral, drastic changes will have negative effects, including more filibustering from the opposition, because that's one way to have some influence, to postpone certain things, to have some leverage. I'm really concerned, Mr. Speaker. I'm not a fan of this. I think that in committees and at the House of Commons, we get paid to move issues forward in the common good. And that's why I think we could have worked together on this. And today's reality is fundamentally quite sad. Now, Procedure and House Affairs says the chair is to preside meetings, maintain order and decorum, rule on matters of procedure, and play a critical role in administration of the committee. The chair does not generally vote, but may break a vote, break a tie. So this is what procedure and practice says. We've seen it. In fact, we saw it in the House when there was a call for a commission of inquiry on Curam, that software that is depriving thousands rather, of seniors of their pension checks. And then the government is saying, hey, you know, there aren't that many of them. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Well, one is one too many. And unfortunately, the chair voted with the government. And, you know, we understand that because those are the rules. We're not happy with the result of the final vote, but those are the rules. So what's the problem with having a committee chair who has to rule once in a while, has to cast the deciding vote? In the Government House leader's speech, he said clearly they have no interest in compromise and discussions. They want to move quickly and they want to vote quickly. He clearly said he didn't want his chairs stuck having to vote. You know, if you're working properly as a government, that doesn't have that huge of a majority, then there wouldn't need to be so many votes for the chair. Then they'll come back to us and say, oh, we should all act in goodwill, and then the opposition is just hindering the work of these great bills that we want to bring forward for Canada. And this is just a joke, Mr. Speaker. That casting vote of the chair is used very seldom. Generally, it is well used. It's in favor of the status quo. It's not controversial. It's a well-established thing. And this is just a red herring. It's a false excuse. They're saying, oh, look, great, we have a majority in the House. Let's just get this through. Rather than to include an additional Liberal member in each committee, which would have given them a reasonable majority, they say no, two. Let's take no chances, you know. The opposition has been really annoying, and we don't want to be called into question. We don't want any scandals raised or any other issues that are suspect. They say the committee is virtuous. It's extraordinary that these committees, they work on bills. This is what they're saying, but it just makes no sense. Expediting bills? Well, it's like expediting the high-speed rail thing. Let's just expropriate all these people. Let's run roughshod all over all these lands. We'll do this because that's what we want to do. They might complain, but that's okay. We'll be able to move forward super high speed, and the CEO of Canada can expedite. That's what I'm hearing today, Mr. Speaker. And it's worrisome. It's worrisome to me. It's worrisome for the future. The committee work is important. The work of the opposition is important. I'd like to hear someone on the government side to tell me if they actually think that our work is not important. It is our job to raise doubts, not to prevent legislation from going through, but to make sure that the legislation that is adopted is good legislation. And to do that before committees unite, to be in a position to put forward amendments and have a chance at these amendments being passed. But that's a thing of the past, in fact. No, they'll say no, no, no. They'll just say no. They're going to vote this way, and that's it. And that's what we can expect. That's what I heard from the government House leader. It's seriously concerning when they say, no, this is essential, we need to make this change, it's critical, we need to expedite things. This particular parliament legislature passed 40-some bills. In the prior one, fewer. But still, we were doing some good work. There have been many bills passed, and now here we are being muzzled. The opposition's being muzzled. They're claiming that they're not muzzling the opposition. But the majority here is fragile. Maybe in a couple of months from now, those floor crossers may have some questions. For instance, the NDP member, the most recent Conservative member, she might think that this party is too left-wing, or the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie may change their mind as well. The honourable member for Laurier-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague's speech. I understand the concerns and the vulnerabilities he's expressed. We know full well that a majority means stability and action for Canadians and for Quebecers, so that we can move past this partisanship. Why are they so opposed to a majority, whereas the national interests should take precedence over political gamesmanship? That's my question. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the colleague for his question, and I want to thank him for the tone of the exchange as well. In most recent conversations, I noticed that the tone has gotten better, but on the actual content, we're not here playing political games, trying to score political points. We're trying to talk about what really matters, working constructively. But, in order to build something, you can't be speaking to yourself. Look, I was recently on hiring committees, and I said to the people being the candidates, hey, listen, when I ask you a question, I want you to tell me what you think, not what you think I want to hear. I would urge you to look, Mr. Speaker, at what the Bloc Québécois has been doing full time here in the House of Commons. We have been working to be constructive. To impose this majority is disrespectful.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start by commending my colleague for his very eloquent speech, which really appeals to the government for some higher order thinking, yes, being open to working cross-party lines, certainly welcoming. The government has welcomed floor crossers. Well, my colleague was mentioning cooperation on the part of the opposition since this parliament came to office, and the fact that there have been many bills that were passed in the last few months and throughout this minority parliament. Can you give me other examples of success? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I thank my colleague for this excellent question. My first example would be what I'm most proud of since 2019, which is the passage of a bill that protects supply management from any concession, and we know how important this is given the renegotiation of CUSMA right now. I'm not saying that the Bloc Québécois did this alone. We did this cooperatively. I was having daily discussions with the agriculture minister of the time. We had wonderful cooperation. We were able to gradually convince the Conservative Party colleagues. That's a great example of cooperation, and it also is an opposition bill. We are the ones who brought this bill forward. It wouldn't have existed otherwise, and it's a precious tool in the hands of the Prime Minister during these negotiations. That's an excellent example. The Honourable Member for Mont-Royal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I will adopt the same tone as my colleague, because I also like the cooperation we have with the Bloc Québécois and all parties in the House. Am I correct in supposing that what the Honourable Member said is that if the number of Liberals on the committee was 6 and not 7, the Bloc Québécois would agree to these proposed changes? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Look, I thank my colleague, first off, for his question. And I appreciate that he appreciates our cooperation and that he would even recognize there was cooperation. I want to tell him, we would probably have come to some agreement. The government is a majority. I can't promise on my own behalf that that's the collective decision we would all have come to. But when you say this to me, sure, it might have resembled the percentage that is represented by the members in the House. That's what we are criticizing. It's this way of doing business, this number that they've granted themselves, and that they weren't even, they didn't even bother calling us. We were just coming out of a meeting. It's just really contemptuous, Mr. Speaker. My commentary, the Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I just wondering if some of the other speeches that we've had today, if he would agree that there is some a little more importance with the oversight committees, and if they should have some priority on how the opposition members are valued on those committees.
The
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, all parliamentary committees are important, but the oversight committee are particularly important. Of course, this could have been part of negotiations and consultations. We could have looked at that. There's also the principle according to which committees must represent the composition of the House, the makeup of the House. This is not the case in most committees. Perhaps, as I was saying to the member from Montreal, I can't tell you about the conclusions of a discussion that never took place. There was never a discussion. That's what's deplorable. It's a real bulldozing action that we're seeing here today. They're saying, okay, finally here we have a majority. We're going to bulldoze them, and that'll be that.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can just speak to the principle of parliamentary tradition where a majority in the House has been consistently through the years a majority on the standing committees. That is what we have seen historically. There's a valid argument for the reason why that takes place. Does he support that principle, and would he not agree that it would be universally applied, whether it's the federal government or the provincial level?
The honourable member for Mercier, Masquinongé. That's a great principle. It's quite something to hear this member refer to parliamentary tradition, whereas the composition of committees has always been established through negotiations and consensus by the parliamentary tradition itself. And now they're ramming this down our throats, and it's shocking. Honestly, I had other terms in my mind, but I'll stick with those. The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague, this isn't the first time the Liberals have done this, to buy a majority in this House. You know, at this point, there are secret agreements with certain individuals who've chosen to cross the floor because the by-elections had nothing to do with this. It was the Liberals before, and now it's still the Liberals. Now they've bought a majority, and now they want to buy a majority on committees. But the NDP, you got to remember, there has been this issue in the past with the agreement between the Liberals and the NDP. It wasn't official because the NDP would sometimes vote with us, but this is the second time in 2 terms of office that the Liberals have been playing with democracy. What does my colleague think of that? The honourable member, look, I don't really say this that often, but that's a really excellent question. It's a really good point. This is the second time that they have been playing games with the operations of Parliament. You know, they love the beautiful rhetoric. They like to say they're wonderful people, we cooperate. And then they come back to the House of Commons and they just buy a majority. By buying the vote of the NDP in the last Parliament, which absolutely destroyed the constructive work we were doing up until that point. And now you've got floor crossers. But as I said earlier, this majority, I don't know if it'll last 3 years, because perhaps the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie might say, hey, these environmental measures are being scrapped. Maybe the member for Nunavut will realize, hey, the Prime Minister is a little more right-leaning than she imagined. Perhaps the member for Sarnia-Lambton, Janong, I apologize for the pronunciation, may realize that actually it's more of a lefty government than she thought. Perhaps these people who have changed their allegiance, fundamentally what they had liked about the original political parties, what they liked, perhaps that will come back up to the surface.
Resuming debate. It is my duty to pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, the economy. The Honourable Member for Chatham, Kent, Leamington, the economy. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, employment. Resuming debate. Reprise débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure for me to be able to rise and maybe add some value to the discussion that we're having this afternoon on what I believe is a very important motion. You know, and I can say to members opposite, not necessarily to be too fearful from an opposition's perspective. I've spent actually more time in my political career in the opposition benches. I understand the important role that members of the opposition actually play when it comes to debates, motions, all forms of things that take place, whether it's in a provincial legislature or here in the country's national parliament, Mr. Speaker. I understand the value of the tools that are in fact provided. And I'll hope to give a couple of good, tangible examples that would maybe assist people that might be following the debate or the discussion have an understanding, at least from my perspective, as to why it's so important that we continue to move forward with this motion that's been presented by the Government House Leader, and that, in fact, every member should ultimately be in support of it. And I don't say that lightly, because at the end of the day, I suspect there will be many MPs on both sides of the House that would say that they are parliamentarians first and foremost, that they are very passionate about the country in which we represent. Here on the House of Commons, the constituents that we're here to be for. And if you believe in those two issues, or those two agenda items that I just put forward, let me expand on it a little bit. In the history of our nation, every time there is a majority government, there is a majority on our committees. You have not heard any member from the Bloc, or the representative from the Bloc, or the two members from the Conservatives, one of which was a former Speaker of the House, Mr. Speaker, indicate an example where there was a majority government, a majority in the chamber, and a minority in the committee, standing committees. So in principle, I would pose the question, as I did to my friend from the Bloc, do you support the parliamentary tradition and principle in recognizing that if you have a majority of seats in the House, that you should continue to have a majority of the seats in the standing committees? It was interesting listening to a couple of the questions that were posed to the Conservative members. When they were asked, well, if at some point in future in the time, if this Conservative Party across the way or some new branded Conservative Party was to be in government, a majority government, would they surrender a majority on the standing committees? And you'll notice that on both occasions, they didn't even answer the question. Because that has been an absolute given, Mr. Speaker. And then, if you take a look at it, I believe that, Canadians did get an opportunity to speak. Prior to the by-election night, where we had 3 by-elections, we did not have a majority, Mr. Speaker. It was 171 seats. In order to have a majority in the House of Commons, you need 172. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, had we not won those by-election seats, we would not have a majority today. And what you will find is that the response that Canadians gave this Prime Minister and the government was actually very encouraging, where we won all 3 of the by-elections. And at the end of the day, it put us into a position of having a majority government. I can recall, they make reference to individuals for reasons, and I would suggest reasons in terms of building a stronger and healthy nation, wanting to be a part of a government that is aggressively taking a Team Canada approach at dealing with the important issues our nation is having to face today, made a decision to be a part of a government caucus. I don't remember, and actually it was the absolute opposite. Stephen Harper and even other Conservative leaders post-Stephen Harper did not have a problem in terms of having individuals that walked over to their political party. I think they're trying to diminish the principal argument that I'm putting forward, that being parliamentary tradition in the history of our nation, and in fact the Commonwealth, is very clear in regards to a majority of seats in the House dictate a majority of seats in our standing committees. And that's exactly what it is that this motion is actually proposing, Mr. Speaker. I've had the opportunity, as I've indicated, in opposition and in government in the House of Commons. And I remember standing up, Mr. Speaker, when we were third party, and I would talk about the frustrations of a filibuster from opposition because of issues such as concurrence back then, Mr. Speaker. I believe the record would even show that I made reference to the need of a time allocation as a tool, a legislative tool, in order to ensure that legislation is able to pass. But it doesn't mean that we're going to have a default position that Stephen Harper had with Peter MacKay. I would sit in my chair and he'd bring in a bill, open up his desk, and read the closure type motions or the time allocation motions, Mr. Speaker, with absolutely no discussion or debate. Well over 100 times. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and this government has been very clear. We want to be able to produce in a very real, intangible way for Canadians, and we will work cooperatively with oppositions where the collaboration is there to do so. You know, the member from the Bloc, the previous speaker, just made reference to the supply management issue. I remember the discussion. I was a part of the House leadership team, and we ensured that it happened. Go back to the time in which it was being discussed and the discussions that were taking place and the concerns, whether it was in the province of Quebec or Manitoba. I'm passionate about supply management. I was glad to see the motion. The Prime Minister didn't say, well, it's a Bloc initiative, we don't want anything to do with it. So at the end of the day, we were actually able to come in a collaborative way and get the legislation passed. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that is somewhat rare. And I would hope that we'll see more collaboration into the future. This bill does not take away, or the motion does not take away, any of the fundamental rights that an opposition party has and has been using for the last number of years, for the last 15 plus years that I've been here, Mr. Speaker. You know, they still have, there's no effect on things like opposition days. Opposition days provide the official opposition and other political parties the opportunity to bring forward opposition motions on the issue of the day. Now, I disagree with a lot of the issues. I think issues, there's a lot more relevant issues that they might have been wanting to bring forward, but that's my opinion. I respect the fact that they have a different opinion most often, Mr. Speaker, than I do. But at the end of the day, we're not saying there's banning concurrence reports within this motion, Mr. Speaker. And I'm anticipating that we're going to see concurrence reports, whether it's a majority in the committee, a majority in the House, or a minority. That's not going to change. I might prefer to see that debate occur the odd time outside of government orders so that we can have more actual debate on government bills. But again, that's a personal preference, Mr. Speaker. And I can assure you that whether it's a minority or a majority in the chamber or elsewhere, you're still going to see, political tactics like the official opposition standing up and moving someone to be able to speak, which would then cause the bells to ring. I believe you're still going to see members opposite that'll stand up and attempt to move adjournment for the day, Mr. Speaker. There's all sorts of tools that are there. The The only change that we're seeing today is recognizing our parliamentary heritage and tradition. That is the only thing that is actually being affected today. And I hope that it does ultimately lead to more opportunities to build on relationships between parliamentarians. I personally have found in majority situations at standing committees, you often get relationships that develop in a different way. You know, we have had, even when, you know, in a majority situation, we have accepted amendments. And obviously, we have had amendments in the minority situations in the standing committee. It's not the party that dictates whether the idea is ultimately going to pass. As the opposition party would say, well, it should be the majority of the House of Commons, which now passes on to the standing committees, Mr. Speaker. If it makes sense to bring forward an amendment and the majority feel that that's the way to go, then it will pass. I wanted to give a specific example. And the reason I want to use this example is because we were talking about it earlier today. And that was in regards to Bill C-11. Do you know how many years the government has actually been working on trying to get sexual assaults out of the military court system and into the civil justice system, Mr. Speaker? It has been a number of years. The Prime Minister has made the decision early on that we are going to invest in our Canadian forces. We have already brought up 2% in terms of funding, 2% of the GDP. This past week, we had over 7,000 people apply to be members of the Canadian forces in the last fiscal year. Not to mention the drive to build an industrial military regime that complements Canada's security. A part of dealing with the military issue is, in fact, C-11. That's why it is that we have brought it forward. What does C-11 do? And why is it important to recognize this? Because at C-11, when it went to committee, the opposition made some changes, substantial changes to the legislation. You see, before it went to committee, Mr. Speaker, it was actually very clear. We had the Justice Arbor, and if you want to Google search Justice Arbor, you will see an incredible background dealing with sexual harassment, all forms of sexual offenses. A chief sat on the Supreme Court, was recognized worldwide to a certain degree on issues dealing with human rights, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that she actually did a report for the House of Commons. And in that report, after working literally directly or indirectly, meeting with people publicly and off the record, no doubt, talking to thousands of individuals. And what you will find is her recommendation was that we, as a parliament, establish the changeover from a military to justice to a civil justice system when it came to sexual assaults, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives and the Bloc, they united as one and said, well, here's what we want to see. It goes against what it is that the government believes is important in terms of listening to what Justice Arbor had to say. Now, Mr. Speaker, we then have the debate today in the chamber, and they've made it very clear they do not support it. They do not support changing it to the civil system, civil justice system, Mr. Speaker. They made it very clear, both the Bloc and the Conservatives. Now, have a flashback to 2 years ago when the Veterans Affairs Committee was meeting. And when the Veterans Affairs Committee met, you had representatives from the Bloc, from the Conservatives, that sat on that committee, and they actually came up with a recommendation on this very issue, dealing with C-11. And it said, transfer the jurisdiction to investigate sexual misconduct and prosecute its perpetrators to civilian authorities. So you want to maybe look at it in terms of you have the opposition today who has changed their opinions, but the government still believes in the inquiry that was done on it, on what it is, the recommendations, 40 some recommendations, of which I think close to 3 dozen were actually implemented, but the key one is this legislation. So because we have a majority situation, we are now in a better position to be able to pass it as opposed to compromise it, because we are listening to the victims, Mr. Speaker. So if you take a look in terms of why it's important traditionally or historically for parliaments to have those majorities, that is one of the reasons. It's not that we're disregarding opposition ideas and amendments. I would compare the amendments that we have accepted from opposition, both in minority, I'm not talking C-11, don't get too excited. I'm not talking about Conservative and Bloc amendments only in minority situations. You know, if the amendment adds strength and value to the legislation, by all means, bring it forward. And I would like to think, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, parliamentary committees, which I have argued in the past, can be the backbone of Parliament Hill and the work that many members do. I thought the House Leader talked about it at length in terms of the importance of things like legislation, financial matters, policy-related issues, the opportunity to be able to get to understand and appreciate those issues that are critically important to Canadians. It's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. For me personally, I look at it in the sense that, you know, I want to put, as I know every member of the Liberal Party wants to do, Mr. Speaker, is look at what is good, sound public policy and take the actions that are necessary in order to support that. Whether it is a budgetary measure or it is a legislative nature or anything else, Mr. Speaker, Canadians want us collectively to work more cooperatively. Let's collaborate where we can. This motion that we're debating today does not take away the rights of members of Parliament. It reinforces our heritage and parliamentary history within the Commonwealth, Mr. Speaker. I would like to think that at the end of the day, when you look at the legislation, that there's an opportunity for everyone to be able to ultimately see the value of legislation from a government perspective at the very least, such as the suite of crime bills that we have, Mr. Speaker, which is such a high priority for Canadians. And we will be able to deliver on those. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. Question commentary. The honourable member for Niagara South.
Entertained by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader's speech. Every time I have risen in this House before to speak to legislation, the Parliamentary Secretary after has accused us of filibustering and not allowing legislation to go to committee quick enough. Well, now that they will assert their majority to get a majority on committees, will he undertake and commit today that he will stop the rhetoric of telling us to stop debating legislation in the House that we have a right to stand here with our opinions, as he seems to want to have cooperation until he doesn't. And I use the legislation from the Immigration Committee. We did pass substantial and reasonable amendments to legislation that was only overturned when it came back to report stage. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary would commit today to being more collaborative in reality and not just rhetoric.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I don't have a problem in terms of saying my desire is to be collaborative. I want to be able to see the advancement of good, sound public policy. And the example that I would give, two come to mind right offhand. Bill C-14, the bail reform legislation. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever that we could not have passed that legislation at the end of last year. There is absolutely no reason. But the reason ultimately, I would argue, was because the opposition would not let us do so. A second example would be lawful access. Do you know how often, Mr. Speaker, I've heard opposition talk about the issue of extortion? Yet we have lawful access before us, and there's absolutely no reason why that lawful access could not have been amended, passed in some form. Again, long ago.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Listen, Mr. Speaker, there's so much matter for questions in my colleague's speech that I have a hard time choosing just one. He talked about parliamentary heritage and tradition, and, he spoke about, that as if it was a virtue. But tradition is that committees must represent the composition of the House of Commons, which is not what happens with this motion, and needs to be negotiated and adopted through consensus. They've said that they won a majority with the by-elections. That's not true. Those 3 by-elections were places where the Liberals already had the seat, and so that was just renewed. So they got their majority through floor crossers. And the last thing, really terrible that he said, they said, no, listen, we listen to the opposition when it's good for us, but now we're a majority, we'll be able to do what we want to do because we're listening to victims, as if the opposition wasn't listening to victims. Come on, let's be serious.
Sir. Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. I don't necessarily agree with the overall assessment of it. I believe that when you take a look at the legislative agenda that the government brings forward, there's a very limited amount of time for debate under government businesses. There is no programming that's in place. I think over the last 15 years plus, there might be an argument to start talking about programming. I would like to be able to see changes to the standing orders, and I would be happy to work with members of the Bloc and others in a cooperative way in looking at ways in which we can improve upon the system. I think that what we've been afforded, Mr. Speaker, is a good opportunity today to reset the dial and to hopefully see more people working to build a stronger Canada.
Questions and comments, Honourable Secretary of State Sports.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the speech from one of the most knowledgeable members of this House. He spends more time in this room than anybody that I know, and really does understand how this place works. He mentioned the lawful access bill, which was delayed by the Conservatives until they kind of came around and I suppose were convinced, maybe by their constituents, perhaps by law enforcement officials who are asking us to deliver on that, but it slowed that legislation down. So could the member please inform Canadians and this House how a change to our committee structure to better reflect the composition of Parliament will allow us to advance legislation that Canadians, law enforcement, and officials require for their work?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I truly appreciate the question. And I think that's the core of it for me personally. I look at it that we've had discussions related to lawful access virtually since June of last year. It was a priority for the Prime Minister. It deals with things such as child sexual exploitation. It deals with severe repeat crimes, Mr. Speaker, or organized crime. It deals with issues like extortion and public safety, terrorism. There is absolutely no reason why we could not have had that healthy discussion in committees and have had it passed out of committee, even in some sort of an amended form. But, Mr. Speaker, that was not possible because the Conservatives refused to allow it to proceed.
The order. The honourable member for Nugent-Consett, Will Mary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Winnipeg North. And, you know, I listened intently, and when justifying this motion, the government House Leader called this principle, quote, undeniable. Does this Liberal government not understand that the entire purpose of parliamentary committees is to ensure that nothing is undeniable, that every action, every claim, every program, and every policy is examined and assessed on its own merits? A government that declares itself undeniable has told this House exactly why they must not be trusted with committee control. And this control is control that Canadians did not give in a general election.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians in the last federal election, I believe, gave a very clear indication that they want to see more collaboration, and we are going to see that collaboration. The Government of Canada, since the last federal election, has done what it can in order to advance a legislative agenda that is truly reflective of what it is that we have been hearing from the electors in the last election. Election platform issues, some in which I had to stand in this very place and shame the Conservatives in allowing to get through second reading so it could get to a committee stage. At the end of the day, I'm very much aware of the games that take place. And the member is not going to fool me on that issue. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have an opportunity through the changes, through the mandate that was given to us, to be able to continue to work for Canadians and materialize in a very real and tangible way.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is really outdoing himself today by making the claim that giving government members all of the power on committees somehow will lead to more cooperation. The nature of a committee structure in which you have no single party holding a majority is that parties have to negotiate, have to work out their differences, have to figure out how to collaborate in order to get things moving forward. The new reality that they are trying to impose is one in which the government does not have to cooperate with anyone, but can instead impose its will through an undemocratic majority, in fact, an undemocratic supermajority on committees that they were not given. In what world is it even plausible to argue that taking away the need to negotiate and putting all of the power in the hands of one party is somehow going to lead to more collaboration?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it might be more of a reflection in terms of how the member opposite who posed the question handles himself within a standing committee. If you genuinely believe that all standing committees are dysfunctional, I would invite the member to attend different standing committee meetings. As I say, I've been in committees where there's minorities and majorities, and it does change the optics. I'll give that much. But I'll also suggest to you that there's a higher sense of cooperation that I have witnessed firsthand. So to try to give a false impression, I think does a disservice to the parliamentary process. Remember, we've had majority governments throughout the years here in Canada, and typically they work relatively well. So why not allow it to continue in that operation?
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle, 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How can the government explain that on the one hand they're saying that collaboration and negotiation are important when here they're, what are they doing? Well, you know, they're just forcing this down our throats. They say they're respecting tradition, but that's not what's happening. I don't get it.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, just take a look in terms of some of the comments. So we have the principle of a majority government, which should apply also to the standing committees. That's within our rules. And you have the Conservatives saying no, and you have the Bloc saying no. So a compromise to the Bloc and the Conservatives is say, no, you can't have a majority. I don't see how, is there another suggestion the member would like to suggest?
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to my colleagues' speeches, the colleague from Winnipeg North. I listened to the speech from a number of other colleagues as well. And I particularly don't want to miss the speech from my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, with whom I'll be sharing my time. I'm sure it'll be very, very interesting because he's very good at this, particularly, things, dealing with parliamentary procedure. I think he's a reference here, after you, of course, Mr. Speaker. There's something that doesn't work in the Liberals' logic here. And I've been listening to this debate since the beginning of the speeches and since I read Motion 9 for the first time. There's something that doesn't work. And I think it comes from the Liberal Prime Minister himself. For years, he was a CEO. As we say, CEO, the Chief Executive Officer. And, he's come in here and says, listen, I'm going to pass 1,000 laws. I'm going to pass my rules. I'm going to decide everything that's going to happen, and I'm going to lead Canada into the hole. Well, that's maybe not exactly what he said, but that's what we're seeing, and that's what's happening. But there's one thing that he forgot, and that's that Parliament isn't a company. The Prime Minister is not the CEO of Parliament. Each member of Parliament is equal, and each member of Parliament has the right to vote, and it's the vote of all members of Parliament that allow us to move bills forward, to pass motions, all that work that we do together. And there's something else that I found troubling earlier. It seems as if, for the Prime Minister, Parliament needs to work so that the government can pass its laws. And that's heresy, Mr. Speaker. It's completely false. It's up to the government to convince the Parliament to pass its laws. And unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, but since we elected since we elected a minority government, things have been going relatively well. Canadians chose a minority government. We've collaborated with the government on important bills that would help the economy or that would help move things forward vis-a-vis the United States. Because the Prime Minister said, and I'll quote him, he said two things that are very important. I'm the only one who can fix the tariff crisis with Trump, he said that. And he said, you'll judge me on prices at the grocery store. A year later, Mr. Speaker, a year later, despite the collaboration of all opposition parties, what's happened with the tariffs? Well, we're paying even more. What's happened at the grocery store? Well, for a fourth consecutive month, food inflation in Canada is higher than in any other G7 country. And, we've been working in cooperation with the government. We've supported the government. The government, the Prime Minister and the government have decided that, no, things have to get even worse. They've decided, listen, we're going to go it alone. And that's what we have to keep in mind here. Because, the government's been in charge for the last year. We've been there to collaborate, to help, to make sure things are done well. But unfortunately, the government's found that things haven't gone well. And, things haven't been going well. But it's not the opposition's fault. It's not because the opposition parties don't know how to manage things, Mr. Speaker. The government House leader said earlier that the Prime Minister was clear. He expects that this Parliament will deliver results for Canadians. Well, the problem here is that the Prime Minister expects a government that's going to deliver results, and yet, listen, and we could debate the word results here, because so far this Prime Minister hasn't been able to deliver any results. And now we've heard several times that, there have been by-elections, we've got a majority, and the House and committees have to reflect the majority that we received in the by-elections. We hear that from the government, but that's another falsehood. The people who caused the by-elections were Liberals. The people who were elected in the by-elections were Liberals. So the by-elections changed absolutely nothing when it comes to the composition of the House. How did things change? Well, because this government has been so focused, this ex-CEO Prime Minister has been so obsessed with the idea of recreating in Parliament the structure of a company where he can, pull all the strings, that he put in place a huge operation to attract floor crossers, to attract through secret deals, we don't know what they are, to attract people who've set aside their values and their principles, the principles on which they were elected, for which they received a mandate from their voters, and they've called these people over to the government, and that's what these people have said. They said, we're going over to the government side, the Liberal government side, Mr. Speaker, once more. And that's how the government has managed to sort of cobble together a majority behind closed doors through secret discussions so that the Prime Minister can act the way he's always acted in the past, so that he can make all the decisions. And, everywhere that he's worked, so that he can run things into the ground, Mr. Speaker. It's what he's done everywhere. And we can't put all this power in the hands of a government and a Prime Minister that so far has not delivered any results and that has not respected any of the promises that they've made to Canadians. We were talking about history, but when we hear the government across the way repeat, listen, never in the history of Parliament has a majority government, et cetera, it needs to be reflected in committee, et cetera. Committees need to reflect the composition of the House of Commons. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's another side that they're forgetting to say. Never in history has a government become a majority government through secret deals with MPs. That's never happened. It's never happened that the composition of committees has changed during a parliamentary session, during a legislature. This is the 45th legislature. The 44 others, how were things formed? How was the government decided? Majority, minority? It was decided by the vote of Canadians. In the last election, Canadians didn't trust this government enough to give it a majority. They elected it with a very, very strong opposition. Why? Because Canadians had doubts, because it's not everyone who believed the words of this Prime Minister. So Canadians said, we're going to give him power, but we're going to have a very strong opposition to make sure that he can't do everything he wants to do. But, he's not happy with the results of the election. He worked really, really hard. They sent messages to all members who weren't on their team to see if they wouldn't be able to attract a few people to change the composition of this parliament and this government. And that's how we have a majority government across the way today, through secret deals, through secret conversations. And now that they have that majority, what do the Liberals want to do? Well, they want to change the composition of committees. And yet, Mr. Speaker, once again, this has never happened, never once in the history of this country. And not only are they changing the composition of the committees, but, they're making big changes. Right now, the composition of Parliament, it has the Liberals at just over 50%. But on committees, they're going to have 57% of the power. They're adding 2 Liberals to each committee to make sure they have a supermajority. And what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? Well, unfortunately, all of the great studies that we've been able to do on things like ArriveCan, for example, on the Liberal Green Slush Fund, all the corruption that we've been able to shed light on because we called for the production of documents, because we were able to get as Parliament documents that the government refused to give to parliamentarians. Well, unfortunately, what's going to happen at committees is that all the Liberals are just always going to vote against those motions. They're going to adjourn debate. They're going to do everything to not be accountable Canadians. And that's what the government wants here. This government does not want to be accountable to anyone. It's not for nothing. It's not for nothing that we don't often see the Prime Minister rise here in the House to answer questions at question period. He does not want to be accountable to parliamentarians. He does not want to do his job as Prime Minister. He wants to do his job as if he were a CEO.
Mr. Speaker, when they say that we don't have anything to offer, that's false. Today, we had an amendment. We are prepared. We are ready to vote for the government motion if they are willing to leave the Oversight Committee, the 3 oversight committees, as they are, without changing their composition. It's unfair to say that we haven't done anything, but they, on their side, have done zero, nothing. They want power at all costs. They want to have the privilege of doing whatever they want. And who cares what Canadians thought in the last elections?
Commentator, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is not power at all costs. It is, as the Prime Minister has indicated, delivering for Canadians. building Canada strong for all. That's what it is that we are advocating for. You have the principle and parliamentary tradition that is very clear. Even in our standing orders, it states majority seats in the House, majority seats inside our standing committees. I wonder if the member can provide his thoughts in regards to, does he believe that the opposition can work collaboratively with the government on trying to pass important legislation and other matters?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Pignan.
First thing we did as an opposition is deliver and collaborate with the government, with Bill, to fasten each and every big project. We collaborated, okay? We collaborated, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, they thought it was not enough. They think that they could do better. But do you know what, Mr. Speaker? Since a year, it's not better in Canada with this new Prime Minister, this other Liberal Prime Minister. It's worse. Only shrinking economy on the G7. Food inflation, the worst on the G7. And I can go on and on and on. It's just a bad government, and we cannot put all our confidence on that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, d'Istigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear what he has to say about this. We have discovered this government's attitude, which is a recent majority government and will be more so, in fact, once these new members of parliament are sworn in. The first thing the government has decided to do is to do away with the opposition and did not discuss the opposition, did not discuss these matters with the opposition. Now they're looking at a gag order to adopt this motion. What does this say, according to my colleague, about the way in which this government will exercise its majority? The honourable member. My colleague is making a very important point. Generally, the composition of committees is established in cooperation with opposition parties. The new government sits down with these other parties and decides on the composition. But now, overnight, we just learned that that's not the way things are going to be. Is it 1, 2, or 3? If we had wanted to remove a member, do this or do that, no cooperation. So we're hearing about a gag order. My colleague is relatively new to the House, but I remember back in the day when we had a Liberal government and there would be gag order after gag order. He might as well get used to it, Mr. Speaker, because if they pass this prologue, this government will operate through gag orders, and soon as opposition members oppose any idea, because if it's not their idea, it's no good.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for an excellent speech, and I want to pick up on this issue of collaboration. That's a word we've heard bandied back and forth. It seems to me a basic truth of the way power works is that when power is dispersed, cooperation, collaboration becomes necessary. Because if power is dispersed, people have to work together in order to achieve some result. Now, the committee I'm on, the Human Resources Committee, we've adopted 8 reports in the last year. We've been an extremely productive committee. And I know there are many other committees that have undertaken important studies, got a lot of work done, and they've done so through collaboration that is forced by parliamentary committees that reflect the reality that Canadians voted for, which is dispersed power through a minority government. If the government takes an undemocratic supermajority on committees, that means that collaboration is much less likely to happen because the power is centralized in the government and there is no pressure on them to collaborate. So you get more collaboration in the present than you will after this motion, if it goes forward.
The honourable member, you have 30 seconds. Thank you very much. I appreciate my colleagues' comments. They're very relevant. When we talk about cooperation, collaboration, really what that means is a compromise. In other words, people have to compromise so that we can get to something good in the end. But even as recently as this week, there was a committee report, Mr. Speaker, that included recommendations to improve a bill defeated quite simply, by this government because the ideas that the committee had submitted were not, quote, good for them. We'll see less and less cooperation.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and I will tell him who will need to interrupt him in about 3 minutes for private members' hours. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It grieves me to observe that we are seeing an unprecedented attack on democracy in this country by this Liberal government. Now, Canadians in the last election chose to elect a Liberal minority government. Which means that, yes, the Liberals continue in power. At the same time, power's dispersed opposition parties have a role in holding the government accountable and also in order to be able to drive outcomes in terms of committees and in terms of legislation. And we've clearly played that role responsibly, expediting legislation in certain cases, strongly opposing legislation in others. But the Liberals have been pursuing this violation of our democracy, of our democratic institutions, by trying to take a majority that Canadians did not give them. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear on the issue of floor crossing. We've had floor crossing in this country before. Individual instances where individuals come to different conclusions based on shifting events or maybe changes in their own thinking. That is not what we're talking about in this case very clearly. What we are seeing in this country is an effort by the government to gain an undemocratic majority government that they were not given by Canadians by recruiting any and every individual, regardless of convictions, regardless of ideology, through backroom deals. In recent weeks, they've recruited someone who endorsed Avi Lewis and someone who endorsed the convoy. This clearly has nothing to do about shifting ideas or worldviews. This is about a naked power grab. And in fact, the member for Sarnia-Lambton-Bikeshwan was explicit about this. She said, well, the Minister of Housing didn't return my phone calls beforehand, and he called me back the next day once I crossed the floor, Mr. Speaker. So this is not about worldview. This is not about shifting ideas. This is about a naked, undisguised backroom power grab, and this is then now being used to subvert our democracy. Liberals are using the bare majority that they've taken in violation of the will of Canadians, and now they're using it to try to get a supermajority on committees. They're proposing a supermajority of additional members, 7 members in total, which would allow them to do anything they want at committee. And they've claimed this is about cooperation. Mr. Speaker, no, this is about subverting democracy, because in a minority, parties have to work together. They have to cooperate to get things done. And we have cooperated to get things done in this Parliament and this committee. But the government does not want to have to cooperate. They don't want to have to listen to other parties, to Canadians who voted for those parties. They want to be able to rule absolutely without consultation and in defiance of the democratic will of Canadians, which is why they're putting forward this motion today to give themselves a supermajority on committees that Canadian voters did not give them. Mr. Speaker, it is wrong and it undermines the work these committees do, because up till now, committees have been working to request information and documents from government. Multiple committees are now in the midst of Liberal filibusters. The Human Resources Committee, the Ethics Committee, the Health Committee are all in the middle of Liberal filibusters. They don't want to hand over documents that have been asked for.
Order. The member will have about 7 minutes when the House next considers this matter. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business consideration at second reading of Bill C-266, National Framework on Skilled Trades and Labour Mobility Act, standing in the name of Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines, seconded by Ms. Tesser-Dirksen, moves that Bill C-266, an act to establish national framework respecting the skilled trades and labour mobility, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The honourable member for Richmond East Steveston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Milton East, Halton Hales, for supporting this motion, this bill. Please. Look, it's always a huge honor to stand in this House and speak on vital issues for Canadians. Today, I have an opportunity to speak at length on respecting skilled trades and labour. As a former aircraft maintenance engineer, I spent countless hours turning wrenches at a hangar in my hometown in Richmond, British Columbia. And when I was campaigning for re-election as MP for Richmond East Steveston, I didn't do it alone. I was supported by electricians, carpenters, construction workers, and unions. That's builders, Mr. Speaker. Every day, Canadian workers who share my vision of a community and a Canada that works for them. It is for these Canadians that I tabled Bill C-266, a national framework respecting skilled trades and labour mobility. At its core, this bill recognizes a simple truth. Canada cannot reach its full potential if the people who build it, our skilled trades workers, are prevented from working where they are needed the most. Movement of skilled trades and labour across Canada is essential to the country's economic development, productivity, infrastructure, and competitiveness. However, our economy continues to be weighted down by a system of disjointed licensing requirements, certifications, and other restrictions. This has evolved into significant non-tariff internal trade barriers. The IMF estimates that Canada's economy could gain nearly 7%, or $210 billion in real GDP over a gradual period by fully removing internal trade barriers between the country's 13 provinces and territories. This is just not efficient. It is unacceptable. And across this country, from the shipyards of Vancouver to the construction sites of Halifax, from energy projects in Alberta to housing developments in Toronto, employers are facing unpredictability. On one hand, there are acute labor shortages delaying critical projects, and on the other, there are skilled, qualified workers in other parts of the country who are ready and willing to step in. But they're held back by regulatory barriers that make mobility difficult, costly, and slow. Similarly, a welder trained in Saskatchewan may encounter different certification requirements when attempting to work on major infrastructure projects in British Columbia. These inconsistencies do not improve safety. They do not enhance quality. What they do is create duplication, inefficiency, and unnecessary costs. The same holds true for major infrastructure projects. Whether it's expanding transit systems, upgrading ports, or building clean energy infrastructure, delays in mobilizing skilled labor translate directly into higher costs and missed opportunities. Every week that a project is delayed because workers cannot be certified quickly enough is a week that Canadians are left waiting for essential services and economic benefits. Of course, there were efforts to correct this growing problem. If we go back to the Agreement on Internal Trade in 1995, that would, quote, enable any worker certified for an occupation by a regulatory authority of one party to be recognized as qualified for that occupation by all other parties. Regrettably, the AIT did not achieve this crucial goal, which is why, in December 2014, the federal, provincial, and territorial governments began negotiations to strengthen and modernize into the Canada Free Trade Agreement. The Red Seal program has been an important step forward towards standardization, allowing certified workers in certain trades to move more easily between provinces. However, not all trades are covered, and even within the program, variations and administrative barriers can persist. Efforts to harmonize certifications and labor regulations across Canada's economy made limited progress, not because electricians who reside in Manitoba have unique insight into the functions of an electoral circuit compared to electricians who reside in Nova Scotia, or the risk to a trucker's safety changes radically when driving from BC to Saskatchewan, requiring different regulations and insurance. But because incentives favored the status quo, regulators looking to retain their authority and protect regional labor economies had little incentive to loosen their grip and provide easy access to competition from other provinces. And skilled workers, understandably unenthusiastic about acquiring and maintaining credentials across provinces, could always find ready work down south in the United States. But this status quo is over. Since President Trump's unacceptable comments about Canada's sovereignty and turning his back on the deal that he signed, tariffing Canadian lumber, steel, and cars, Canadians have started to see not just our relationship with the U.S. in a new light, but more importantly, how we view ourselves and our future. The comfortable norms Canadians took for granted with our American partners, like trust and predictability, no longer exist. While time will tell if this relationship can be repaired, it is clear that Canada must forge a new path. As our Prime Minister has said, we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. Bill C-266 is an essential step in charting a new path forward for Canada. And I've heard from the Canadian Construction Association, and they said, quote, the CCA welcomes the introduction of Bill C-266 and the development of a national framework to modernize, streamline, and harmonize skilled trades certification processes. Canada's construction industry is held back by a fragmented internal market where labor mobility restrictions create costly barriers for workers and employers alike, end quote. And my alma mater, Mr. Speaker, the British Columbia Institute of Technology, Dr. Jeff Zabudsky, president of the BCIT, agrees. He's saying, Canada's future prosperity is being shaped by large-scale priorities that rely heavily on a strong trades workforce. Whether it be building affordable and climate-resilient housing or infrastructure to strengthen national security, these national priorities all require a job-ready and adaptable trades workforce. Now, let me be clear. This legislation does not seek to override provincial jurisdiction, and I look at my friends from Quebec. Provinces and territories will continue to regulate training, certification, and labor markets within their borders. That is both appropriate and necessary. Through extensive consultations spanning at least 9 months, the Minister would engage with provincial governments, regulatory bodies, industry associations, labor unions, Indigenous organizations, polytechnics, and educational institutions. This ensures the framework is not imposed from above, but built from the ground up, reflecting the realities of those who work within the system every day. The framework itself wishes to deliver several key outcomes. First, it would establish a comprehensive inventory of skilled trades across Canada. This may sound straightforward, but it is a critical step. Today, even defining what constitutes a skilled trade can vary between jurisdictions. A clear shared understanding is essential for any meaningful harmonization. Second, it would map equivalencies between provincial standards and credentials. This is where the real work begins. By systematically comparing requirements, we can identify where trades are already aligned, where minor adjustments are needed, and where more significant differences exist. Third, and most importantly, it would introduce measures to harmonize standards, reduce duplication, and streamline regulatory processes. This means fewer redundant exams, faster recognition of credentials, and clearer pathways for workers moving between provinces. Consider the impact of this on a carpenter relocating from New Brunswick to Alberta. Instead of navigating a confusing and time-consuming certification process, that worker could benefit from a system that recognizes their qualifications quickly and fairly, allowing them to get to work sooner. Fourth, the framework would support modernization as industries evolve. So too must the standards that govern them. By coordinating updates across jurisdictions, we can ensure that Canadian tradespeople remain at the forefront of global best practices. Fifth, it would promote ongoing collaboration. This is not a one-time exercise, but a continuous process of improvement. The inclusion of Indigenous governing bodies and organizations is particularly important, ensuring that the framework reflects diverse perspectives and supports inclusive economic growth. Accountability is also built into this legislation. The Minister would be required to table the national framework in Parliament within 1 year, ensuring timely action. Annual progress reports would track implementation, measure improvements in labor mobility, and assess the effectiveness of the framework. And within 5 years, a comprehensive parliamentary review would provide an opportunity to refine, strengthen the approach. What this bill does is create a structured, collaborative process to bring those systems into alignment where possible, and to make them more transparent and interoperable, where full alignment is not feasible. And it is about national unity, Mr. Speaker. Canada is one country with one economy. While regional diversity is a strength, unnecessary barriers that divide our labor market weaken us all. In closing, this legislation represents a pragmatic, collaborative, and forward-looking approach to a long-standing challenge. It respects jurisdiction, it engages stakeholders, it focuses on outcomes. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to collaborating with everyone as the bill advances to committee. I urge all members of this House to support the national framework respecting skilled trades and Labour Mobility Act, and to take this important step toward a stronger and more unified Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I wish we saw more respect for trades workers from this government. Sadly, in the last budget, the government chose to cut trades workers off from having access to student grants. It's right there, page 217 of the budget, that those that go to private institutions, which includes generally trades workers, these programs are not offered at universities. Those students are cut off from student grants as a result of a decision made by this government. Now, we put forward a motion earlier this week on Tuesday asking the government to reconsider this policy. And guess what? The member who put forward this bill, who just spoke about respecting trades workers, voted against our motion that would have sought to give these grants back to students. So I want to ask this member, why did he join the rest of the Liberals in opposing our effort to get grants back to people in the trades?
Good question.
The Honourable Member for Richmond East Steveston.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Look, this member has been a part of the opposition right now for many years and previously in government, and this has been a problem for decades, including under the previous Conservative Harper government, numerous provincial Conservative governments, and the truth is federal and provincial governments have allowed this problem to fester for decades. And it's time to end the status quo. And then the member opposite knows the government did act immediately to address barriers that the federal government could address alone in July 2025. Weeks after the election, the Government of Canada removed all 53 federal exemptions from the CFTA. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, this is happening yet again. In 1997, I remember the Workforce Training Agreement. I remember the Commission of Workforce Partners. And how is it that despite everything that Ottawa has to deal with businesses that are struggling to survive due to the tariffs, even though things were supposed to get better, and yet once again the federal government wants to interfere with things that are working well in the provinces? Why this bill? Why is it necessary?
East Steveston.
I want to thank that member for the question. And you know, I'm surprised to hear that that member believes that, you know, things are working well between provinces, as they all are working hard to find out ways to remove internal barriers. And the bill I talked about today, and I said in my speech, this framework to be developed is in conjunction with provinces and provincial labor associations, so it doesn't exclude any province. And in the unprecedented climate we find ourselves now, regulators, trade associations alike, have new imperatives to come to the table and find an agreement. So too much is at stake, Mr. Speaker, and to allow minor indifferences to hold our country back at this time.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Milton East, Halton Hills South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll thank my colleague for presenting this bill, and I'm proud to be the seconder. My youngest son is in fact completing his apprenticeship to become an electrician. And given our government's very ambitious plans to engage in nation-building projects, whether it's housing or other large projects, we know that we're going to have to encourage more young people to get involved in the skilled trades. Could my colleague please comment on how he sees this legislation encouraging young people to take up skilled trades?
The Honourable Member for Richmond East Steveston.
I want to thank that member for seconding this motion and bringing that talking about young people, and this is exactly what this bill does. It brings the respect back to skilled trades, and it allows them to, think about the possibility of getting involved in something that they may wish to do. If they know that I want to work on be part of the national shipbuilding strategy, and they want to work in Vancouver, but they're located somewhere else and they're doing their training in Ontario, this will allow them to have that vision to say, I want to be a part of our defense programs that we're bringing forward in this country. And I think this is exactly what young people are looking forward to do, uniting this country and working towards something that matters.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an interesting bill that this Liberal member has brought to us because in many respects it feels like an admission of failure on the part of the government. They have been in power for more than 10 years. They have repeatedly ignored the needs of trades workers, treated trades workers as well as the work they do with utter disdain. And now you have a member of the Liberal government saying, well, maybe we should have a framework to try to fix some of the problems confronting trades workers, including around labor mobility. And I'll give him credit insofar as his speech identified very real problems that are making things more difficult for trade workers trying to get certification, trying to move, trying to find jobs, etc. But I think it's important to observe that the government didn't need a private member's bill compelling them to introduce a framework in order to solve these problems. The government could simply have acted to solve these problems that are in many respects of their own making. The government also could propose this framework without having one of their members propose a bill to require them to present a framework. These are problems, the fixing of which is within the power of the government, and these are problems that have emerged from the actions and failures of a Liberal government that has been, in many respects, negative and disdainful about the people who build this country. So, instead of fixing the problems, they've got one of their members to propose a bill that calls for the development of a framework, the framework which is kind of directed towards pushing the government to solve problems, that at the end of the day the government should solve themselves. I appreciate the identification of the problems, finally, but what we would really like to see is the government to change policies to reverse bad decisions that they have made that are bad for trades workers. If you go back and look at the history of the government, repeated instances of criticism and disdain for our hardworking trades workers. Most notably was when the Prime Minister said that major projects in this country require a gender analysis because male construction workers coming to towns to build things might have gendered impacts. The Prime Minister never spoke about the gendered impacts of people in suits showing up. Instead, he was purveying negative stereotypes about hard-working men and women who travel from home, who build the projects this country needs. He talked about we shouldn't be known for our resources, we should instead be known for our resourcefulness. This constant negative discourse about hard-working trades workers from the Prime Minister. And maybe we could have hoped that negative discourse would have changed with this new Prime Minister, but things have gotten even worse under this new Prime Minister. In particular, in the last budget, we saw a policy announced that effectively singles out people in certain vocations, including trades workers, for no longer being able to access student grants. To explain this dynamic, Mr. Speaker, this is page 217 of the last federal budget, which says that students at private for-profit institutions, which includes vocational schools where many trades workers learn their trade, that students at those institutions would no longer be eligible for grants under the federal student loan program. This means that if you study any program at a university, no matter how labor market relevant it is or isn't, you can get those grants. But if you study at a vocational institution to learn a trade, regardless of how urgently our economy needs those workers, You can't get those grants. So university students get the grants. If you're studying in the trades or for other critical skills at vocational institutions, you don't get the grants. This was the policy of this Prime Minister in the last federal budget, effectively to single out these occupations, including trades workers, for being denied student grants. Now that policy is going to exacerbate existing shortages in these critical areas because it sends a message to young people, well, the government's going to support you more if you go through this door than if you go through this door. When in fact, what we should be doing is trying to magnify the signals of the labor market to young people. We should be offering, and Conservatives proposed offering more generous student grants to students who are pursuing studies in in-demand fields. But instead, Liberals are discriminating based on the institutions that students apply for. And just today, the government announced some further details of this planned policy. They announced some exemptions for certain kinds of vocations that people might study for at private institutions. And look, the exemptions are better than nothing. We've done a lot of advocacy around this work, and it feels like we're pushing the needle a little bit. So the exemptions were for nursing, dental hygiene, early childhood education, and paramedics. We don't think the exemptions, it shouldn't be a policy of exemptions. We should just eliminate this discriminatory policy that the government's proposed in general. You know what I notice about these exceptions is none of them apply to trades workers, though. So the government's policy continues to be that if you are studying to become a tradesperson, and in many cases that training is offered at private institutions, then you can't get a student grant. And it is mind-boggling to me in this time when finally even Liberals are paying lip service to the fact that we need more trades workers, that they are still pursuing a policy that attacks trades workers by denying grants specifically to those who are pursuing careers in the trades. So Conservatives have been doggedly pursuing this issue, defending trades workers, defending those who are trying to pursue critical skills at vocational institutions, in many cases skills that are simply not offered at public or not-for-profit institutions. We've pushed this issue at the Human Resources Committee, and we were able to get the Human Resources Committee to adopt a unanimous report encouraging the government to reconsider this policy. Even Liberals on the Human Resources Committee at the time voted in favor of asking the government to reconsider this policy. But then this week we put the motion before the House of Commons. We put it before the House of Commons on Tuesday, and every single Liberal member voted against our motion to reconsider this policy. Every present Liberal member voted in favor of this Liberal policy to discriminate against trades workers and others pursuing vocational training at private institutions. The member who sponsored this bill and just spoke about the importance of trade workers, he voted in favor of the Liberal policy and against our motion to reconsider it. The Liberal member who put forward this bill earlier this week voted in favor of denying funding to students specifically and uniquely in the trades at private institutions. The member for Markham Unionville, who previously as a Conservative worked with me on this issue, called out the Liberal policy change for being systemically discriminatory because of its attack on those studying traditional Chinese medicine. He called this Liberal policy discriminatory, and then after he crossed the floor, he voted in favor of the policy that he said systemically discriminates against his own community and others. So that's pretty baffling, to say this is systemically discriminatory against the community that I represent, and now I'm going to vote for it. Every Liberal member of the Human Resources Committee that initially voted in favor of this motion to reconsider the discriminatory Liberal policy reversed themselves when the motion came to the House. Unbelievable. So you have this say one thing and do the exact opposite. You have members in today's debate, I'm sure, eager to pay lip service to the value of trades while attacking trades workers by targeting them with the removal of funding through these student grants. And they can't deny it because every one of them voted for it. Not only did they vote for the budget, but we had a standalone vote on this discrimination against trade workers, and every Liberal who was present, including the sponsor of this bill, voted in favor of that discrimination. So, Mr. Speaker, you can't get away with saying, well, we're going to attack trades workers, we're going to insult them, we're going to deny funding that's available to every other stream, but then we're going to have a framework to study maybe trying to fix these problems in the future. It's time for the Liberals to put their money where their mouth is on this issue, to put actions behind words. Conservatives will always stand with and stand up for the hardworking trades workers who build this country. It's a pity that the Liberals are attacking them while hypocritically pretending to care.
Here, here. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today. Well, I think my colleague for Laurenti-Labelle has made our position on C-266 quite clear. This is the bill on the National Framework on Skilled Trades and Labour Mobility. This bill is presented as a practical measure to make it easier for skilled trades workers to have mobility. Who could be against that? Who could be against the idea of being able to access the labor market more easily? But behind these good intentions, there's a logic that we're very familiar with. Ottawa is once again trying to seize more power in an area of jurisdiction that belongs to Quebec. Workforce planning, labor market planning, skilled trade certifications. These are all things that are of Quebec jurisdiction, and Quebec already has its own priorities and partners. The Bloc Québécois is very clear on this. This bill is yet again an attempt to centralize, disguised as a solution. So, regarding the area of labor mobility, Quebec has not been waiting for Ottawa to take action. Quebec already has an excellent system. It already manages its system, for example, with the Quebec Construction Organization, with Service Quebec, many technical CEGEPs, employer-employee organizations. We already have many policies in Quebec. Let me recall what happened in the 90s. In 1997, Ottawa recognized that Quebec had already taken action in this area, and an agreement was signed. Since then, Quebec designs, administers, and fine-tunes its own labor programs. Therefore, Ottawa, already in the 90s, recognized that Quebec was in a better position to manage its own workforce. Why would we need this backsliding?
Beyond that, I have to say that the amounts of money that are already transferred prove that the Quebec model exists. And just I'll give you a few numbers. In 2019, Ottawa announced $5.4 billion in Quebec for 2022-2023. There were labor force agreements, and that represents about 240,000 more Quebecers who can benefit from jobs and labor training. So Ottawa has already recognized that Quebec does a better job of administering its programs. And it's clear that the Quebec model exists and it's working. So the question is, if Quebec is already managing billions of dollars in funds for training, why would Ottawa now want to manage the rules? So what we're seeing here is that there's a real risk of standardization and a sort of a downward leveling process. Because the problem with the bill is that there would be a national list of trades, comparison of provincial standards and equivalencies, and harmonization, simplification of regulations. So what that means is that Ottawa would become the national reference in all these areas. So when you see that, it's clear that there's a danger for Quebec. Because yes, Quebec could see its own safety standards, its own training requirements, its training mechanisms, its ability to protect French, its specificities in construction be harmed. All of those could become a problem. And for having grown up in a construction family and for having participated in many conversations on Sunday nights with brothers and brothers-in-law and other members of the family who've talked about their qualifications, their training, and the extent to which there are very strict rules around their skilled trades in construction, Mr. Speaker, well, I can confirm that in Quebec, we really are at the vanguard. And so replacing that with something more centralized from Ottawa represents a real risk. Here's a few statistics now that can help with the context. Construction in Quebec represents about 300,000 workers. This is a key sector for Quebec. Because Quebec has specificities that are not negotiable. For example, the French language on job sites are particular rules surrounding construction, distinct regional realities in Quebec, specific industrial needs in Quebec, the culture of work between bosses and workers in Quebec as well is very specific. You know, for example, in Sept-Îles, in Rouyn-Noranda, in Drummondville, in Montreal, these are all very specific places with specific needs. They're not Calgary. The Canada labour market is far from being uniform, so a desire to put in place uniform standards is already a mistake because, yes, obviously we are in favor of a certain amount of labour mobility, of course, but the problem here is that we're saying no to interference. So I think in the Bloc Québécois, we have a pretty balanced position because in the Bloc Québécois, we are generally in favor of voluntary mutual recognition of credentials. We're in favor of labor mobility and agreements between different levels of government. We're in favor of cutting bureaucracy and pragmatic solutions. So, obviously, for all those reasons, the Bloc Québécois is against any centralization from Ottawa. We're against pan-Canadian standards that would harm Quebec and Quebec's standards. We're also against a gradual erosion of standards for skills. So, yes, there is a labor shortage, but the real solution to that shortage is that we need more structure. We need to make sure that young people understand the value of skilled trades. We need to invest in professional training and support requalification in some cases and help small and medium-sized businesses train the next generation. We need to allow Quebec to recruit according to its needs. All of that is essential, Mr. Speaker, because Canada has had to deal with as many as 700,000 job vacancies at a time in recent years. But you can't fix a shortage of welders with a committee in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. That's not how things work. So what we're seeing once again is that every crisis is an opportunity for the federal government to interfere in Quebec's jurisdiction and the provincial jurisdiction with its bills. And given what's happening with our American neighbors, the federal government seems to be trying to find solutions where, it's, father knows best in Ottawa. But that's not how things work, Mr. Speaker. And, we criticized C5 with its interference in jurisdiction that's out of Ottawa's that is in Ottawa's jurisdiction. And this bill, this private member's bill, is the same thing. These are attempts for Ottawa to interfere in Quebec's jurisdiction. This Liberal government, this Prime Minister, has been doing this for a year now with all kinds of bills that interfere with Quebec's jurisdiction. And it's very concerning. They're trying to, just come and chisel away at our jurisdiction. And here, Quebec is in the vanguard, And in the labor field, we've proved that, Mr. Speaker. It's been proven. In conclusion, I would say that yes, Quebec knows how to train its labor force. Quebec knows how to recognize the skills of its workers and their qualifications. Quebec knows how to meet its own regional needs. And Quebec knows how to collaborate when it's useful and necessary, Mr. Speaker. But Quebec does not need a federal referee, a national framework, or a new bureaucracy and a new centralized structure. This bill doesn't fix the labor shortage. Rather, it fixes Ottawa's need to be everywhere at all times. And so that's why, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will vote against this bill, C-266, so that we can ensure that Quebec can maintain its recognition of its own jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak to the member from Richmond East, Stevenson's private member's bill. I think it's actually quite encouraging to see a member of Parliament recognize an issue that has actually been around for many, many years. So I'm not too sure exactly all the individuals that he had consulted with in regards to bringing it forward, but I can tell you for a number of years, I've been looking at this particular issue, and the whole idea of mobility, recognizing skills, and so forth is such the right thing to do, especially at this time, Mr. Speaker. So I applaud and I thank the member for bringing forward such wonderful legislation. I'm not exactly sure what the Conservatives are going to do. I think they somewhat are grudgingly going to be supporting it. I'm a little bit disappointed in the Bloc Party, of course. You know, Quebec does a lot of wonderful things. Recognizing skills. Some provinces do a better job, I would suggest to you, than other provinces. And in many ways, the province of Quebec leads the way. I don't question that. But what's being proposed here, Mr. Speaker, does not take away from the province of Quebec at all. This is something that we should be looking at in a very serious way. In fact, if you go back to the last federal election, what you will find is that Canadians were genuinely concerned. I call it the 3 T's, Trump, tariffs, and trade. Very concerned about it. You had the Prime Minister and candidates talk about how we can build one economy. And we have before us today an actual piece of legislation that adds to the value of building one Canadian economy. Obviously, the member is listening to his constituents, which because it's a reflection in terms of what we heard in virtually every region of our nation. Recognizing that Canada can do so much more if we invest in Canadians. Now, you know, if we follow the advice of some, they will say, well, you know what, this is provincial jurisdiction. And the federal government doesn't have a role to play. I disagree with that, Mr. Speaker, wholeheartedly. I was a representative in the Manitoba legislature for almost 20 years, back in the late 80s, 90s, and the turn of the century. And I can tell you, credentials, recognizing skill sets, is something that is of the utmost importance. And that's back then. That's taken out of the context in which we find ourselves today. You know, individuals that have acquired skill sets in one jurisdiction, even within a jurisdiction, within a province, especially if you factor in Indigenous communities, as this legislation does, recognize that the value of enabling some sort of a national framework. You know, you're probably talking, what, 300 plus positions, Mr. Speaker. Employs millions of Canadians. And at affording an opportunity through the establishment of a framework, a national framework. That does not have to take away from provinces. It's not about federal overreach. I would classify it as an opportunity to show, as a national government, we can work collaboratively with provinces, have a minister responsible for labor, look at the legislation, and if there's need for some changes, let's make the changes, but the principle of the legislation is good. Let's see the list. Let's work with the different jurisdictions, whether it's the territories, provinces, Indigenous communities, Mr. Speaker, and see where we can actually help real people that have acquired skill sets that ultimately provide them the type of income they require in order to meet their needs, whether it's their personal needs or their family needs, Mr. Speaker. What I like is, in the member's comments, he made reference to, having the national framework, and there's a time set for it. So we give this thing royal assent, Mr. Speaker, the clock starts ticking, we will get something tangible back. And there is an obligation to collaborate, to work with provinces. Obviously, the provinces have got to play an absolute critical role. But I would suggest to you, even within the provinces, years ago I was the education critic in the province of Manitoba. And I can tell you, post-secondary facilities, secondary facilities, even work in the private sector, people that are working already, unions, apprenticeship programs, the amount of efforts and energies and investments that are put in to the system in one way or another is significant. And I like the idea of some form of a national framework being established to reinforce just how important it is that we look at the issue of mobility. Look at the discussion that we're already having. In good part, some premiers are advancing it more than others. Recognizing, as we talked about building one Canada economy, our constituents don't say, well, this is provincial, this is federal. They want politicians of different political stripes, different levels of government, to act where we can. And that's what this legislation does. It provides a direct action. And it doesn't just say, okay, we want the framework a year from now, and then everything sets, and that's it. Because there's going to be a reporting back to Parliament to ensure that we're making some progress, Mr. Speaker, on the issue. There's going to be an opportunity to be able to review. These are the types of built-in measures from within, and based on the comments from the member from Richmond East, Stevenson, it is there so that we can always feel assured over the coming years that, in fact, we are moving forward. And it is, in fact, being tracked in a very serious way. I was impressed. The member had provided me some quotes, Mr. Speaker. BCIT, I know, is a very important institution to my colleague. Here's what they had to say, and this is Dr. Jeff Zabudsky, the BCIT president. Quote, Canada's future prosperity is being shaped by large-scale priorities that rely heavily on strong trade workforce. Whether it is building affordable and climate-resilient houses or infrastructure to strengthen national security, these national priorities all require a job-ready, adaptable trade workforce. For decades, BCIT, along with other colleges and polytechnics across Canada, have powered this progress, producing job-ready graduates and bridging education, industry, and government. When we work together, we don't just respond to change, we drive it. This is coming from one of Canada's premier institutions, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I say it's more than just one level of government. We have stakeholders that have a lot to be able to contribute to the potential of actually having a national framework. I disagree with the member that opposite when he talked about how the government's diminished. We have invested in Red River College alone, literally a number of projects, millions of dollars, to enhance skill opportunities, Mr. Speaker. Work directly with apprenticeship programs, unions. Collectively, we can make a difference. We can build a stronger, healthier economy if we're prepared to work more collaboratively with provinces and other stakeholders and recognize the lead role that provinces in particular do have to play along with our Indigenous communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join on this private member's Bill's debate around the National Framework on Skilled Trades and Labour Mobility Act, coming from the member from Richmond East Stevenson. He did make some interesting comments on his speech that I'd like to address, because he had talked about the fact that there aren't as many people leaving our country and going to the United States, which is blatantly just untrue. So I was wondering what the numbers actually were when we're talking about immigration from Canada to the United States over the last couple of years. And then I went to Stats Canada, Mr. Speaker, and it said 120,000 people left Canada in 2025, with 2026 data suggesting this trend is persistent, largely driven by economic factors and high-skilled professionals moving south. The key trends in rising migration: the number of Canadians leaving for the USA in 2025 grew by roughly 3% over 2024, marking 4 consecutive years of growth according to Stats Can. Mr. Speaker, here's kind of where it gets scary and why we do need to do more for our young people in Canada. Over half of these immigrants are prime age workers, 25 to 49, with professionals like engineers and scientists leaving at twice the rate of others. The top destination, the USA, remains the primary destination for Canadians relocating abroad. Mr. Speaker, I think this hits to the heart of the problem when we talk about frameworks and ideas around what we can do to grow the Canadian economy. They talk about the one Canadian economy, and Mr. Speaker, they had made promises to make sure that we had less inter-provincial trade barriers by July of 2025. Not much has happened on that front. My concern, Mr. Speaker, is they're realizing there is a problem. There is a big problem with Canada losing its young, skilled workers, and it's something that we have to take very seriously. My fear, and this came out of the Liberal convention, is their suggestion was, so making sure that the young people don't leave, they want to charge them $500,000 to leave Canada. How asinine is that? Not trying to make sure the economy is strong enough that young people want to stay, but trying to charge them a huge fee so they won't leave. And a couple of Liberals across the way, Mr. Speaker, are shaking their head. It was on their convention floor. They had a speaker come in and say, what you should do is make sure that you charge young people $500,000 so they don't leave this country. I would suggest maybe taking a bigger look at what has happened over the last 11 years in our country with these Liberals in charge. They have put forward legislation and policies that have basically killed our natural resource sector. The No More Pipelines bill, the shipping ban on BC, Mr. Speaker. Then they're looking at other things like the steel tariffs. They campaigned for, last year, they won the election on, they have the guy that could get a deal done with Donald Trump. This is what they campaigned on, and he's been an abject failure on that front, Mr. Speaker. Canadians can see now that the Prime Minister is just an illusionist. He makes it all smoke and mirrors, but he never gets the job done. They haven't really got one trade deal done in the year that he's been Prime Minister, and he has failed when it comes to dealing with Donald Trump. He is such a failure that I met with the steel workers, USW 5890 from Regina came, and I met with them today, and one of their biggest concerns is making sure that they have enough money, the labor market development agreement, to ensure that they can get to get additional training because they're scared that those jobs aren't going to be in Canada anymore. Because when you look at a steel plant like Everest Steel, I've talked to you guys, they're a natural resource company. If there isn't natural resources being developed, Mr. Speaker, pipelines aren't needed. And this Liberal government has failed on every front when it comes to getting something built in this country. Basically, we have not had a large project in a long time. They talk about the Darlington nuclear plant. That's been going on for 10 years. Their major projects office has not announced one new project. They've all been re-announced, Mr. Speaker. So when we look at why young people are leaving in droves in our country, it's because they don't see a future. They don't believe that they're ever going to be able to afford a house because housing prices have skyrocketed. They don't believe that they're going to be able to make sure that when they do get that education, there's a job waiting for them. That's why we have the big brain drain, like they said in Statistics Canada. Can you believe that we are losing 120,000 people a year in the United States? In our country, when we have all of the riches that we have, the resources that we have, and we can't create an economy because of these Liberals, that there is an economic reason for them to stay in our country? That's something that lies completely at the feet of this Liberal government. And when we talk about having to do frameworks, I was lucky. The member from Winnipeg North talked about being in the provincial government. I was in the provincial government with Premier Brad Wall when we brought forward the New West Partnership, an agreement that allowed people to more mobility when it came to trade, so that they go between Manitoba, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. And when the member said it's largely a provincial issue, that he's right. But there should be leadership from this federal government when it comes to that. But they always make these grandiose, big announcements, but they never fall through, Mr. Speaker. That would be my one concern around this is there are timelines in here, but will they make the timelines? Because timelines don't seem to matter to this Prime Minister. He's just another Liberal. He promised to have a deal done with Donald Trump. He promised to have a deal done by July 2025, July 21st. He made a specific date. So it's not my words that I'm trying to hold him accountable with. He should be held accountable to his own words, in his own standards. The 3 T's, I think that's the first time the member from Winnipeg coined that phrase, tariffs, Trump, and trade. Well, on all those files, Mr. Speaker, there's 3 F's. This Prime Minister has failed, and failed when it came to trying to make deals and get the tariffs removed. The steel tariffs are a very big deal in Saskatchewan. There is very much a lot of concern around the people that work at, I said Everest, but it's Interpol Steel now. They were bought, so it is a new company, Mr. Speaker. But there is concern because they don't know there is uncertainty around how they're going to be able to do trade. And they do have a plant in Portland, so they do have some stuff going back and forth. But there is a fear right now of, are there going to be more projects where that use steel? For example, what projects are going to be moved forward that are going to use Canadian steel? Because that's the other fear. On some of the projects that did go, they're using imported steel in some of these projects, not good made in Canada steel. That's another thing that they brought up with me in our meeting today. So when we talk about our skilled workers and our young people, lots of our skilled workers and tradespeople are younger people, they need to have a vision of Canada where they see themselves living in this country. They want to have affordable housing. They want to have streets where there's less crime. They want to be able to buy that house and start their families. You saw in another statistics report that people are delaying having kids longer because they think that they can't afford to have children right now in this current climate. We have the slowest growing economy in the G7. We have the highest food inflation in the G7, and that is a made in Canada problem. They try to blame everything, and my colleague from northern Saskatchewan, who for some reason asked if Conservatives could stop a war in Libya, I think he got his countries wrong, which the guy gets a lot of things wrong. But what he can do is try and be someone that actually supports Saskatchewan and tries to get things done for Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker. So when we're talking on the floor of the House of Commons, these Liberals need to look at the root causes of why young people are leaving our country and make Canada a place where people see themselves being able to have a good job, raise a family, in a home, on safe streets. That's why people are choosing to leave this country, and it's all because of policies driven by this long-serving 11-year Liberal government. There's nothing new about these Liberals from the last election a year ago. It's all the same policies, it's many of the same faces in the same places, and they changed the guy at the top, who is very, very similar to Justin Trudeau in many ways. It's funny, no one mentions Justin Trudeau around anymore. They're a little bit, they kind of seem to have an amnesia when it comes to Justin Trudeau. But this Prime Minister is just another Liberal like Trudeau, and his policies are causing young people to leave our country. And that's something that, as a Conservative Party, we've put forward ideas and policies to grow the economy and that young people stay and see a future in Canada. And we'll continue to put forward ideas that grows our economy and makes Canada the best place in the world to live, raise a family, and get ahead.
Well done. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, if I've understood correctly, I have 2.5 minutes. I'll be brief. I worked for decades for labour market partners, specifically the Carrefour Jeunesse Emploi, or youth groups in Quebec that work in this area. What I understood is that there's only employment insurance left to be transferred in the management of the benefits. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to do that. What we're noticing, even up until 2017, there were agreements, recognition of credentials for these organizations and for businesses and focus groups to make sure that the specific skills required for specific specialized trades be matched. This started in 2013, and in 2017, we were still working towards the recognition that each province, it's up to the provinces to specify things if they're having a hard time managing the file. But what we're noticing, Mr. Speaker, is there's some backsliding. I was saying, is there anything else that needs to be done? I'll go even further and say there's a desire here to encroach, to have a handle on these matters when the provinces actually have what they need. Don't try to tell me that through these areas of jurisdiction that are mixed, we'll be able to do what we need to get done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member still has 50 seconds. If the member wants to conclude, if she wants to thank the chair, that's fine, but she still has a moment to complete her thoughts if she likes. I really would like us to know that we have the right language for this in Quebec and through the other provinces. I can assure you that in Quebec, things are working very well. And people would like to see the money from the EI benefits. We would like to see that be treated like education, like skills training, and that be managed, really managed well by the experts in this field. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I'll be moving to the National Assembly of Quebec to focus on specialized trades.
La période prévue pour...
The period for private members' business is expired.
Priorité au feuilleton. Debate. Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight... no, that's not the one. I need the... There you go. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsulas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to be here today and represent the members of Terranova Princes. I asked a question about affordability in the House, and it seems I come into the House and I ask a lot of questions about affordability, oil and gas, and a lot of other shows, and the Minister for Fisheries seems to be the one to answer. So I was surprised that she's not answering the questions I have tonight, but I guess I will propose them to the Parliamentary Secretary. So my question in the House was about affordability, and I was very disappointed to see that the Liberal government, including the 4 Liberals from Newfoundland and Labrador, turned down my private member's bill to allow Newfoundlanders to fish 7 days a week. And it was very surprising and disappointing, because this is not, it's not a policy that's blue or red, Liberal or Conservative. It's a policy for Newfoundland and Labrador. And, the situation in Newfoundland and Labrador is our recreational food fishery is not just for recreation. We don't go out just for the sport of it, although many does. It actually feeds a lot of our families. It feeds a lot of our struggling seniors, a lot of our young people. People with big families go out and participate in this. And right now, a lot of times because of safety issues, because of wind, people with small boats, 17-foot boats, they struggle to go out. It's hard to get nice days to go out to get those fish when the winds are blowing, because our season is only open 3 days a week. It's only open on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So it's very challenging to find good weather to get out and get the fish. So but what's frustrating to Newfoundlanders is other parts of the country in Atlantic Canada are allowed to fish cod 7 days a week. We have the same limit, 5 fish a day, but they're allowed to get their fish 7 days a week. So it's very frustrating, and what Newfoundlanders want is fairness. And that in achieving that fairness, we're actually going to be able to achieve affordability for Newfoundland and Labrador folks that want to lower their grocery bills. So what was interesting was they voted against this because they said my bill would introduce new fees. And I don't understand why. They said the monitoring system would require tags. So I just wanted to read my bill on the record here. Within 1 year after the day on which this act comes into force, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, in consultation with key stakeholders, develop a monitoring system to record by species the number of fish that are caught, as well as the time in which the place they are caught. So the minister had the choice to make the monitoring system. She could have made a monitoring system the way she wanted. This did not say tags. It never implied tags. What I had in mind, if the Liberals listened to my speeches or brought this to committee, was to have it very similar to a moose license. You fill out your application voluntarily, showing where and when you caught the fish. And then the Liberals said that this new bill would impose new fees. But I just want to read here, the development of the monitoring system, the minister must take into consideration the existing models and best practice in Canada and examine the possibility of covering administrative costs of the monitoring system by fees and penalties that are required to be paid under the Fisheries Act. Not introduce new fees, but actually use the fees and penalties under the Fisheries Act that's currently there. So it was very frustrating to see these excuses. I'm not sure why they were telling constituents this and people in Newfoundland and Labrador this. I don't know if it was because they were intentionally trying to deceive or if they just used AI in an attempt to find some excuses to convince the public that this was a bad bill. It was very frustrating. I'm wondering why we can't at least work together, why this didn't get brought to committee, why we couldn't have worked together on that bill for affordability. And I guess my final question is, will they this summer open up the fishery 7 days a week so Newfoundland and Labradors can afford fish in their freezers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I can clarify for my colleague across the floor. The private member's bill was referenced by the member was reckless and would have threatened the livelihoods of harvesters, plant workers, and their families in communities right across Atlantic Canada. Don't just take it from me. Both the FFAW and ASP shared their concern with that member's scheme. For those listening at home, in that member's own province, the inshore fleet, the offshore fleet, processors, and ENGOs were all against his proposal, and they have all stated it was a bill to change science and not to fish 7 days a week. He ignored science, ignored consultation, and ignored the thousands of people, including in his own province, who depend on the fishery. To actually hear from the people, our Minister of Fisheries launched the Food Fishery Survey, where more than 9,500 people responded. It was the highest level of participation ever for a DFO survey. That's real consultation. Tomorrow, the Minister will be meeting with recreational fishers, the province, the FFAW, and ASP to also hear their thoughts on the future of the food fishery. We want to get this right. Our government recently published the Food Fishery What We Heard report, and I recommend the member go read it to see what Newfoundlanders and Labradorians actually want to say in the food fishery. The member opposite proposed an entirely new monitoring system just for recreational fishers and would have forced Newfoundlanders and Labradorians to record their catch. And how did that member want to offset those new administrative and new red tape costs? Fees on the fishers themselves. That's not true representation. He proposed to have the government cover the administrative costs of the monitoring system by fees and penalties that are required to be paid under the Fisheries Act. That would have meant license fees, and nobody wants that. That member proposed a new system that would have told Newfoundlanders and Labradorians that they can't catch cod like they have for their entire lives, and it would have only made the fishery worse. Our government understands that the food fishery is culturally important. The member opposite talks about affordability, but he would have put a conservative tax on those who fish to feed themselves and their families, as they have done for generations. This past year, the food fishery in Newfoundland and Labrador had no license requirement, no license fee, and no reporting requirement. Just follow the rules, be safe, and fish for food. Under that member's conservative tax on food system, food fishers in Newfoundland and Labrador would have been forced to have a mandatory license, pay a fee to cover additional new red tape, and report every fish they catch through a new system that would also cost them money to use. While our new government is providing tax relief to millions of Canadians and working to build a stronger economy, this member has been playing short-sighted political games that threaten the economy for everyone in Atlantic Canada and would have made Newfoundlanders and Labradorians pay for the food fishery. Our government is working on behalf of all Canadians to truly make life more affordable for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Terre-Neuve Peninsulas.
I guess I know why the parliamentary secretary was the one reading that answer, because I don't think any Newfoundlander would be brave enough to read that and go home and face their constituents. I mean, it almost seems like that member completely ignored what I just said about my bill not introducing new fees. It's right here. The minister must examine the possibility. It was even in the minister's hands. I put that in there. So frustrating. You talk about consultate. Poor old Uncle Joe and his little fish hook's going to ruin the whole fishery. 2,500 tons comes out in the recreational food fishery. Over 40,000 tons come out in the fishery. More fish are dying due to natural causes, and way more fish. One seal eats 3 tons. Way more fish are being eaten by seals, and that problem is something that this Liberal Party refuses to even talk about, let alone handle. It's so frustrating. And I'd like to know if this parliamentary secretary even went to Newfoundland and asked someone involved in a recreational food fishery on a wharf outside of St. John's what they wanted to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, it sounds like the member is forgetting what his bill actually called for. It's a tax on food for people in his province. It didn't say anything about fishing 7 days a week, but it did call for new red tape and license fees on food fishers. That's not what Newfoundlanders and Labradorians want. He didn't consult. He didn't listen to fishers. He put forward a proposal that threatened the entire commercial fishing industry in Atlantic Canada. That's tens of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars. The Minister of Fisheries did a full survey to hear from the people in the province on what they want to see in the food fishery. Over 9,500 people completed the survey. Our government knows how much people in his province care about the food fishery. The member should go read the What We Heard report we recently published to see what real consultation looks like. He'll find that his proposal for more red tape and license fees are not popular with food fishers.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to bring the voices of Chatham-Kent-Leamington to this chamber. And this evening, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to follow up on a question to the Minister of Agriculture from March 13th, where I probed why this government is closing ag research stations. Over 20 ag organizations have written into the Agri Committee in response to our study examining these closures. Why? That's the question. We're coming up on 1 year now, Mr. Speaker, from the last general election. As part of the preparation for our policy platforms for that election, meetings were held with all ag organizations. And Mr. Speaker, there are an awful lot of ag organizations. But we were after what were the priorities that were on the minds of the sector. Now, those ag organizations don't always agree, but they did agree on 5 priorities. And what was the primary focus, Mr. Speaker? Maintain, enhance, and support funding for research and innovation. Times won't allow me to this evening to expand into the other priorities, but I just want to list them. The harmonization of regulations and the elimination of red tape, the elimination of the carbon tax, realign the mandates of the CFIA, PMRA to include an economic lens to decision-making, and finally, ensure continued access to labor. But the primary ask, Mr. Speaker, was to keep a focus on research and innovation, on science. And so what did this government do? They just announced 3 agricultural research station closures and 4 site-specific field station closures. So when I asked the minister why would they do this when the sector has identified research as foundational to the food sector, I surprisingly didn't get a defense. I got a confession. Now I wonder, Mr. Speaker, when they told us about the 5 priorities, we just assumed that they also told the Liberal Party those same 5 priorities. He acknowledged the following in his response to me. He said that public investment in ag R&D is down 15%. He acknowledged that private sector research at universities has plummeted 77%. And the number of enterprises doing research has shrunk by 30%. Now, he is right about one thing. He concluded by saying we can't keep going down this path, and he's absolutely right. But what he forgets to say is that it's been his Liberal government that's been driving the ship for the last 11 years. He also acknowledged that academia and the private sector are not in a position, which has sometimes been stated at committee, to take over the shortfall in research. We need to put these cuts to agriculture research in some context. Over the past decade, the size of the federal bureaucracy has grown by 40%. Ag and Agri-Food Canada by only 11%. Now, we all agree, the Prime Minister's charged many departments to cut their spending by 15% over the next 3 years, and we absolutely agree that the size of the federal government needs to shrink. But 15% cuts across all departments cut differently when a department has only grown by 11%. The reality is, with previous cuts to ag, their sector is going to shrink by 27%, while all other departments have gone up 40 and then down 15. So the minister was right. We shouldn't go down the path that they are contemplating with these closures. Science should be supported. Now, there's certainly other areas within the ag portfolio that we would certainly help them identify savings. We're only too happy to help with that. We're talking about the renewal of 5-year APF, the Ag Policy Framework, right now. But back to the ag station closures. The witnesses at committee were critical of both the process and the outcome of the decisions. This needs to be reversed. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Emergency Management and Community Resilience.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to hear from my colleague. And the agricultural sector is an incredibly important sector in Canada. I think the Minister had explained in that answer why that decision was made, and I am pleased to hear in terms of the 5 priorities he outlined that the consumer carbon tax was eliminated as one of the very first acts of this government. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the global economy is more than a year into a profound rupture, with economic security, industrial policy, and geopolitical competition increasingly shaping economic, financial, and supply chain decisions. In addition, heightened geopolitical tensions, including recent events in the Middle East that disrupted global energy markets and shipping routes, have further underscored the fragility of global supply chains and are now contributing to elevated uncertainty. We as a government have been focused relentlessly on bringing down costs for Canadians, because when Canadians keep more of the money they earn, they can better support their families invest in their communities, and build the future they want. And of course, that includes Canadians in all industries, including the agricultural one. Since July 1st, 2025, Canadians have been paying less tax after the government announced lowering the first marginal personal income tax rate from 15% to 14%, and we as a House and Senate adopted that as our very first law. The rate reduction applies to taxable incomes of up to $58,523 in 2026. This change ensures that nearly 22 million Canadians benefit from tax relief of up to $420 per person, saving two-income families up to $840 this year. Notably, most of the tax relief will go to Canadians with incomes in the two lowest tax brackets. Canada's new government is also using the improvement in the fiscal outlook associated with higher oil prices to provide targeted relief to households and businesses. Specifically, we are reducing pressure on fuel price at the pump by suspending the application of the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline and diesel, effective April 20th until August 31st, 2026, delivering over $2.2 billion in relief. The temporary suspension of the excise tax for gasoline and diesel is expected to save Canadians up to an estimated $5.75 on regular gasoline and up to $2.30 on diesel when filling up a typical 50-litre tank of fuel. To make everyday essentials like groceries more affordable, we introduced the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit, which builds on the GST credit and will provide additional support for more than 12 million Canadians. We are providing a one-time payment equivalent to a 50% increase in the 2025-26 value of the GST credit, which will be delivered on June 5th, and we are increasing the benefit by 25% for 5 years, beginning in July 2026. We are also setting aside $500 million from the Strategic Response Fund to help businesses address the cost of supply chain disruptions without passing those costs on to Canadians at the checkout line. And, Mr. Speaker, we are creating a $150 million food security fund under the existing Regional Tariff Response Initiative from small and medium-sized enterprises and organizations that support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
At least the Minister, Mr. Speaker, addressed my question. The response we just heard actually is typical, exemplifies this government's approach to agriculture. I recently participated with a national polling firm in a poll, answering the question, how do I feel that this government values ag and the agri-food sector? Here's how I responded. The sector provides $150 billion in GDP. It's the largest manufacturing sector in Canada, larger than auto and mining combined. Provides for one job in Canada. Let's look at the federal budget, $498 billion, call it $500 billion. Strip away those 9 zeros. Just think about the number 500. The federal budget investment in AEFC is $3.6 billion. Get rid of the 9 zeros, 3.6. That's less than 2%, Mr. Speaker. That's how much this government values agriculture. Less than 2% investment in the largest manufacturing sector in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Emergency Management.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I would respectfully disagree with my colleague. I think that not only does this government value agriculture and the incredible role that farmers play and other people involved in the agricultural sector play across this country, but we have continued to engage with the industry to ensure that we best respond to the needs of, that it faces, given the very challenging circumstances that we face right now in the world. And we will continue to do that, and I will undertake to that member to work with him and to work with my colleagues, the Minister of Agriculture and his Parliamentary Secretary, to make sure that the members' views are considered in the larger lens of our agricultural policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is losing jobs at rates not seen in a generation. And it is the next generation that is bearing the brunt of these job losses. Conservatives have been sharply, pointedly highlighting this problem, and we've been offering constructive solutions to the government that will make a difference. Sadly, the government has chosen to ignore these constructive solutions. In many respects, they've actually moved in the opposite direction in ways that have and that will continue to make the problem worse. Now, we follow these monthly updates from Statistics Canada that show us how the job market is doing. The February results of the labour force survey were particularly dire, showing over 100,000 full-time jobs lost in 1 month alone, close to 50,000 youth jobs lost in that month. In the next round of data that came out after March, we saw a continuation of that situation. The persistence of this youth unemployment crisis. The unemployment numbers are bad, but so are the workforce participation numbers. Unemployment measures the percentage of youth in the workforce who are employed. Unemployment measures the percentage of the youth in the workforce who are not employed. Labor force participation identifies the number of youth who are in the workforce. And what we are seeing, in addition to high unemployment, is many young people giving up. Lower workforce participation rates in general among youth, which is driven by this frustration about how challenging it is for young people to get jobs that will allow them to get ahead. So this is a grave and serious problem, and I will say it's not a problem that can be explained away by external events, as the government tries to do. When we highlighted the February workforce numbers, the government tried to blame the war in Iran, even though the war in Iran had not started at the time when that data was collected. But moreover, what we normally see in youth unemployment figures is that there is a certain natural relationship between youth unemployment and overall unemployment. It's usually a bit higher. But we're seeing a widening of that gap. Youth unemployment relative to overall unemployment is very, very high, which suggests that there are particular factors unique to our own circumstances which are contributing to a widening of that gap. So the constructive solutions we have proposed are in 4 areas. Number 1, unleashing the economy. Removing barriers that have limited economic growth. Because young people are often last in and first out. If a company is optimistic about their future, they'll be able to hire more young people, they'll take on summer students, this sort of thing. But a company that is more pessimistic about their future, is in the process of downsizing, it's likely not going to be their long-tenured, experienced employees who are let go first. It's going to be those young people that have just started. So unleashing the economy, fixing immigration. We've seen how a failure of immigration policy has exacerbated competition for entry-level positions, and we need to change that. Thirdly, we've talked about fixing the training. And in the context of fixing training, that means supporting young people to acquire skills that are required for the Canadian economy, train Canadian workers for Canadian jobs. Sadly, Liberals are moving in the opposite direction by attacking students, particularly who attend vocational institutions, particularly students in the trades. And finally, we've proposed policies to support labor mobility, to help young people move to places where the jobs are. These are constructive solutions that we've put forward. Unfortunately, the government has chosen not to adopt them, and so we see the continuing worsening of this youth unemployment crisis. So I want to ask the government, what is it going to take for them to listen to what we've proposed, for them to take good ideas in the spirit that they've been presented, and actually propose a plan to fix this problem?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Emergency Management and Community Resilience.
Mr. Speaker, I don't share the pessimistic outlook of my colleague on this issue or other issues. I do believe that we want to make sure that every young person in this country has a chance to find gainful employment, because young people are the drivers of Canada's future economic growth, and everybody has a right to live in this country with opportunities. I want to talk about some of the opportunities that we are providing right now. For example, Mr. Speaker, a career often starts with a summer job. Since 2019, the Canada Summer Jobs Program has helped more than 600,000 young people find a summer job. Over 75,000 of those jobs were created last year, and up to 100,000 opportunities will be available for young people this summer. All told, we're supporting over 175,000 opportunities for youth and students this year under the Student Work Placement Program and the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy, which includes Canada Summer Jobs. We need to make sure that we support young people getting into our skilled trades. I used to be a Parliamentary Secretary for Labour a few years ago, and one of the most important things that we all know is that we need to build more homes. We need to build transmission lines to power AI. We'll be building ports, rail, and pipelines to move critical minerals. And we can't do that if we don't have electricians, if we don't have carpenters, if we don't have plumbers, if we don't have bricklayers. We also need millwrights and many more tradespeople. And we need them right now. This is where an enormous opportunity lies for many young Canadians. We're investing nearly $1 billion annually in apprenticeship supports through loans, tax credits, employment insurance benefits during in-school training, project funding, and support for the Red Seal program. In November, when we presented Budget 2025, we updated the government's plan to make a generational investment in young Canadians, prepare them for good jobs, and renew Canada's workforce. To train the newest generation of Canadian builders, Budget 2025 expanded the Union Training and Innovation Program with $75 million over 3 years. This will boost union-based apprenticeship training in the Red Seal trades and make sure that there are Canadian workers to help build major infrastructure and millions more homes across the country. Since 2017, the Union Training and Innovation Program has invested $278 million to modernize training equipment, strengthen union training centers across the country, and support skilled trades training opportunities for more than 173,800 individuals. This is a critical time, but Canadians are meeting this moment with strength and with conviction, and the Government of Canada is looking right now to help Canadians unlock Canada's economic potential. Through 2033, over 8 million jobs will become available in Canada, and we are taking action to make sure people get these jobs and that young people are prepared to meet this demand.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary wrongly described my outlook as pessimistic. I want to say that I'm incredibly optimistic about the potential of young people, about what is possible in this country if policy changes are made. I'm optimistic about our potential to shape our own reality if we make different choices as leaders. I'm also capable of reading Statistics Canada's reports about unemployment. It is not a question of opinion, it is a question of fact that labour force participation is way down among young people and unemployment is way up. These aren't opinions, these are facts in objective reports. The good news is that we can change this reality if we change policies. Policies that have targeted tradespeople for defunding through changes to the student loan program, and change policies around immigration and other areas. Mr. Speaker, why won't the government change policies so young people can get back to work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Emergency Management.
Mr. Speaker, I think this new government has changed many policies, starting with eliminating the consumer carbon tax, which is one of the things that member asked for, starting with building projects across this country, starting with unleashing our potential, starting with removing economic barriers between provinces. This government is actually constantly listening, looking, and seeking new information and new ideas, including ones that come from that side of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, we're agreed. We want young people to have opportunity. We think the plan that we started with in Budget 2025 is working and is going to continue to work. And, Mr. Speaker, let's try to work together to make sure our young people have those opportunities. Thank you very much.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House is now adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.